Chapter 1180. The era of the giant lamp and the era of the twin holy trees were both ancient times. The first era began after the sun came out and humans were born. 1,000 years before the first era, Mirko was serving his sentence in Mandu's prison. The elves who stayed in Middle-earth lived a peaceful life for 1,000 years. Danny and Soren did not bother them. The elves who stayed in Middle-earth were divided into 4 tribes. The 3 Telleri elves who ran away, and the dark elves who did not want to follow Alum to a men. The dark elves did not build a kingdom. They were scattered all over the world. When the 3 powers met with Villa, they decided to bring their people to a men. The Fanya and Nodo elves did not hesitate. The Telleri elves, however, were restless. At that time, Alum personally led the Telleri elves. The elves were slow. He could not stay with them all the time. Sometimes he had to go out to do other things. The Telleri elves would stop working. Some of them even ran away and went to other places. The first batch of Telleri elves who ran away became the Green Elves, River Elves, and Forest Elves. They ran away to the land of 7 rivers and the Forest Elves respectively. They were also called the Nando Elves. The second batch of Telleri elves who ran away was one of the 3 powers. He was also the king of the Telleri elves. He heard the singing of the most beautiful girl, Melian, and ran away from the main group. After that, he married Melian and gathered a group of Telleri elves who were looking for him to build their own kingdom, the Mini Kingdom. This group of elves was also called the Cinda Elves or the Grey Elves. The third batch of Telleri elves who ran away were more innocent. They did not want to run away, but they could not just ignore the fact that their king was missing. So, a large group of elves stopped by the sea to look for elves. But at that time, elves and Melian were looking at each other in the forest. They were looking at each other. They were in a trance for decades. The Telleri elves who stayed by the sea were also called the Sea Elves. These 3 groups of elves who ran away built 3 kingdoms by the sea in the west, in the middle of the continent, and inland in the east. They were all far from Mirko's nest. Before Boss Me's return, the elves of the 3 kingdoms lived a long and peaceful life. As soon as the demonic monarch came back, Danny overthrew Ongban. While moving mountains to fill holes, he also commanded the half-orcs to besiege the Ting kingdom in the middle. Ting was what Shinda called him in the Elven language, Elu Ting. The Shinda Elven language was the common language of the elves of Middle-earth, while the elves of Amen continent used the High Elven language. The 2 races originally used the same language, but after living with Villa for a long time, the Light Elves had evolved even more, and their language was closer to the divine language of Anu. The first time they caused trouble, the half-orcs traveled a long distance and were surrounded by the elves. The second time he caused trouble, it just so happened that Nodo's elves landed. Although he killed Fino, the plan to encircle and suppress the elves was also abandoned halfway. After waiting for 60 years, Mirko thought that he had accumulated enough power, but he did not expect that Nodo's elves were far more powerful than the Wandering Elves. The Third War, also known as the Battle of Glory, was the glory of Nodo's elves, the glory of Second Uncle Fungwaho, and the Princes of Nodo. Bosmi made the first move and suddenly launched a surprise attack. Although he outnumbered the enemy, he was completely annihilated and suffered an unprecedented defeat. Not only that, he was also trapped in Ongban by the coalition of elves, humans, dwarves, and half-orcs led by Nodo's elves. It was also the strongest era of the mortals, the 400-year siege of Ongban. Look at the map. Prince Nodo circled in red blocked Mirko's way out. Although the Noldor elves had never been able to escape Mandu's curse, they had also fulfilled Fëanor's oath time and time again. Even if the final result proves that our efforts and oaths have all been in vain, at least we have to leave the most glorious footnote in history. The siege of Ongban was the peak of Nodo's and the mortals' power. After the peak was the trough. In fact, Second Uncle Fungwaho was very wise. He knew who his opponent was and understood that a siege for a long time could not limit the development of Morgoth. The problem was, during the confrontation in front of the gate of Ongban, which developed faster, the Mortals' Alliance or Morgoth's evil power. Second Uncle's heart is burning with anxiety. He persuades the other lords to follow him and attack Angband directly. This is not Wei Yan's Ziwu Valley stratagem, which does not need to be tested in person to know that it will definitely fail. But a failed attack could at least disrupt Morgoth's rhythm, which was the same as Zhuge Liang's insistence on leaving Mount Shishan. At this time, Nodo's elves were too rich. If Morgoth was trapped in Angband, the rest of the rich land in the Middle-earth would be free for them to do whatever they wanted. Prince Nodo and Nodo's elves were all very rich and did not want to risk their lives. Second Uncle's worry became a reality. Morgoth was the strongest villa. He would never let the mortals besiege him and do nothing. In fact, the siege of Angband was not only because of the helplessness after the defeat, but also because he had a purpose. In the past 400 years, the elves had gained rich land and wealth. Morgoth had also invented a new biological weapon, the Megalosaurus. Why did Dany take Bosme as her teacher? Look at those monsters: Balrog, half-orc, vampire, werewolf, and Megalosaurus. They were all created by him. What was more amazing was the way these monsters reproduced. They directly extracted the power of the earth, fire, and the earth, creating something out of nothing. Just like planting a seed, a group of monsters was born. Dany was amazed by this kind of magical biological technology. After Dany went to heaven, Morgoth did not give up the ruins of Angband. Instead, he continued to dig deep and build mountains. Relying on the Iron Mountain of the northern screen, the 3 highest mountains in the Middle-earth were piled up. The Gate of Angband was sandwiched at the bottom of the Mountain of Angband. Outside of Angband, there was a grassland called the Degerin. Through the grassland, the elves built a blockade on the west, south, and east sides. In the winter of the year 455 of the First Era, a moonless night, Shislin Camp, the half-human guard with a big head and deformed legs walked out of the outpost irritably. He stared at the sky with his deformed eyes and cursed. No one knew what he was saying. "Cousin Jimmy, what are you doing?" The strong dwarf who was on night duty with him asked. "I'm looking for the Eye of Angband," the half-human said. "Ah, half-human, you deserve to die. Why are you cursing us?" A human said in horror, "May the Eye of Angorian never see us." The elven soldiers quickly prayed, as if chanting a curse. "I'm serious." The half-human stamped his feet anxiously. "Someone go and inform Battalion Commander Harvey that something bad might happen tonight. It's best to keep the whole camp on alert until dawn." "Half-human, are you crazy?" A human man scolded. The tall, fair-skinned elf Nodo stopped him and asked with a serious expression, "Jimmy, did you awaken the blood of disaster?" "What blood of disaster?" the human asked in confusion. "You humans were born late and don't know some secrets of the ancient times. It is said that the half-humans were created by Angband, and the Eye of Angband was also created by the ancient evil gods. In this way, some half-humans are born with a special connection with the Eye of Angband, thus foretelling good and bad fortune," the elf said. "It's not the blood of disaster. It's a half-human prophet. My grandmother was a half-human prophet, and she was a consultant for King Ting for 30 years. The half-human said, "Aren't half-humans and dwarves made of mud by Aoki? So, when dwarves and half-humans die, they will turn into mud," the humans said in confusion. "Nonsense. You're the one who will turn into mud," the dwarf said angrily. The half-human suddenly held his head and howled at the top of his lungs. Most of the camp was awakened by the noise. "Half-human Jimmy, your big dick was bitten by Haley? Why are you howling in the middle of the night?" "Ugh, no. It's here. It's really here. I see it." The half-human howled even more desperately. "What's here?" the human had just asked when his body suddenly stiffened and his heart almost stopped. He slowly raised his head and saw the legendary star disaster for the first time in his life. It was said that even if the Eye of Angband appeared in the sky, not everyone could see it, and those who could see it rarely saw the normal starry sky again. It was said that the Eye of Angband was very similar to a vicious cursed eye, and it would blink from time to time. It was said that when the Eye of Angband appeared, even Valda's stars would avoid it. It was said that the light from the Eye of Angband was as red as blood, and even had the smell of blood. Everyone's teeth chattered, and they could not speak. "Cousin, "The eye of Ongban seems to have fallen on us," the dwarf said with a sobbing tone. "No, its bloody light has spread all over the Adulan grassland." The half-human's face was ashen. Boom! The peak of Angoulême Mountain suddenly lit up, as if it had pierced through the Milky Way above the 9 heavens, and what sprinkled down was surging flames. The endless flames were faster than sound, and the Adulan grassland, which was dozens of kilometers wide, was crossed in a short while. The dwarves, humans, elves, and half-humans in the camp were turned into wreckage in the sea of fire. The thousands of square kilometers of grassland between the Alliance Army's defense line and Ongban was completely filled with fire, and all the outposts were swept clean. The sea of fire even spread to the hillside on the other side of the grassland. The battle known as the Battle of Instant Flames in history had begun. The sudden fire attack was just the beginning, and it cleared the Alliance Army's outposts that surrounded Ongban. Then, Morgatha's army broke through the pass guarded by the Alliance Army and began to enter the territory of the Nodo Elves. This time, the Alliance Army was unstoppable because Morgoth sent out a mature demonic dragon that had been silently growing for 400 years, the ancestor of the Megalosaurus, Glorus. Giant dragons with scales harder than steel, fire demons transformed from gods, and countless vampires and half-beastmen. The Dark Army was like a hot knife through butter, sweeping through everything before them. Seeing Nodo's foundation collapsing overnight, the second uncle of the Supreme King Nodo, the King of Fun, rode on a war horse and blew the horn as if he was possessed by the King of Beasts. The mountains shook in the sound of the horn, and he was like a strong wind in the smoke, passing through the Adulan grassland that was burned by the fire, and came to the gate of Ongban alone. "Morgoth, you coward, you have never dared to face your enemies. You are a slave owner who only dares to drive slaves to work for you, and you have tarnished the name of Villa that was given to you." The second uncle was full of anger, and his eyes were shining like Villa's. The demons nearby were scared and expectant. They stepped back in fear and looked at the gate of Ongban with anticipation. They were expecting their master to stand up bravely. Mirko was helpless. He was not afraid of his second uncle. But what if Villa was lying in ambush? But in the face of a mortal's challenge, it would be too embarrassing if he did not accept it. Therefore, the first direct battle between a mortal and a god took place outside the gate of Ongban. Chapter 1181. Second uncle was wearing a silver armor and a blue shield. He was holding a sword that shone with starlight in his hand. Mirko was wearing heavy black armor. He held a black iron shield the size of a door in his left hand and Grond in his right hand, a giant hammer that could be used as a battering ram for mortals. Every time Grond's hammer fell, it would create a huge hole in the ground. Smoke and poisonous fire were rising from the bottom of the hole. Second uncle was agile. He would jump and dodge every attack. Mirko was like a roaring dark cloud. Second uncle was like a flash of lightning in the dark cloud. While dodging the attacks, second uncle also looked for a chance to cut a wound on Villa's body with his sharp sword. He left 7 wounds on Mirko's body, and Bosmi howled 7 times without any shame. His agonized howls reverberated throughout the northern lands, striking fear and trepidation into the hearts of all the demon whelps spectating the battle. In the end, Mirko threw away Grond and used the giant iron shield as a fly swatter. He slapped second uncle with all his might. Second uncle was a mortal after all. Villa would not get tired, but mortals would. He was hit by Mirko's giant shield 3 times in a row. Mirko smirked and pressed the giant shield down. Second uncle blocked it with his small shield. It was like Yao Ming was holding the school gate and slapping Guixiaosi, who was holding a school bag. Second uncle was forced to kneel on the ground, but he roared angrily. His eyes shone brightly as he stood up again. The ground was full of holes and cracks. Second uncle was exhausted. When he panted, he lost his balance and tripped over a hole. This is your fate." Mirko stepped on second uncle's neck with his left foot. It was as if a mountain was pressing down on him. "Look, the Eye of Angorian is here for you." He pointed at the blood-red star in the sky and stepped on it. Crack the neck bone was crushed like a biscuit. Ouch! Mirko hugged his foot and howled. However, at the moment of his death, second uncle mustered up his remaining strength and stabbed Ringier into Mirko's foot. Smoking black blood spurted out from the wound and instantly filled the big hole made by the giant hammer. Devil King of Wickedness, even mortals can hurt you. With that, second uncle breathed his last. No one noticed that the 3 gray magatama in the eye of Angorian in the sky had turned black. Bastard! Mirko was furious. He picked up his second uncle's body, twisted it into 2 pieces like a sugar cane, and threw it into the wolf pack. Screech, at this moment, the eagle Sarando dashed over and scratched Mirko's face with its sharp claws. While he was covering his face and howling in pain, the eagle quickly grabbed second uncle's body and flew out of the range of the bow and arrow. Manway, Mirko's face twisted as he roared in the direction where the giant eagle disappeared. My king, your wound is bleeding profusely. Quickly go back and bandage it. A familiar yet unfamiliar female voice came from the side. Mirko turned around and saw a hooded man who was completely hidden in the shadows. He frowned and asked, "Who are you? When did you come here?" "Your Majesty, you don't even recognize me?" Danny laughed. "You Angorian?" Soren yelled in shock. Ah, Mirko was suddenly awakened. "You're not dead?" Danny looked up at the sky and saw that the Star of Calamity was gradually becoming illusory. "I came down from there." Mirko looked at the blood-red star and asked in shock, "You're the star spirit? When I was creating the star, I used my will to occupy the position of the star spirit. The star absorbed the calamity luck and matured, and it automatically developed spirituality. Mao would be awakened. It was an idle move back then, but I didn't expect it to save my life today." Danny sighed. This method was similar to when Lalo, the Lord of Fire, summoned the sun and replaced it with the spirit to become the Lord of Light. At first, Danny had this idea because she realized that Eru was especially concerned about the evolution of good and evil. Just like what Mirko said, Eru's focus was the direction of the big picture. She had the idea of stepping into the river of fate, and she happened to have the opportunity to create the cursed star. She used her will to occupy the embryo of the star spirit. Every time a big shot in the world met with a tragic fate, the Star of Calamity would appear. It was a sign of fate and also a guide to disaster. Every time a tragic event was completed, the Star of Calamity would grow. Fino and Second Uncle Fun were big shots who could cause huge waves in the River of Fate. The more tragic their fate was, the higher the completion rate, and the more power the Star of Calamity would obtain. In the end, 1,500 years after the birth of the Star of Calamity, the Star Spirit was born. In the Dark Palace in the deepest part of Ongband. After listening to the evolution process of the Star Spirit, Mirko asked curiously, "Did your body become a black hole?" "It's still in the evolution stage. I still have to wait for the universe to mature." Then, Danny asked in shock, "How did your Majesty know that I became a black hole?" "Sagrador told me." Mirko repeated what the old goblin had told him years ago. Sagrador has that kind of talent. Summoning across dimensions can definitely break the seal on Yaya. The hood covered Danny's expression, but it could not hide the shock in her voice. "Where is he now?" she asked. Hee. I know he's a treasure. After I came back, I sealed him in a metal box. No matter how much his clone outside the universe summons, Yaya's body can't leave." Mirko laughed. Danny nodded slightly. Even if Big Me was bleeding and howling in pain because of a mortal, it did not mean that he was not the strongest Villa. Mirko said expectantly, "Since you've become the spirit of the Star Calamity, can you always let the light of calamity cover the top of the elf's head? You're the Lord of Darkness. You're just a mortal. There's no need to cheat, right?" Danny looked at Big Me's left foot. Her tone was not so sure. The wounds caused by Lingier no longer bled, but there were deep scars. The scratches on his face from the giant eagle Zorando did not disappear. His left leg, which had been injured by his second uncle's dying strike, was even crippled. Mirko moved his armor to cover his left foot. He growled, "Elves are not mortals. They are the first children of Illuvida." Even though Danny was wearing a hood and her expression could not be seen at all, he still felt that she was mocking him. He thought too much. Danny had already mocked him when he was screaming in pain from Second Uncle's attacks. Now, her reaction was calm. "Your injury," she said with concern. "In order to create the demon dragon, I've used up too much of the origin of secret flames. Moreover, after destroying the twin holy trees, I've also been cursed by the Varus. This body cannot be repaired, nor can it be replaced," Mirko said darkly. The price was a little high. Villa changed bodies like a mortal changing clothes. Mirko's current appearance as Tyrant Udamo was no longer suitable for pretending to be an elf's friend. In fact, when he was imprisoned by Wellinor, his image was even more glorious than Manway's. He was a handsome and kind elf who emitted the light of Amen. Just say it. Can you make the elves and humans suffer? All right, and the halflings. They are not strong, but they are very smart. The halflings played a big role in the formation of the Mortal Alliance. Danny shook her head. The fate of Aluvida's children is protected. No one is allowed to interfere directly. It can only evolve naturally according to their own choices. Then what can you do now? Mirko asked coldly. Sigh. I plan to become a bard and wander the world as a stranger who represents mystery and the unknown. Is there something wrong with your brain? Mirko asked with a straight face. I am now a wandering soul without power. I can no longer serve the king. I can only do what I like. However, even if I become a bard, I will not forget to spread the king's fear and the name of the evil demon king. Mirko looked at her deeply. I thought you couldn't wait to see Sagrador. Danny smiled and said nothing. Of course, she wanted to see Sagrador. She also wanted to send a message to her original body outside the universe through him. But she also knew that Eru was the creator. He knew everything in the first dimension. No plan could be hidden from him. When she devoured the origin of the secret flame, she did not care about Eru's identity as the god of creation. But the experience of turning into a black hole made her understand that Eru knew everything and managed everything in the world. He was also very black-hearted. He only wanted to exploit the evil gods and would not easily give away any benefits. Why did Sagrador confess his talent? Did he need to say those words to Mirko? Or did he say it to her through Mirko? Maybe even Manway did not know that she could return to the world as a star spirit. But Eru must know. If Sagrado's words were what Erue wanted him to say to her, then what did Erue want? Danny did not dare to think about it. But she could control herself and not do anything. What entered the first dimension was only a part of Angorian's will. It was an independent entity, but it was not all of Danny. She did not bring the secret of the fire of creation into the first dimension at all. At this time, Danny, who entered the first dimension, only knew the basic knowledge of the first flame and the way to study it. But she knew nothing about Danny's fire of creation. She also did not have the memory of the fusion of the opposite attributes of the Song of Ice and Fire and the transmigration talent. She did not even bring in the memory of So This is the World of the Lord of the Rings. In the first dimension, Eru was omniscient and omnipotent. If Danny brought the memory of the fusion of the Song of Ice and Fire into the first dimension, Eru would know as soon as she entered. Obviously, the energy level of the Song of Ice and Fire surpassed that of the first flame. This was also a path of evolution. She knew that the true god of the Song of Ice and Fire world knew, but the gods of creation of other worlds did not. This was the talent of the Song of Ice and Fire world itself, just like the origin resonance of the primitive earth. Therefore, when she entered the first dimension, her mind was like an empty hard drive. She might bring some things that Eru was interested in, but her goal was to learn Eru's creation techniques and understand its path of the first flame. Therefore, even if Danny in the first dimension was trapped in the black hole, she would not contact Danny outside the first dimension through Sagrador. If she contacted and communicated, the first dimension would know and even do something even more terrifying. Danny in the first dimension only needed to survive in the first dimension and improve herself. That would be enough. Her main body would deal with the rest. Although she was not sure about this in the first dimension, From a perspective of God outside the first dimension, after Dani Angorian entered the first dimension, Dani's main consciousness began a new journey. She was working hard to improve herself. The Angorian in the first dimension was just a seed. Dani would not stand aside and do nothing. She would wait for it to sprout and grow, or be destroyed. Chapter 1182. Dani wanted to wander around and be a happy bard, but Mirko wanted her to play a bigger role. Although you can't use much of your strength now, your thoughts and wisdom are powerful, he said. So, she became the deputy commander of the Demon Wolf Island. The Demon Wolf Island was an island in the river at the Syrian Pass. It was connected to Ongband and Westbelly Reindur, where the Nodo elves lived. It was a strategic place like Jiayu Pass. During the siege of Ongband, the Nodo elves built a huge and strong fortress here. After the Battle of Sudden Fire, Soren took over this place and monitored Westbelly Reindur. What about the Mystic Dragon? Why didn't he send Glorung to destroy Nargothrond? Dani asked. Westbelly Reindur was the name of the place. Nargothrond was an elf kingdom built in Westbelly Reindur. Glorung and the Balrog are busy destroying Eastbelly Reindur, which is the territory of Fëanor's children. There are many plains there, which are easy to burn with dragon flames, but many elf kingdoms in the west are hidden in the mountains and valleys. For example, Ting's Thousand-Stone Cave Palace is in a mountain full of caves. Soren said, the Battle of Sudden Fire was the turning point of the war between the mortals and Morgoth. If the Siege of Ongband was the golden age of the mortals, then this was the most chaotic time. Since her second uncle died in front of the gate of Ongband, the forces of the elves and humans were defeated. Countless heroes of the mortals died under the claws of the Dark Demon King. Dani didn't give up the promising career of a bard. She carefully understood the deeds of every hero who died tragically and then wrote poems that could make people cry. In just a few years, she had accumulated countless materials and created countless movements. She was familiar with all the musical instruments in the world. One day, I will meet the legendary 3 supreme singers of the elves. On the tower of the Demon Wolf Island, she said to Soren while playing the harp in the direction of the Syrian River in the distance. Elves were much more talented than humans, not only in terms of thinking, but also in terms of their bodies and racial talents. For example, Womu conveyed messages to mortals through the stream. Many elves could understand the divine language that they had never heard before, but humans could not tell the difference between it and ordinary water. Ever since human beings were born in the East, Umu had given them many inspirations, but they did not understand. Because of this, human singers could never surpass elves. The best singer of the elves was equivalent to the greatest singer in the world. There were a total of 3 such great singers: Sindar Elf Daelon, Nodo's second Prince Magalar, and Golden Voice Ting Fong. I feel that your poem has made a serious political mistake. It's completely from the perspective of humans, praising the greatness of mortals and pitying their suffering. The king and I have both become black-faced and black-hearted villains. Soren did his duty faithfully. His sharp eyes swept across every half-orc and monster that passed through the pass and passed by the tower. Dani stopped playing the zither and looked at a small group of half-beastmen in surprise. They were emitting a strong power of fate that half-beastmen should not have. Dani looked up at the sky. The eye of Angorian did not appear, but it did cast a bloody light that mortals and gods could not see. Stop! Soren also realized that something was wrong. He jumped and landed in front of the half-beastmen who were walking forward. Idiot! If you want to pretend to be half-beastmen, you should at least understand the rules of half-beastmen. Dani sighed. Every team that passed by the tower had to report to Sauron or the mission they had received and the progress they had made. After all, this was the Jiayu Pass. The half-beastmen guarding the pass quickly ran out and surrounded the small team. Tell us your true identities, Soren said sternly. The 12 impersonators pulled out their weapons and remained silent. And so, Soren began to cast a demonic spell to control their minds. The body of the impersonator on the other side swayed. A tall half-beastman stood out and recited the calming song in the high elf language. The battle of spells was extremely dangerous, but Dani felt that the situation was very interesting. It was the first time she saw a battle that did not involve directly drawing swords. It was too rare to see such a high level of skill and artistry. She quickly took out her magic crystal camera and recorded this scene. There was no suspense. Soren won the battle of spells. He restrained them and stripped their clothes. 11 elves, and one of them was a middle-aged man with gray hair and a slightly hunched back. "Tell us your identities?" Soren said gloomily. They gritted their teeth and glared at him angrily. And so, Soren threw them naked into the deepest part of the dungeon. In front of the others, he let the demon wolf devour one elf by one bite. "Tell me your identities and motives. Otherwise, every day, I will choose one of you to feed the wolf." It's obvious that the elf who competed with you in spells is a big shot among the elves. He's most likely Fëanor's son or nephew. Dragons don't live with snakes. That human's identity is even more unusual. He must be one of the human heroes wanted by the king. Dani said, "I know, but I don't care about their identities at all. In the end, they will all be dead and then become the droppings of the wargs." Soren's lips curled into a sinister smile. "I just want to see them in fear and then betray their king and close friends in fear." Dani gave him a thumbs up. "It smells like the Devil King." Soren was pleased with himself. He raised his head and laughed loudly. Half a month later, Soren's face was gloomy. All the elves were tortured to death. None of them chose to betray him. In the end, the elf who was identified as Prince Nodo even broke the iron chains that could not be broken. He risked his life to kill the demon wolf that bit his human friend. "Sigh, you gave them too many good choices." Dani smiled. "I didn't give them any choice," Soren said coldly. He could hear the sarcasm in her laughter. Dani shook her head. "You gave them the choice to become great heroes." "What else?" Soren's face darkened. "Either they die in humiliation, or they become heroes and die bravely. Even an idiot would know which choice to choose. If you separated the 12 elves, you wouldn't let them be influenced by their teammates' courage. You wouldn't let the elven prince's gaze cheer them on. Instead, you would create the illusion that many of them have already surrendered." "Hee hee." Dani laughed sinisterly. Soren's face darkened even more. He knew that she was right. If he had followed her plan, at least half of the 12 elves would have fallen. "Why didn't you say so earlier? Now that all the elves are dead, there's only an old man left crying in despair and pain." Dani pointed at the star of calamity that appeared in the sky because of the elven prince's death and smiled. "I'm the observer of calamity, not the creator. From the tragic fate of the elven prince, she obtained a huge amount of fate power. This power was not the origin of secret flame, but it was even more precious. It was not affected by karma, and even Eru could not take it away." Soren was about to say something when his expression suddenly turned serious. He said in a low voice, "We have guests." Even without his reminder, a gentle song that was like the morning mist under the sun came from the entrance of the fortress. It was very soft and gentle, but it passed through the thick walls and went straight into the underground cave. Dani closed her eyes and listened. The song brought her to a secluded forest under the stars. Birds were singing in the trees, and shimmering flowers were blooming in the wilderness. Soren murmured, "It's Lucian, the daughter of Ting and Marion. She has the blood of both mortals and gods. Only her song can be so." Dani had heard of Lucian's story. She was born in the era of the twin holy trees. She was a legendary person who was famous in Middle-earth for her appearance and singing. The hunchback figure in the cage suddenly woke up from his sorrow and responded to the song outside the gate with a loud song of challenge. The Song of Challenge was a song that mortals sang to praise the Big Dipper, because Valda created the Big Dipper to harvest Mirko. It was Villa's scythe. Lucian's song changed. At first, it was filled with the joy of reunion. Then it became angry. The island began to shake, and the half-orcs and demon wolves roared in fear. "I see. Ha ha, my good dog. You finally licked your destined goddess. Now, let me see your ultimate potential." Dani laughed. After 1,000 years, she saw the divine hound won again. It carried Lucian here. According to her curse, it must be deeply in love with her now. Cerberus, kill it. The Cerberus was the descendant of the Cerberus that Dany created in the early years. As soon as it came out, it was bitten to death by Juan. Sauron's face was gloomy as he sent out one demon wolf after another. One after another, the demon wolves were bitten to death by Huan. You're helping it level up. It's about to evolve into the god of licking dogs. Dany laughed. I also want to know its limits. Soren sneered and sent out the ancestor of the demon wolves. It was a demon spirit that Mirko created by combining the souls of 5 divine hounds. Zhugu Luin. Dany and Soren stood at the top of the tower and watched as Zhugu Luin fought the licking dog. The battle lasted for 2 hours. Every time, Juan was at a disadvantage. It only needed to turn around and glance at the worried Lucian. It was full of energy and even stronger. Finally, Zhugu Luin howled and fell into a pool of black blood. Is the power of love so strong? Soren was shocked. In theory, Zhugu Luin, who was created by combining the souls of 5 divine hounds, was at least 5 times stronger than Juan. Not to mention, he and Mirko had trained it for 1,000 years. But now I'll try it myself, Soren said with a serious face. Before he fell and became the Big Eye, Soren was proficient in the 72 transformations. The dark creatures he transformed into also had the abilities of this creature. He jumped and landed on the ground. He had already turned into a majestic dog. He was the biggest and most ferocious werewolf in history. That was a battle that shook everyone's hearts. Juan, who was in front of Lucian, was protected. Every time he was hit, the golden light on his body became brighter and his strength doubled. Gradually, Soren's dark witchcraft, fangs, venom, and even his powerful attacks could no longer hurt him. He was like Villa, radiating the holy light of Amen from his power. Impossible! Soren howled in disbelief. Roar! One let out a wild roar. The deep love and sorrow that came from the bottom of his heart all turned into a surging power. The mountains nearby trembled under the howl. The powerful shock wave shattered all the bones in Soren's body like a cannonball. Impossible, I'm Maya. Juan's dog paws were like iron hoops, pressing down on his neck. He looked down at Soren, but there was no joy or happiness in his eyes. There was only a faint sadness. Are you in pain? Soren looked at his dog's face and was stunned for a moment. Then he laughed. Chapter 1183. Soren laughed maniacally. How can you not be in pain? Your power is so strong that you can even defeat the strongest Mia. What kind of love is this? Ha! But your lovable Lucian was right beside him. One did not want her to know the secret of the curse of love. He was even afraid that she would know that he loved her. Therefore, he bit Soren hard on the back of his neck. Ah! Soren felt the pain and began to use the 72 changes crazily. He turned into a writhing python, and then into a bat flapping its wings. No matter how much he changed, he could not escape from the dog's claws. Help me, Ingorian, help me! Soren wailed, when the divine hound trembled and looked around in fear. There was no response from the fortress. The person who always woke him up from his nightmares did not appear. However, the moment it was distracted, it revealed a flaw. Sauron seized the opportunity and leaped forward, crawling under the dog's crotch. He first turned into a vampire, then turned into countless bats, scattering in all directions and fleeing far away to the north. When the dog looked at Lucian apologetically and worriedly, he thought too much. Even an idiot would know that he had a big secret after what happened today. But why would the goddess care about the secret of dog? Balin, she did not even look at Soren, who was running away. She rushed to the fortress and called out her lover's name loudly. Dany recorded everything on the side. She watched as the elf broke the defense spell that Soren had set up outside the prison. She rushed into the cell and hugged the human and cried. Not far away, when the dog was sad, Dany also saw Lucian show a power that only belonged to the gods. Like Villa and Mia, she changed her body into a vampire and helped her lover, Balin, to disguise as a werewolf. It was similar to Soren's 72 changes. By eavesdropping on their conversation, Danny more or less figured out the reason. Balin, a human, was wandering in the forest and accidentally met Lucian, who was singing in the forest. The two fell in love at first sight, but their identities were too different. In the past, there had never been a precedent of humans and elves marrying, because compared to the immortal elves, the lifespan of humans was too short. Moreover, Lucian was the noblest elven princess. Her father was Elwë, one of the three powers, and her mother was the most beautiful Maya beauty. And speaking of which, fate is repeating itself. Back then, Elwë and Marion fell in love with each other because of the fairy-esque singing. There's also a huge difference in their identities, the difference between immortals and mortals. However, Elwë was far luckier than Balin, because Melian had no family, while Lucian had a father who demanded a high betrothal gift. The most beautiful appearance, the noblest status, and of course, the most expensive betrothal gift in the world, a Silmaril from Morgoth's Iron Crown. Previously, Balin and the 11 elves disguised themselves as half-orcs and passed through the Syrian Pass in order to steal Mirko's diamond from Angband. Such guts, that's right, the elf prince who died before. As expected, he was Prince Nodo, the eldest son of third Uncle Finnefen. Speaking of which, third uncle was quite unlucky. When he heard Mandux's curse, he led his own people and left Finnefen's army. However, his children followed Finnefen all the way to the Middlelands. He had 3 sons and a daughter. The second and third sons died in the Battle of Sudden Fire, the battle where Mirko burned the plains and broke through the encirclement of Angband. The eldest son died in the fortress that he built. The fortress on the Demon Wolf Island originally belonged to the Allied army to form the encirclement of Angband. Out of the 4 children, only the youngest daughter, Galadriel, survived until the end. She was the elf queen who appeared as a top boss in The Lord of the Rings. At this moment, she was still just a little sister. The bosses in The Lord of the Rings were all minions in this era. Dany admired third uncle's eldest son, Finrod, very much. She decided to write a song of Ferrigan for him. Yes, Finrod was the name given to him by his father, and Ferrigan was his title when he was the king of the Middlelands. A few years ago, in the Battle of Sudden Fire, the Allied army was suddenly attacked and suffered heavy losses. Ferrigan was in charge of a part of the encirclement of Angband, the Syrian Pass. At that time, he was surrounded by the demon army. Fortunately, Balin's father, Balahin, brought people to save him. In order to repay the kindness of saving his life, Ferrigan gave a ring and swore, as long as the direct descendants of the Bo family came to him with this keepsake, he would help them no matter what. Actually, there was no need for Ferrigan to make such a vow. Since the beginning of the human race, Ferrigan had been showing kindness to the Bo family. Balahin's ancestors were once Ferrigan's attendants. Their 2 families had a vassal relationship for hundreds of years. However, he still made the vow and fulfilled his promise. When Balin came to him because of the astronomical betrothal gift, Ferrigan immediately gave up his throne and led 10 guards to follow Balin to the north. In the end, he paid the price with his life. Angband. What the hell is this poem? The whole poem uses Soren and me to set off Ferrigan's bravery and integrity. Won't the humans and elves be more courageous and determined to resist? After listening to Dany's new song of Ferrigan, Mirko was so angry that his face turned black. King, that's exactly what you want them to resist. What's the point of conquering obedient slaves? Dany said. But in your poem, Soren doesn't look like a demon king. Instead, he looks like a clown, Mirko said. I swear, I'm not making this up. Soren was really bitten by one. He even begged loudly for mercy, Dany said. What about Soren? Where is he? Mirko frowned. He's too embarrassed to come and see you. He probably needs some time to adjust his mind. Mirko's face darkened. Loser. The longer he lives, the more backward he becomes. He can't even defeat a dog. Juan is with Lucian and Balin. They're about to arrive at Ongband. Danny reminded him. Let him come. I've already arranged for Enway to guard the gate. Mirko sneered. I want to see who's stronger, jealousy or love. Enway was the one who surrendered among the 10 dogs years ago. Unfortunately, Lucian had cheated. She had cheated even more than Yang Jian, who had the blood of a human and a god. Lucian, Elena, and the dog walked through the dark path on the cliff and came to the foot of the cliff. At the wide and dark gate, they met a hungry wolf that was as big as a small hill. Then, Lucian suddenly awakened the blood of Anu. Her whole body shone brightly. With a simple sleeping spell, she knocked down Enway, who was about to roar. Good, very good. Take off your disguises and see me with your real faces. Mirko gritted his teeth. Why do you want to see them? Danny asked curiously. I want to crush their little heads with my own hands. Mirko said fiercely. Unfortunately, Lucian really cheated. She came to Mirko fearlessly and sang a song. The whole of Ongband fell into a deep sleep. Mirko fell off the throne and fell into a deep sleep. Balin began to drop equipment, the Silmarillion. Danny recorded this scene excitedly. Then she ran to the gate and kicked the dog awake. Kill them. Ow, the fateful battle between love and jealousy finally began. The 2 dogs, one big and one small, crashed into the Iron Mountain from the gate of Ongband to the Adegalan wilderness dozens of kilometers away. In the end, the 2 dogs died together. One did not die at that time. He was seriously injured after biting Enway to death. But when Mirko woke up, he did not have time to recover. He carried Lucian and Balin and ran desperately. He bled and died. Lucian did not even have time to mourn for him, because the ancestor of the Megalosaurus, Glorus, came. It was also the first time Danny saw the Megalosaurus of this world. It could talk, had high intelligence, strong defense, and knew magic other than dragon flames. It was indeed the Megalosaurus of the higher universe. It had a higher starting point and growth speed than Blackie and the others. But its potential, Danny felt that the Megalosaurus created by Mirko was much weaker than Blackie in terms of potential. The Megalosaurus of the Song of Ice and Fire could grow together with the human dragon spirit, the Megalosaurus of this world. When Mirko created the demonic dragon, he engraved the genes of Destroy Illuvita's children in its soul. So they would always be demonic dragons and evil dragons. They could not establish a symbiotic relationship with other creatures, especially humans. In the following days, Danny wandered outside, looking for materials for her creation. At the same time, she studied Glorus and the other demonic dragons that were hatching and growing. Her mother of dragons talent had not been brought into the first generation, so there was no possibility of snatching Mirko's master of dragons. In fact, even if she could create a Megalosaurus, she would not do it. In the world of the Song of Ice and Fire, when she became the king of gods, she was almost omniscient. She knew the location of all the fossilized dragon eggs, but she did not hatch another dragon. The reason was simple. The modern society was open to having a second child. So why didn't everyone want to have a first child? Every child was the responsibility of the parents. The 5 dragons had already made Danny worried. Moreover, the first generation she created was her battlefield and not her home ground. If she gave birth to a dragon child, would it become her burden and give the enemy something to use against her? My king, I heard news recently. Balin and Lucian have been resurrected. They're the first pair to return from Mandu's Hall. How did they do it? On this day, Danny hurried back to Ongband. She found Mirko, who was in a daze on the throne, and asked him about the doubts in her heart. Every world had its own rules. Currently, Danny had summed up 3 special rules of the Lord of the Rings world. First, because the power of the rules could not be used in a fight, physical strength was more helpful to combat power than magic. Second, the dead could not be resurrected. Even Villa did not know where the souls of humans ended up. Third, good and evil were closely related to fate, and the fate of humans was the focus of attention. Well, this was just a special rule. Similar to the holy oath, kinslaying, and cursing, there were also rules in the Song of Ice and Fire, so they were not special. Make it clear. Haven't Balin and Lucian been dead for a few years? Mirko was also shocked. In the War of the Jewel, not long after Juan killed the Wolf of Jealousy, he died of exhaustion. Balin was burned by Glorung's dragon flame in order to protect Lucian. Although Manwë intervened later and the giant eagle Zorando saved Balin and Lucian, Balin died within 2 days. Not long after, just like Liang Shambua and Zhu Yingtai, Lucian died of heartbreak for her lover. I saw Lucian with my own eyes in the mini kingdom. It was also because of seeing her that Ting regained his happiness. He held a banquet and invited all the singers to write poems for Lucian. I even won the first place. But that bastard Ting said that my voice was not sweet enough. My music also had a kind of unsettling shadow, and I was far inferior to the 3 elven singers. Danny said angrily, "You really have the mood for leisure." Chapter 1184. I'm sure that Mandos has neither the right nor the ability to revive Balin. When the elves die, their souls return to Mandos Hall, but the human souls don't go to Mandos Hall at all. No one knows where they went. So if Balin and Lucian are revived, it must be because of Mandos, Mirko said with absolute certainty. Danny believed in his judgment. The rules of the world were clearly written in the great music at the beginning of creation. What's so special about Balin and Lucian? Why do they change their own rules? Getting the Silmarillion is considered to have fulfilled their destiny. Danny frowned as she pondered. Her words reminded Mirko. He suddenly understood and laughed. I get it now. It's because of the Silmarillion. What do you mean? Who has the Silmarillion now? Mirko asked with a smile. Ting. I've seen him wear before. It's holy and majestic. It's very stylish, Danny said. Tell me, why don't I try to get the Silmarillion back? Mirko laughed sinisterly. Because after seeing Lucian's power, you started to fear her mother. Man, you don't even dare to go near Mayan's band. Not only did Mayan lend her power to her mortal husband to make him grow taller and stronger, she also created a curse band made of illusions and illusions in the Doriath Elven Kingdom. Unless Mayan and Ting allow it, or if the dominant fate power interferes, no one can cross the band. Balin once accidentally entered the band and saw Lucian. However, that was not because of his outstanding ability. It was because his fate power was stronger than Maya and even Villa. Even Danny, who was a stranger, had to register at the border outpost and be led into Doriath by the elves. Lucian was able to defeat Mirko with her illusionary song. It was not hard to imagine how powerful her mother, Mayan, was. The king's thoughts are deep. I really don't know, Danny said against her will. Remember Fino's oath carefully. His enemy is not only me, but also everyone who has the Silmarillion. It doesn't matter if he's an elf, a dwarf, a human, or even Villa, Mirko said with a smile. Danny said, the eldest son of the Feinuo family even wrote a letter to Ting, asking him to return the gem that belonged to the Feinuo family. Because his tone was too arrogant, Ting refused. Arrogance. Mirko laughed coldly. Even if the son of Feino kneels in front of Tingu and begs him, he will not hand over the Silmaril. The charm of a diamond is irresistible to anyone who sees it. Balin refused, and so did Lucian, Danny said. Balin is no ordinary person. Otherwise, why would I set his bounty as high as Nodo's supreme Emperor Fongong? Mirko pointed at his eyes and sighed. My eyes can see through the desires in everyone's hearts, including Fino and his brothers. Only 2 people have disappointed me. They also have desires, but their resolute will and deep wisdom make their desires completely controlled. Balin is one of them. What about the other one? Danny asked curiously. The second son of the king of Fun, the second uncle who chopped Mirko into a cripple, the king of Gondolin, Tegang. I'll kill him sooner or later. Mirko gritted his teeth and laughed again. No one can refuse the Silmaril, but anyone who holds it will fall into Nodo's curse. This is the power of fate, and no one can go against it. Tell me, what kind of ending will Ting have? Danny said suspiciously. You think the son of Fëanor will declare war on Ting? I think the son of Fëanor is quite wise. Your threat is right in front of him, and he won't do such a stupid thing. Mirko snorted coldly. Okarandi slaughtered his friends and family, crossed the sea, and burned the ship. Is that not stupid? Also, have you forgotten the evil deeds of the third son of the Fëanor family, who tried to usurp the throne of Ferrigan and marry Lucian? Dany was silent. She actually admired the Fëanor family because they dared to say no to the gods, because they were brave and fearless. But it was undeniable that the integrity of the son of Fëanor was far inferior to the cousins of the second and third uncles. None of the cousins were cowards, and none of them were unfaithful. For example, the eldest son of the third uncle, Ferrigan, put his life on the line in order to fulfill his promise to the mortals. But the son of Fëanor was not inferior to others in terms of martial prowess, and he did many bad things. For example, he took advantage of the fact that Ferrigan and Balin were arrested by Sorin to plot against Ferrigan's kingdom. For example, when Lucian was looking for Balin, they met her and lusted after her, mostly to seize Ting's family property. I think Ting's fate is coming to an end, and those who obtain the Silmaril will die a horrible death. The only purpose of Lucian and Balin's resurrection is to give birth to Ting's heir. Mirko said with certainty. Later on, the facts proved that Boss Mirko was indeed Iru's eldest son, what he thought was very logical. After his resurrection, Balin was no longer the human hero who was Morgotha's archenemy. Even though the dark forces were crazily suppressing the living space of the mortals, he no longer led the people to exterminate the half-orcs. Instead, he brought his wife and hid in a small island in the south that was far away from the dark forces. He had retired from his life. But Balin's influence did not fade away. His act of snatching the Silmaril from Mirko greatly encouraged the sons of Fëanor. Mirko was not undefeatable. Boss Fëanor started to run around, contacting all the elves and humans to prepare to counterattack Angband. The Fifth War of the Gods was about to begin. Yes, the battle between Mirko and Villa was the War of the Gods, and the battle between the allied forces of the mortals and the Dark Demon Lord was the War of the Gods. Seeing that Mirko had sent the human and elf spies into the allied forces of the mortals, Dany could not help but ask, "You have built the earth-fire engine on the Ungorlism, the three highest mountains in Angband. The Battle of Sudden Fire can be repeated countless times. Why do you still need to use tricks?" The Ungorlism were the three fortresses piled up beside Angband. They were the highest mountains in Middle-earth, and they were also steep cliffs that were almost straight. From the bottom of the mountain to the top, there was a passage that connected to the underground magma pool. The black iron engine with rivets could extract the earth fire and shoot out from the top of the mountain. The three mountains were like fortresses that were installed with flamethrowers. The earth fire was not ordinary fire. The speed of the flamethrower was faster than the speed of sound, and the distance of the flamethrower was more than 10 kilometers. It could sweep across the plain in front of the gate of Angband. What was even more terrifying was that it was not a one-time weapon. It could be used countless times. When Balin and Lucian were escaping from Angband, they were attacked by the poisonous fire. Fortunately, the giant eagle Zorando helped them. Therefore, even if Mirko did nothing, he would not lose. Defeating the humans and the elves was never my fundamental goal. I want to spread fear and evil. I want to corrupt the morals of Iluvatar's children and let their fate twist in the direction that I want. Mirko laughed strangely. The Fifth War between the humans and the elves, which was called the Battle of the Rain of Tears by the later generations, added millions of words of writing material for Dany. There were too many heroes and heroic deeds. Even she, who had lived for countless years with a heart of stone, could not help but be deeply touched by them. The humans of the Harridan family were loyal. In order to cover the retreat of the Elf King, all of them died in the battle. There were dwarves wearing iron masks and besieging Glorus with axes. Dany knew for the first time that the dwarves were the bane of the Megalosaurus. Because of the dwarves' iron masks and their own heat-resistant physique, they could resist most of the damage from the dragon flame. In order to kill them more efficiently, The megalosaurus could only land on the ground and whip them with its tail, bite them with its mouth, slap them with its claws, and hit them with its head. This gave the dwarves a chance. The third generation of the Supreme King Nodo, the eldest son of the second uncle, Fongong, was smashed in the head by the king of Balrogs, Goosemog, and died on the spot. After that, he was chopped into meat paste by countless orcs with their maces. Danny remembered that Mirko once said, "After the sun comes out, the era of the elves has passed its peak, and the humans have begun to rise." At that time, she did not understand the meaning of this sentence, because the elves also liked the sun and could thrive under the sun. But the Battle of the Rain of Tears made her feel for the first time that the humans began to step onto the stage of history and gradually became the main character. Humans originated from the east. According to the division of the elves, they could be divided into 5 groups. First, there were 3 groups called the Friends of the Elves. They were on good terms with the elves since birth and inherited a highly developed civilization from the elves. They corresponded to the 3 powers family that bathed in the glory of Villa. The humans of today were like the elves of yesterday. The elves of today were like the Villa of yesterday. Under the glory of Villa, the 3 powers elves developed an elven civilization that far surpassed their peers. Under the glory of the elves, the 3 friends of the elves developed an elven civilization that far surpassed their peers. The 3 friends of the elves were the Bio family, the Harridan family, and the Hato family. These 3 groups of humans were also known as the Edenians. The Edenians were the main characters of the Second Age. In the Third Age, they were still one of the main characters. For example, the famous Aragorn in The Lord of the Rings was a descendant of the Edenians. Other than the Edenians formed by the 3 families, there were also the Barbarians and the Eastlanders. The Barbarians were the humans who left the East but wandered around. They did not join the elves and developed on their own. The Eastlanders corresponded to the Dark Elves who did not want to go to the Amen continent. They stayed in their homeland until the war came. In the Battle of the Rain of Tears, Harridan fought for the 3rd generation elven king Fongong until his whole family was wiped out. Only the old, weak, women, and children were left. The Hato family also fought for the 4th generation elven king Torgang until their whole family was wiped out. As for the Bio family, they had been loyal to the great cause of resisting Morgoth in the last battle of Sudden Fire. They were a huge family with tens of thousands of people. Other than the women and children, there were only 12 warriors left. Even the adult women picked up weapons to fight. In the end, they were all killed by Sorin. Only Balin was lucky enough to escape. Well, Balin was the leader of the Bio family. But the humans were also traitors of the Battle of the Rain of Tears. At the critical moment of the war, a group of Eastlanders betrayed the alliance. Mirko tempted them with the fertile land of the elves, but after the war, he imprisoned them in Sislon, which was even colder than the east. Ha ha! This is the reward of the Devil King. Looking at the shocked expression of the traitors, Mirko laughed. Later, he explained to Danny, "If I fulfill my promise and let them live a rich and beautiful life, they will become righteous and kind in the sunshine and happiness, and they will regret their betrayal. The cruel living environment of the barren hills and turbulent rivers will further deepen the hatred and viciousness in their hearts. This is what I want. Anyway, their loyalty to me comes from fear, and I am the source of their fear. They will always be my loyal servants." Chapter 1185. The Battle of the Rain of Tears completely broke the backbone of the Mortal Alliance. The failure brought by the war was comprehensive. First, there was a big problem with the trust and unity of the elves. The main force of the Battle of the Rain of Tears was Fëanor's children and the cousins of the second uncle's family. The descendants of the third uncle did not participate, and neither did the Shinda elves. On the third uncle's side, Farragon was the last son. He was dead, and his successor refused to cooperate with Fëanor's children because Fëanor's children had plotted against his family business after Farragon's death. The Shinda elves and most of the Teleri elves did not participate in the war because of the Silmarils. Fëanor's children asked King Ting to hand over the Silmarils and even threatened to send troops to attack Doria's, Ting's kingdom, after the war. If one looked at the map, it would be clear that Fëanor's children and his cousins were the first line of defense against Mirko, followed by the Shinda elves. Now that there was a conflict between the two sides, the defeated Fëanor's children could not stay at the second line of defense and could only continue to wander to the south. Thus, the Shinda elves were at the forefront, and the Nodo elves at the back were unwilling and unable to provide support. As mentioned before, Nodo was a German elf, Teleri was an Italian elf, and the Shinda elves were the missing Teleri elves. How could they block this? Nodo could be a barrier, but the Shinda elves could not. Another explosive point of the conflict between the elves was the Silmarils. Previously, Fëanor's children were busy fighting the Fifth War of the Gods, and still had hope of defeating Mirko, who had 2 Silmarils. Now that the external war had been defeated, even the strongest person felt despair. The external war had failed, and the internal conflict had nowhere to go, and could only erupt more violently. Other than the internal conflict between the elves, there was also a crisis of trust between the elves and the humans. Other than the 3 major families of Eden, the elves did not dare to trust any humans. Not to mention the elves, even the humans themselves did not dare to trust the humans. Before the Battle of the Reign of Tears, there were very few occupations such as road robbers and bandits. Even if there were guerrillas of the northern border that specialized in ambushing the orc patrols. Now, countless humans who had lost their homes began to rob and kill the humans and elves that passed by, killing for money, regardless of friend or foe. Mirko had truly won. Not only had he destroyed the Alliance, but he had also poisoned people's hearts and twisted humanity. The sun was still there and the world was bright. However, the current Central Plains was even darker than the Dark Age after the destruction of the Giant Lamp. The 4 elven kingdoms, Gondolin of Torgin, Doriath of Torgin, Narthrond of Faragon's descendants, and Faris of Sedan fell one after another in the following years. Speaking of the final destruction of the Elf Kingdom, there was one person who had to be mentioned. That person was the unlucky one, Tulin. Well, he and his father, Hurin, were fully qualified to be spokesmen for the Eye of Ungorian. Hulin and Tulin came from the Hato family, which was known as the Loyal Martyrs. In order to protect Taegang, Hulin fought to the last man, and he himself was captured after killing 100 orcs. Without his father and home, Turin grew up in the Tengu Palace. Unfortunately, he, who was a natural calamity, was too unfortunate. When he was young, he accidentally killed an elf official who humiliated him and was forced to escape from Doriath. When he was young, he became a bandit and was later captured and tortured by the orcs. When he was unconscious, he was saved by his good friend. However, because he was dizzy, he thought that the orcs had come to torture him again. He went berserk and killed his best friend by mistake. When he was middle-aged, he went to Narthrond to help the elves fight against the orcs. He became a general and obtained the secret love of the elf princess. However, because he forcefully drove away the orcs nearby, the location of Narthrond, which was hidden in the valley, was exposed. Yimu predicted the tragic fate of Narthrond and secretly sent people to ask the elves to destroy the bridge that connected the city to use the river to stop the orcs' attack. Turin refused. Thus, Glorung led the orcs straight into the city and slaughtered the elf kingdom. What was worse was that Turin was affected by Glorung's illusion. He ignored the cry for help of the captured elf princess and ran back to his hometown. He also accidentally killed his relatives and friends in his hometown. When he woke up, he was filled with regret and hatred. He rushed back to Narthrond, but saw the princess who loved him being humiliated and tortured by the orcs. Like a roasted frog, she was skewered on a sharpened wooden stake from her lower body. She died with her eyes wide open. Turin was in so much pain that he wanted to die. He changed his name and wandered around. Finally, he integrated into a human tribe and married a gentle and virtuous wife. However, His wife was his long-lost sister. Her memory was washed away by Glorung, and she was stranded here. Before Glorung died, he removed the curse. His sister and wife regained their memory. They couldn't accept this cruel reality and jumped into the river to commit suicide. Fuck, you win. Turin raised his middle finger to the eye of Angorian above his head and killed himself with his sword. The Eye of Angorian was his old friend. It was hard for others to see it even once in their lifetime. However, he had seen it once every few years since he was young. He was only in his 30s, and he had seen it almost 10 times. Every time he saw it, it represented a tragedy. He had just killed Glorung and became the #1 dragon slayer in Middle-earth. He thought that the Eye of Angorian wasn't here for him, but he didn't expect Turin and his sister's wife had just died, and his father, Hurin, was released by Mirko. Before that, Mirko often released some captives to return to the humans and elves to collect information before returning to Ongband. Therefore, when Hurin returned, he didn't receive the cheers and enthusiasm that a hero should have. Instead, he was shunned by his old friends. He was given the cold shoulder. His son and daughter became brother and sister. His wife was missing. Hurin was desperate. When he faced Morgoth, he didn't give in. Instead, he cursed. He was the first human to withstand the pressure of Mirko's god. Even Balin, who had fallen into Mirko's shadow, fainted due to exhaustion. But now, Hurin was just a lonely old man who was over 60 years old. He stood on the cliff and shouted Tay Gang's name in the direction of Gondolin. During the Battle of the Rain of Tears, he sacrificed his life to save Tay Gang. The second son of his second uncle was not an ungrateful person. His Gondolin was also a secret place. He couldn't expose it to Morgoth. But when Hurin shouted, Mirko knew the location of Gondolin. Hurin didn't know that Mirko had been secretly watching him. Not long after, Gondolin fell. Tay Gang died, and his country was destroyed. Then, Hurin sent Tingji's Doriath to his death. He returned to the ruins of Slond and took the most exquisite necklace in the world. He threw it at Tingji's feet and said sarcastically, "This is your reward for taking care of my family." Although Myrain comforted him and he apologized to Tingu, the necklace became Tingji's death. The necklace was a gift from the dwarves to Faragang 400 years ago. It was called the most beautiful necklace in the world. The people in the world of Lord of the Rings had a strange weakness. They were obsessed with useless but beautiful treasures. For example, the Archon diamond in The Hobbit. Tingu held the most beautiful diamond of the elves and the most beautiful necklace of the dwarves. He was so obsessed with them that he didn't even care about his beautiful man-wife. He asked the dwarves to help him set the diamond on the necklace. They combined to make the most dazzling jewelry in the world. The dwarves succeeded. They were also fascinated. They lost their minds and stabbed Tingu to death. It was crazy to kill someone in Tingji's palace and steal his treasures. Most of the dwarves died in the pursuit of the elves. Only a few escaped back to their homes. When they returned home, the dwarves changed their story. Tingu wanted to cheat them of the payment for making the gemstones, but he accused them of stealing the gemstones. Therefore, the elves and dwarves fell out with each other. Although the rational halflings tried to persuade the dwarves that it was not worth it for a piece of broken stone, the war between the elves and dwarves broke out. The dwarves did what Mirko wanted to do, but couldn't. They washed Tingji's palace in blood. Well, after Tingu died, Marion left Middle-earth and returned to Valinor. Marion, who protected Doriath, disappeared. As the prince consort of many with a right of inheritance, Balin, who had retired, couldn't sit still. He led people to destroy the dwarves who robbed Tingji's palace and took back the most beautiful diamond necklace in the world. Mirko laughed. That's exactly what I want to see. The plot will be even more exciting. He was not wrong. Without Marion, who was the guardian of the country, Doriath had no ability to protect the Silmarillion. In this bright dark age, there were too many jackals, wolves, tigers, and leopards. After Balin and Lucian were resurrected, they became mortals with limited lifespans. And mortals were not qualified to wear the Silmarillion. Bathed in the light of the diamond, they aged faster and died not long after. Their son inherited the throne of Doriath, Ting Ji's kingdom, and the gemstones. But less than 2 years later, the sons of Fano, driven by the Nodo oath, led people to wash Mini for the second time and killed all the male heirs of the Tinga family. Balin's grandsons all died, and only his granddaughter escaped with the Silmarillion. For the first time, the 7 sons of Fano also suffered losses. The 3rd, 4th, and 5th died on the spot. But they did not get the Silmarillion, so how could they give up? Gondolin, Nargothrond, and Doriath were destroyed one after another. Mirko's army marched straight into the interior of Middle-earth and destroyed the last resistance force, Théoden's port kingdom of Faris. There was no longer a peaceful place in Middle-earth. The elves only had 2 strongholds left, the Syrian estuary near the sea and Théoden's Baral Island. Valin's granddaughter, Elwyn, grew up at the Syrian estuary with the Silmarillion and finally married the second half-elf, blessed Arendelle. The remaining 4 sons of Fano once again killed their way to the last sanctuary of the elves, which was the Syrian estuary. That day, the eye of Angorian bloomed with a shockingly bright and bleak bloodlight. The light even eclipsed the Silmarillion in Elwyn's hand. The sin of killing their own kin happened to the sons of Fano for the 3rd time. They slaughtered all the rebels and forced Elwyn to jump into the sea to commit suicide. 2 of their own brothers died in battle again. The 7 sons of Fano were only left with the eldest and second. It was so bleak. At the same time, the Lord of Calamities, Moke Angorian, absorbed the power of sorrow. Ha ha ha! The elves and humans are completely finished. The elven civilization has completely collapsed. The elven race is on the verge of extinction, and the humans. Thinking of the humans, Mirko laughed proudly again. Other than the Adenians, almost all the humans have surrendered to me. They worship me, not Manwë and Iru. I won, ha ha ha. If the story ended here, Mirko had indeed won, a complete victory. He used facts to prove to the elves and humans that Villa had ruled on Nodo's elven fate back then. Mortals could never defeat Villa. But Mirko was not the only Villa in the world. The 3rd battle of the gods officially began. When the elves and humans representatives knelt in front of Manwë to admit defeat and asked for forgiveness from Villa for their past arrogance and crimes, Mirko's end came. Chapter 1186. Burin's granddaughter's husband, Arendelle, was the one who represented the humans and elves to submit to Villa completely. His identity was very special. He was the second half-elf, the child of a human prince and an elven princess. Arendelle's father, Tuath, was the cousin of the god of misfortune Tulin. He was also a close cousin of Burin. Tulin and Hurin were blessed by the Eye of Angorian and had bad luck their whole lives. Hurin's brother's family, on the other hand, was blessed. Hurin's brother, Hu, lived until the Battle of Tears. This was nothing. The key was that his son, Tuh, married the daughter of King Nodo without any betrothal gifts. Think about the price Burin paid for Lucian. Tuh almost got an elven princess as his wife. Later, he seemed to be the first human to reach Valinor and lived with his elven wife until the end of the universe. Think about his cousin, Tulin, and the history of their lovers becoming siblings on this day. A star that was as fast as an arrow rose into the sky in the west. It was shining with unprecedented brilliance. Dany suddenly felt endless disgust and annoyance. My lord, our great enemy has appeared. She stood on the peak of Mount Angordam and looked at the white star in the west with a serious expression. It was a star of destiny similar to the Eye of Angordam. It was different from all the stars that Valda had created. Valda also could not control the power of destiny. The Eye of Angordam was blessed by all the demon kings. It was the star of misfortune. This new star brought hope and light to those who saw it. In fact, when humans and elves first saw it, they would unconsciously say the name Star of Hope. Not only was it the Star of Hope, but it was also a great hope. How great was the hope to have such a name? The hope of salvation. Damn it, that's the Silmaril. Mirko was furious. His roar shook the mountains. Someone brought the Silmaril to Valinor. But Manwë had already sealed the passage between Middle-earth and Amen continent. Vila has broken her oath. Because of the Silmaril, they could only reach Amen continent, Dany said. Mirko suddenly realized something and said coldly, I understand now. It's Arendelle and Erwin. When Fëanor's son launched a surprise attack on the Serene estuary, Erwin took the gemstone and jumped into the sea. At that time, Wolma must have made his move. Vila wants to. Soon, the scouts returned with news that the sailors who had gone out to sea with Arendelle to search for Valinor had returned. It was indeed Yamu who had saved Elwyn and sent her and the Elven Diamond to Arendelle's ship. At that time, the elves and humans were only left with the Serene estuary as their sanctuary and were on the verge of extinction. Arendelle parted ways with his wife and son and led 3 sailors out to sea in search of Valinor. In the past few years, they had been unable to get close to the legendary land until Erwin and the Elven Diamond arrived. The Elven Diamond emitted the light of the 2 holy trees and pointed them in the right direction. Arendelle's wish was fulfilled. On behalf of the humans and elves, she requested Vila to save Middle-earth, which was shrouded in darkness. Later, Vila bestowed Arendelle with her blessings and sanctified his ship. Arendelle, who had obtained immortality, wore the Elven Diamond and boarded the spaceship, becoming a dazzling star. The final battle of the gods had begun. On Vila's side, Vila, Maya, and Fanya's elves were the main force. The sparse number of Edenians and the Nodo elves led by Third Uncle served as support. The elves of Middle-earth did not participate in that battle. On Mirko's side, ironically, most of the humans were on Bosmi's side. More than 1 million well-equipped human soldiers. There were so many of them that even the Great Plains could not contain them. Other than the humans, there were also the beastmen, Balrogs, demon wolves, vampires, and other veteran soldiers. Facing Vila, they were all happy. The Balrogs were almost completely wiped out. Only 2 or 3 managed to escape in the chaos. The humans and beastmen did not have a chance to perform. They were like catkins blown into a fire pit. They could not stop Vila, nor could they add any glory to Vila's victory. In the battle of the gods, they were too insignificant. Only when the demon dragon army appeared did Vila's attack suffer a setback. Countless demon dragons, thousands of them, covered the sky. Every one of them was longer and fiercer than Smaug, especially the leading black dragon, Akalagang. Its body was more than 5,000 meters long. When it spread its wings, the sun was blocked. It breathed out dragon flames, and the world's temperature rose by a few degrees. For the first time, Dany saw the death of the gods of the blessed land. It was not just one. Hundreds of Mayas were bitten to death by the demon dragons and crushed to death by Mount Tai. This was awkward. The dragon flames could not burn them to death. Actually, these demon dragons could not only breathe fire, they could also spit lightning, poison fog, and other strange attacks. However, their attack power was not high. It was not that the dragon flames were not strong enough. It was just that they had no effect on Vila. Her energy level was not as high as Vila's. Physical attacks were more direct and effective. Seeing the demon dragon's ferocity, Dany and Mirko were not too happy. That was because the other party also had an air force. Sure enough, the Star of Hope led a group of giant birds over. Not only Man Way's giant eagle, but countless large birds also began to madly besiege the group of dragons. "Stranger, where's your Star of Misfortune?" "The Star of Hope is here," Mirko shouted. The Star of Misfortune had appeared long ago. It came from Mirko. He would not be able to escape today. Dany was afraid that Bosmi would not look good, so she hid the stars in the black smoke. "My king, the Star of Misfortune is in the River of Fate and is not under my control. The Star of Hope is in outer space and can come and go as he pleases. However, it's easy to leave the River of Fate, but difficult to enter again," Dany said. She did not know how much she had paid to let the Star of Misfortune enter the River of Fate. How could she let her previous efforts go to waste just because of personal feelings? "My demon dragons are about to be slaughtered by him," Mirko said anxiously. After leaving the River of Fate, Villa can destroy the eye of Angorian. Dany shook her head. Roar! At that moment, a Caligang the black dragon howled. It fell from the sky like a mountain collapsing. Boom! Angorian Peak was the highest peak in the world. It was more than twice as tall as Mount Everest in the future. However, when a Caligang fell, it destroyed 3 peaks that were more than 10,000 meters tall. It's over. Mirko howled and hurriedly escaped to the deepest part of the underground cave. My king, don't run. Crown the prince first. Dany shouted from behind. The power of misfortune was too strong. The eye of Angorian could not help but reveal itself. Blood splattered everywhere. The star of hope bathed in it felt a burning pain. The elven gem emitted an overwhelming white light, but it was still pushed back by the bloodlight. Erendel, your mission is complete. Leave quickly. Giant Eagle Sarando shouted. I'm a star of hope. I have the elven gem. Erendel was unwilling to give up. Sigh, even Villa could not go against fate. At this moment, the eye of Angorian represents fate. Sarando sighed. I also represent fate, hope, and beautiful luck, Erendel said, although he said that the powerful pressure and the piercing pain in his soul still forced him to stay away from Angorian Peak. Erendel, I request for peace negotiations with Villa. When Villa started to open the land of Angorian Peak like the last time, Mirko could not help but beg for mercy. This time, Manwë did not participate. He only sent the chief herald, Erendel, as the commander. Manwë was not the only one who did not come. Many powerful main gods, such as Tokus and Alam, did not come. There was no need. Morgoth, thy end is at hand, said Ianwë, who had kicked Mirko over with his foot. 2 unknown mayor advanced and handcuffed him. One of the Hercules under Tokus punched him and turned Mirko's iron crown into an iron collar. Another Villa chuckled and took away 2 elven gems. Mirko was extremely embarrassed. He squatted on the ground and squeezed his head tightly between his knees. He was like a prostitute who had lost her footing in the street under the neon lights during a crackdown on pornography. The last time he was caught, Manwë sentenced Mirko to 1,000 years in prison. This time, he was thrown to the wall of night. His hands and feet were bound, and he floated alone in the dark outer space. He would never be able to return to Arda. 590 years after the sun came out, the first era ended, and the second era began. 200 years later, Dany finally found Mirko, who was floating in the dark void like a meteorite. His current state was very strange. He had been stripped of his physical body as Tyrant Udamo, but he had another body, a body that was a mixture of soil, air, ice, and rock, which was also a planet. King, Dany glanced at the gate of night in the distance. Her mental fluctuations were minimized. It was a gate of void that was emitting a faint silver light. It had been following the movement of Mirko's star. On the other side of the gate was Valino. From time to time, Villa would poke her head out to check on Mirko's movements. Angorian. After some time, Mirko finally woke up a part of his consciousness. It's me. King, how are you? My power is being extracted bit by bit and spread to the entire wall of night, Mirko said weakly. Why is this happening? Dany asked, puzzled. She could feel that Mirko was dissipating. At first, she only thought that this was Villa's punishment. I will become the dark energy that fills the universe. It is invisible and unobservable, but it is an evil energy that truly exists. This energy can help speed up the formation of the new universe, Mirko said. Dark matter. Dany was shocked. Mirko was silent. Why did you give the dark matter the evil attribute? Dany asked, puzzled. As the controller of the 3 songs of Law of Darkness, ice, and fire, it seemed reasonable for him to become the dark energy of the universe. But why was Mirko's evil not removed? Instead, it seemed like he had nurtured the evil in Arda, so that he could become the world of dark matter? I don't know the content of the 4th theme, Mirko said bitterly. This time, it was Dany's turn to be silent. How is Arda? Mirko asked. The continent in the northwest is broken again. Some elves responded to Villa's call. and returned to Velino. Manwë forgave them for their arrogance and disrespect. The Tellery elves of Okarandi also forgave Nodo for killing his kin. It was a happy ending. Ha! Villa took in a pack of domestic dogs, Mirko sneered. Some elves also chose to stay in Middle-earth. But the second era is the era of humans, the era of the Númenóreans, Danny said. Númenóreans? It's the kingdom built by the Edenians. The Vala built an island between the Middle-earth and Amen. The Númenóreans live long lives and never get sick. They are very intelligent and tall. They are completely different from the barbarians of Middle-earth. Chapter 1187. Where's my gemstone? Mirko asked. After the battle, the eldest and second brother of the Fëno family asked Ianwe for the gemstone. Ianwe asked them to return to Welinur and asked for forgiveness from Manwë. The second brother was almost driven mad by Fëno's oath. He wanted to surrender to Villa, but the eldest brother was still insistent. Later, the two brothers sneaked into Villa's camp under the cover of the night. They killed the guards and stole the gemstone. However, their theft happened to cut off the last bit of ownership of the gemstone that Fëno's son had. From that moment on, the gemstone that Fëno forged had nothing to do with the Fëno family. The eldest brother could not bear the pain of being burned by the gemstone. He jumped into a crack in the ground and ended it all. The second brother threw the gemstone into the sea. He went mad. After all, he's the world's second singer. I reluctantly accepted him as my follower. Mirko said thoughtfully, one gemstone in the sky, one in the sea, and one in the earth's core. This is all arranged by fate. Fëno and his son's struggle for hundreds of years was not to take revenge on me, but to keep making mistakes. In the end, they completely lost their ownership of the gemstone. My king, your mind is quite clear now, Danny praised. When was my mind not clear? Vosmi said proudly. Then he asked curiously, the universe is so big, and Villa is guarding this place. How did you find me? My black hole divine technique has some success. I determined your position based on the changes in the gravitational waves. Mirko was stunned. Is it too late to study the black hole law now? In our world, the laws are cultivated slowly from nothing, Danny said. But level 1 is different. In level 1, you can only cultivate spells. You can't improve your skills, Mirko said. That was the truth. Soren was a top-notch master of dark arts. For thousands of years, he had never slacked off. He was even more hardworking than Danny. His talent and wisdom were not bad either. However, after so many years, Soren's level did not improve. He did not develop another Song of the Laws. It was not his problem. This world did not allow the cultivation of the laws. Although Danny's stranger body had been rapidly increasing her strength, that was because she had sung the song of the Calamity Star before entering the first level. Now, she wasn't increasing her nomological progress, but her strength and technique. In theory, after entering the first level, it's almost impossible to comprehend the laws. However, my current situation is special. The black hole is me. The law of black hole can be evolved from the law of gluttony. It's like making noodles out of flour, Danny said. Mirko remained silent for a while and said, I sealed Sagrador in the dark canyon in the south, Danny frowned. Everything we think and do is in Iru's sight. If it really controls everything, why would it need to evolve the world? It can't control everything, but it can definitely control us, Danny said. If we don't take the risk, we will all become part of the universe. Do you think I'm qualified to evolve the dark matter realm? All the flame demons and ES god that died in battle, as well as all the secret fires that I gave out, became a part of the dark energy of the universe. Iru planned this from the start. Mirko said with hatred, I feel that we should focus on stability at this stage. At least, we should see what a fully mature universe is like, Danny said. If that's the case, why are you looking for me? Mirko's tone became colder. To catch up. By the way, who will be the next Devil King after you die? Even if I choose Soren, as long as you tell others that I chose you, I can't argue, Mirko said coldly. King, what kind of person do you think I am? Danny complained loudly. That lousy Devil King position has no benefits at all. Instead, it's a live target for Villa. Why would I want it? You say that because you don't understand the use of the Devil King position, Mirko said sarcastically. Danny asked curiously, what use? Mirko said with a deep voice, to be blessed by the heavens and guide the fate and era. But I always feel that you are like a villain in a novel. Your fate is already determined, Danny said. Nonsense. Nonsense. Mirko let out an earth-shattering roar. The gate of darkness in the distance began to flash with the light of a man. King, Villa is coming. Quickly choose the Dark Lord. Soren understood Devil King Soren. Danny disappeared. Mirko said, I mean, Soren and you fight. Whoever wins will be the Devil King. Compared to the colorful first era, the second era lasted longer, but it was also less interesting. The Star of Hope, Arendelle and Erwin had 2 half-elf sons. The eldest son was the top boss in The Lord of the Rings, King Elrond, the guy who acted as the villain of the Matrix. King Elrond and his younger brother, Elos, were only half-elves. They did not have the eternal lifespan of elves. Because of their father, the savior, Villa gave them the freedom to choose their own fate. King Elrond chose the elven fate, to become an elf and live forever. When the second son saw that his elder brother had become the king of the elves, he decided to become the king of the humans. His granduncle, Tulin, had lovers and ended up as siblings. Thus, Elo's grandfather, Tulin, became the leader of the Hader tribe and was also the leader of the Edenians. To completely become a human, one had to accept the fate of death. Elos built the kingdom of Atlantis and was the king for 500 years. The Edenians' efforts in the early years were rewarded. After the final battle, Villa built a large island between Valinor and Middle-earth, Numenor. In the 3rd and 4th epochs, Numenor became the legendary Atlantis. Both the Edenians and Numenor were blessed by Villa. The weather was good, and there were no epidemics. The Numenorians were tall and handsome. They were strong and intelligent. They never fell sick and could live for 300 to 400 years. They inherited and developed the elven civilization. The humans in Middle-earth were treated the exact opposite. They sided with Mirko in the War of the Gods and were completely abandoned by Villa. Not only were their physiques and intelligence much weaker than the early humans, they also lost the human civilization that the elves developed in the first era. They became barbarians while the Numenorians became gods. In fact, when the Numenorians traveled through Middle-earth, they were worshipped as gods by the barbarian tribes. There were only a few small elven tribes left in the Middlelands. The one with the highest status, Galadriel, was just a little girl in the previous era. Actually, Sedan's seniority was higher, but he had no royal bloodline. Galadriel was the mother-in-law of King Elrond, and King Elrond was Aragorn's father-in-law. In the Second Era, 1595, Danny found the hard-working demon Lord Soren at Mount Doom. What have you been doing all these years? In less than 600 years, the king has already destroyed the humans and elves. You've been the Devil Lord for almost 600 years, but you haven't even established a single base. Even when you're out there, you're always sneaking around, not daring to show your true face. King Soren looked around and sighed. Look, there's only the 2 of us now. There's not even a flame demon or a demon dragon. Our family's resources were all lost in the last war. What can I, the Demon Lord of Darkness, do? We're weak, and the humans and elves are even weaker. Danny said, now is Numenorian's golden age. We need to keep a low profile. Just the people of Eden. They can't even be considered as the main characters in the early years. Danny said with disdain, Numenorian is just beside the Amen continent. They're too close to Villa. Soren said. Then, he looked at Danny and asked, you said that I've been doing nothing. What have you been doing for the past 1,000 years? Writing poems and singing songs. While I'm tired, I go back to the underground world to rest. Soren said with a straight face, I heard that you have demon dragons and flame demons in your underground city. How can an underground city be called an underground city without black dragons? If you want demon dragons and flame demons, you can show your banner and summon the demon lords from all over the world back to the demon lord. Sigh, I've looked for them, but they don't listen. Soren said helplessly. If they don't listen, just beat them. Flame demons are rare, but demon dragons are everywhere. Not only were flame demons rare, but they also liked to burrow underground. They were very difficult to find. In the last battle, thousands of demon dragons died, but hundreds of them escaped. Now Middle-earth was often plagued by dragon disasters. Those old dragons are too strong. I've tried, but I can't beat them, Soren said awkwardly. If you can't beat the old dragons, you can beat the younger ones. Beat them until they're convinced and wait for them to grow up, Danny said. Oh, that's worth a try. Soren's eyes lit up. He then said excitedly, when the one ring is completed, my power will increase by several times. I can even control a large number of elf kings. When that time comes, I should be able to tame many demon dragons. Danny came for the one ring. The ring of power had appeared 100 years ago, but the one ring was the last to be completed. Are you planning to inject most of your power into the one ring? Danny asked. How did you know? Soren asked curiously. A dwarf king accidentally dug through the earth's crust and fell into an underground city. He played in Bell and Nightless City for 10 days and 10 nights. He opened a total of 777 bottles of Royal Salute and called for 40 ladies. In the end, he didn't have the money to pay, so the one ring of the dwarves was confiscated. The one ring was forged using your witchcraft. After I studied it, I immediately discovered the secret of the one ring. There was a lot of information in this sentence. Soren was stunned for a while before he frowned and said, Bell and Nightless City, Royal Salute? Ladies, what are those? Didn't you also dance at a disco in the past? Bell and Nightless City is a disco opened by a fallen Sindar elf. That guy secretly fantasized about his queen for many years. Now that he came to an underground city, of course, he wanted to vent his desires. Royal Salute, you also drank in the past, but you said it wasn't strong enough. Miss, you don't even know this. How did you become the fallen demon king? Danny was starting to dislike him. Soren frowned and said, the 20 rings of power are currently in the hands of the elves. Where did the dwarf king get them? I heard that he borrowed them from his half-human cousin. The elf king suspected your identity and wanted the wisest half-human prophet to test the hidden dangers of the rings, Danny said. Other than the one ring, which was forged by Soren alone, the 20 rings of power were forged by him while he disguised himself as an elf and taught the elf master craftsman how to forge them. Did the half-human prophet discover the secret of the rings of power? Soren asked nervously. He only sensed that the one ring contained an ominous aura, but he didn't discover the secret you left behind. That's good. Soren let out a sigh of relief. If you put most of your power and will into the one ring, your strength will be greatly reduced, and you'll also have a fatal flaw. Destroying the one ring is the same as destroying yourself. You're looking for death, Danny warned. Chapter 1188. As long as the one ring doesn't leave my body, all flaws are no longer flaws. As long as I have the one ring, no one in the world can take it away from me, Soren said proudly. We've been friends for countless years. Danny sighed and said sincerely, maybe you don't know much about yourself, but I can tell you clearly that you're not good at fighting. I had many achievements in the past. Soren's face turned red. It's all because of schemes. Hundreds and thousands of heroes emerged from the humans and elves, but you didn't kill any of them. Soren gritted his teeth and said, when I wear the one ring, you'll know my power. Danny said, do you have to make it into a ring? Why not fake teeth or armor? The fake teeth are hidden in the mouth, and the armor is hard to remove. Also, the one ring is indestructible. If it's made into armor, it can increase your defense. There was no doubt that the one ring could be made into armor. The one ring was not made of materials that could be seen with the naked eye. It could fit anyone's finger, be it a hobbit's small hand, a giant's big hand. Even a 1,000-meter-long, ancient megalosaurus could wear it. Soren was stunned and said, the fake teeth are too ugly, and the armor is too unartistic. You disguised yourself as an elf and mingled among the elves for 1,000 years. Did you also pick up the bad habits of the elves? Soren said hesitantly. The One Ring suits the aura of the One Ring of Darkness better. When King Mirko obtained the Silmarils, he didn't make them into weapons or armor. So, the first king has passed away. Soren looked at the forging table beside the volcano's lava pool and fell silent. Danny advised, "Trust me. If it's made into a ring, your flaws are too obvious. If it's made into armor, there are almost no flaws. I usually dress as a conjurer. I don't like to wear armor," Soren said hesitantly. "Soren, are you sure your hesitation comes from your heart?" For the first time, the face behind a stranger's hood revealed a pair of glowing eyes. He stared straight at the fairy-like Soren. "What do you mean?" Soren frowned. A mysterious and unknown power rose from Danny's body and enveloped the two of them. Her voice rang softly in his ear. "In the stories of novels, all the demon kings will be defeated by the heroes. The author of the novel is the master of fate. If you forge the One Ring, destiny will create a hero. He will find an opportunity to snatch the One Ring and defeat you. If you cast it into armor and wore it every day, the hero who could take it away wouldn't need to take it away from you. It's almost impossible for such a human or elf hero to appear." Soren shuddered. An inexplicable fear filled his chest. In an instant, his face turned pale and sweat poured out his forehead. "I want to forge armor," he said. As soon as these words were spoken, the eye of Angorian, which had been drifting in the river of fate, suddenly changed its direction. It followed the surging river water and turned in an unknown direction. "I'll help you." Danny smiled. She even took out a piece of mithril that the fallen dwarves offered to the Spider Queen and made it into a chainmail that covered the armor. After 3 years, a set of dark golden armor with a sci-fi feel was successfully forged. It didn't have the complicated patterns and decorations of the elves. It was smooth, simple, and ironed without any extra parts. The core part of the One Ring armor is this pair of golden underwear. Even if someone used a trick to steal your armor, they wouldn't strip you of your underwear, right? Also, Danny looked at the lava pool of the volcano that was emitting a shocking red light and heat. She sneered, "Only the Mount of Doom, which is used to forge armor, can destroy the armor. What's the point of leaving such a huge flaw? We did many things that destroyed the continent in the past. It's just a volcano. So what if it's destroyed?" Soren nodded in agreement. It was difficult for Soren to defeat an Elf King hero in a one-on-one battle without using the power of the law. However, it was easy for him to destroy the volcano and shatter the earth with the power of the law. He still wanted to build a base in Mordor. He didn't destroy the Mount of Doom, but he did drain the nearby earth veins of the Earth's fire in a short period of time, causing the active volcano to die. When the volcano was extinguished, Danny stopped Soren, who was about to try on the armor of the ring. "As long as you wear it, the elves will discover the secret of the Ring of Power, and the war will begin. Are you ready for the war now? I'm definitely on the offensive side. Before the elves unite, I'll defeat them one by one," Soren said confidently. "Sigh, you're not looking at the big picture." Danny sighed. "Tell me about it." Soren's face darkened. In the last era, King Mirko didn't care about the Sindar elves. Reality has proven that he was right. Now, the elves of Noto who can fight are either crippled or have returned to Valinor. The remaining elves in Middle-earth. Danny shook her head. She didn't even want to look down on him. Just by watching The Hobbit and The Lord of the Rings, one would think that the elves were awesome in terms of appearance, attire, and battle. However, only those who had experienced the era of the heroes would understand how powerful the elves were in the Third Era. For example, the elven Prince Legolas, whose father was the Elven King, was just an ordinary Sindar elven noble in Doriath. He was really ordinary and couldn't even be considered a branch of the royal family. When the elves of Fëanor slaughtered Doriath, he fled in a hurry and finally built a kingdom in a small forest. Even when the Sindar race was at their peak, Danny looked down on them as stupid elves. One could imagine how powerful the small noble kingdom was later. The Supreme King of Nodo in the First Era had the power to challenge Mirko head-on. At least, he could fight until he was exhausted and hurt Bosmi Exarion, one of the 12 lords of Gondolin, killed 3 fire demons in one go. Before he died, he even dragged Gothmog, the Fire Demon King, down with him. In the era of the Lord of the Rings, the achievements of the German elves were unimaginable. The elves now are all the descendants of cowards and losers. They're not worth mentioning. You have to focus on the West. In the last era, the main characters were the elves of Nodo. Now, the Númenóreans are the main characters. I'm used to seeing the heroic deeds of the elves of Nodo. Of course, I don't care about the Númenóreans, but you're not Mirko either, Danny said in a low voice. Númenóreans are just the descendants of the Ardennes. Soren's eyes flashed. Have you never been to Númenórean Island? Danny asked. It's too close to men, Soren said. It's indeed very close. Standing at the top of the mountain, you can even see the harbor of the light elves in the west. You've been there? I've been a court musician there for 400 years. Soren said strangely. You sure have a lot of free time. Didn't you disguise yourself as an elf and hang out with them for 1,000 years? Soren's heart skipped a beat. Did the Númenóreans offend you? Those mortals were too arrogant. They publicly insulted me on Arendel's anniversary. They claimed that the blood-red light of the Eye of Ingorian would never fall on the descendants of Arendel. Danny said coldly. The founding emperor of Númenórean was the second son of the great star of hope, Arendel. In the past 1,600 years, the Númenóreans who had been blessed by Villa had indeed lived a smooth life. They had never seen the Eye of Ingorian. Soren asked, You've been a musician for 400 years. They don't know who you are? Villa knows, the queen knows, and most of the royal family knows. Her father hired me as her music teacher with the highest etiquette and the most precious jewels. They were very respectful to me in the early years, but now they're old and muddle-headed, daring to look down on me. Then, Danny explained the powers of the Númenóreans. Strong physique, intelligence many times that of a mortal, and mastery of elven magic and industry. Soren frowned. Isn't that another Nodo elf? That's why you have to be careful. Only wear the armor of the ring when you're ready. What else can I prepare? Danny said mysteriously, I've recently developed a type of demonic art called the Martial Arts Secret Manual. With some success, you'll be able to sense the illusions of gods and devils beyond the 9 heavens and borrow their power. If you're talented and have many fortuitous encounters, you can even replace them and become a true god. Soren was confused. What are you talking about? I don't understand at all. Do you know what happened to Bosmi? You told me before that he's turning his body into a path and becoming a part of the dark energy of the universe. It's the same for the dead flame demons, fallen Maya, and ES God, Soren said. Danny nodded. I've estimated that the universe will reach maturity in about 1,500 years. At that time, Boss Me and the others' power and consciousness will completely turn into dark matter, but their laws won't disappear. In fact, they're not completely dead, but in a special state where mortals can't see or touch them. Sauron was very smart. When he heard this, his heart moved, and he said in surprise, Could it be that your technique can absorb dark matter and then resonate with the opposite demon gods and finally seize their song of laws? Yes. Boss Me and the others have now become a type of universal energy. By absorbing this energy into one's body, one can gradually grasp the power of the former demon king. The reason why mortals can't become gods is because the laws of this universe are special. They can't comprehend new laws. Since that's the case, I'll use the 3,000 great paths left behind by the old senior. Each path represents a path to becoming a god, Danny said proudly. If I can grasp the laws and powers of all the demon gods, Soren's eyes lit up. Then you'll definitely surpass the late king and become the first demon king that even Villa fears. Danny said with certainty. You're giving me the secret manual? Soren asked suspiciously. Why don't you cultivate it yourself? First of all, my original body is a black hole, and I sent it a long time ago. Second, I'm ES God, and ES God won't allow me to grasp great power. The secret manual has just been invented, so I don't know if there are any side effects or how I can cultivate it. Let me take a look at the secret manual first, Soren said hesitantly. Danny flipped through it with her left hand and tossed it up. A dozen goatskin scrolls appeared out of thin air and floated in front of Soren. Dragon Elephant Technique, which cultivates the law of strength. Nisha's Leg, which cultivates speed and agility. Utamo Tyrant True Body Technique, which cultivates the power of darkness. Ice, Soren was dazzled. No one has tried it before. You're the first. Soren frowned. I'll have to find someone to try it first. In the next decade or so, he found many beastmen and fallen barbarians to test the technique. It could indeed absorb the dark force from the universe, but the effect was very poor. According to the progress of the test subjects, they wouldn't be able to touch the Song of Laws even after 10,000 years. Soren couldn't wait any longer. Ignoring Danny's warning, he put on the ring armor and declared war on the elves of Middle-earth. The other 20 rings were in the hands of the elves, and he wanted to take them back. Chapter 1189. At the end of the First Era, the War of the Gods shattered the continent in the northwest of Middle-earth. Many elven kingdoms had been built in the region of Beleriand. Morgoth's home in the north sank into the sea. Soren chose a new home in the southwest, the elves in the midwest, and the barbarian humans in the east. When Soren activated the armor of the ring, a war between him and the elves was inevitable. Of the remaining 20 rings of power, 3 were forged by the elves, and the rest were forged by Soren. Either way, Soren's power was thinned out. He had to take them back and give them to those who could be tempted. If the elves hid the rings of power and did not wear them, wouldn't his efforts be wasted? Danny's judgment was right. The elves left in Middle-earth were all trash. Soren did not have flame demons or demon dragons. He only relied on the half-beastmen and the fallen humans to destroy the elven kingdoms in Middle-earth in one wave of attacks. They cannot stop him at all. I can easily take down Middle-earth without learning your secret manual. Soren was in high spirits after slaughtering an elven kingdom and taking back 17 rings. But a year later, he fled back to Mordor with his defeated army. The elves asked for help from Numenor. The fleet was so huge that it covered the entire ocean. The soldiers were well equipped, and they had the arrogance to sweep away everything. With the strength of 100 soldiers, King Sauron's army was swept away. Even he himself was almost captured. How can they be so strong? They're not any weaker than the human heroes of the last era. Soren could not accept it. The humans of Middle-earth are deteriorating, but the Numenorians have greatly evolved under Villa's blessing. They're stronger, smarter, and more mature. They're almost perfect humans. Danny sighed. The effects of Villa's blessing were obvious just by looking at Valinor. Normally, when mortals walked, their feet would be covered in dirt. In Valinor, there was dirt too, but after Villa's blessing, the dirt shone like diamond powder. It was so holy that it could be used as milk tea. If the dirt and rock were like this, what more humans? Numenorians also had the right to evolve. They had Ainu's blood in their veins. The ancestor of the Numenorian royal family was Erendel's second son. Erendel himself became the god of luck and hope, and his wife was the granddaughter of Maiamien. What kind of bloodline was this? The Numenorians were a bunch of inferior versions of Yangjian. Because of the pressure brought by Soren, the White Dao Association was established thousands of years later. A Maya called Soren came from Valinor, and together with Galadriel, Elrond, and Sedan, the 3 elven kings formed a loose organization to fight against Soren. Why? Gandalf is not in Middle-earth yet. But in the following centuries, Soren kept a low profile, leading a group of trusted aides to train in secret techniques. He also developed the human and dwarven forces in the east, trying his best to avoid conflict with the elves and Numenorians. But when he wanted to farm in peace, the Numenorians would not let him. The battle against Soren in 1700 showed the world and Mordor the power of the Numenorians. It was also the first time the Númenóreans realized how strong they were. They became arrogant, looking down on the gods, and desired more. More wealth, more powerful rule, more immortal lifespan. Before that battle, the Númenóreans had always thought of themselves as humans, often crossing the sea to help the humans in Middle-earth develop their civilization. After that battle, they gradually felt that they and the barbarians were two different races. Friendship and peace turned into conquest and plunder, establishing colonies, demanding tributes, and even killing and plundering. Númenóreans became richer. But the desire for wealth was easy to satisfy. But how could eternal life be achieved? Death was Aluvita's gift to the humans, and no one could take it away, although the humans did not necessarily want this gift. The more prosperous one's life was in the modern world, the more unbearable it was to die. More and more Númenóreans began to resent Villa and Aluvita, because Villa did not allow them to go to Welinor, because Aluvita gave the elves eternal life, but deprived them of their wealth. The kings of Númenórean no longer went to Aluvita's temple to offer sacrifices during the harvest season. Because of their hatred and jealousy, they cut off all contact with the elves. There were even kings who called themselves the ruler of the West, a title given to Manuel. In the year 3261 of the Second Age, the 25th king of Númenórean, Yarpharazon, personally led an expedition against King Sorin of Mordor. Why? Sorin roared at the Ringwraith. In the past few years, he had been training while using his subordinates to test Dany's secret techniques. At the same time, he developed his forces among the humans, searching for the best human talents and bestowing them with rings of power. Although he caused quite a ruckus, he was very honest. Your Majesty, there are 3 reasons. First, you call yourself the king of men, and Pharazon feels greatly offended. Second, he believes that our forces have invaded Númenórean territory. Third, it is said that a Middle-earth human has told Pharazon that you have the intention to overthrow Númenórean, a Ringwraith said while kneeling. Sorin was stunned. The 9 Ringwraith under me are the most outstanding human kings. The title of King of Men is well-deserved. The One Ring did not turn a person into a Ringwraith. In fact, the One Ring only had one negative effect, a constant -1 of will. It was like a debuff. Every half a year, one's moral values would decrease. No one could avoid it, including the future Hobbit. Frodo was able to possess the One Ring not because he was immune to its negative effects, but because his initial moral values were too high. Before becoming a Ringwraith, the elites of the human race had enough time to grow into kings. Sorin chose the elites of the human race and gave them the One Ring. The power of the One Ring helped the elites become the most outstanding kings, and then they would slowly degenerate into spirits. The One Ring did not bestow upon the great, but it helped those with potential become great. That was why Sorin called himself the King of Men. Your Majesty, Pharazon is an arrogant person. He does not even care about Manuel and Aluvita, a dark sorcerer advised. This was a fallen human sorcerer who practiced the divine arts. Sorin asked again, I have always told you to avoid conflict with the Númenóreans. Why did you invade their territory? Your Majesty, the land we occupied was a colony that they wanted, not an invasion. Intolerable. Sorin gritted his teeth. The Númenóreans did have the right to bully him. Their army was like a flood of steel, easily breaking through Mordor's defenses. Sorin's minions fled at the sight of them. In the end, King Sorin was surrounded by the army in the Balador fortress. He took off his tyrant Mordor jacket and put on the pleasing elven body. He came before Emperor Pharazon and respectfully swore his loyalty. Sigh, the Dark Lord is getting worse with each generation. Dany sighed as she watched Sorin leave with the Númenórean army. Sorin became a prisoner, and in a few years, he became the prime minister of the Númenórean king. A series of actions began. He bewitched the Númenóreans into believing in the darkness, abandoned the temple of Aluvita, and turned it to worship Mirko, and sacrificed the living to pray for eternal life. The descendants of the Edenians used Iluvita's believers as blood sacrifices to Mirko, and called Mirko the ruler of all, torchbearer of freedom, and fountain of power. This Dany stared in amazement. To increase his persuasion, Sorin even gave her divine arts to the Númenóreans. The effect was unexpectedly good. In a short span of 50 to 60 years, thousands of martial grandmasters emerged among the Númenóreans. Sorin even bewitched the Númenórean king to cut off by shunning silk. In the end, Pharazôn did the most amazing thing in the Lord of the Rings world. He formed an invincible fleet to conquer Villa and turn Welinor into a colony. Dany did not know what the Númenóreans were thinking. It was not only because of Sorin's bewitchment, but also because Pharazôn and most of the Númenóreans wanted to do so. The Númenóreans thought that if they took over Welinor, they would be able to live forever like Villa and completely rule the world. Sorin only helped them invent the magic engine, which gave their ships the ability to conquer Amen. By the 3300 year of the Second Age, the Númenóreans had almost the productivity of Earth in the 60s and 70s. That day, the Númenóreans' invincible fleet covered the entire sea, their masts densely packed together like a boundless forest. Dark clouds covered the sky, lightning flashed, and thunder rumbled. Manway's giant eagles were in formation, their wings wide enough to cover the sun. This was Manway's last warning to the mortals. But the Emperor of the Númenóreans blew the horn to set off. The sun was completely silent, the wind stopped, the waves stopped, and the world was completely silent. Silence. When the first batch of Númenóreans landed on Amen, Yiru made her move. Not Manway, but Yiru. At that moment, all the villas returned their songs of laws to Yiru. At that moment, Yiru was almost complete. Boom! The sea between Númenórean and Amen split open into a bottomless abyss. The seawater, along with the invincible fleet, all fell into it without causing any ripples. Númenórean Island was at the edge of the abyss. The disaster came quickly and fiercely. The wind blew, the earth roared, the sky shook, and the mountains slid. None of the women and children on the island escaped. The magnificent buildings and the treasures plundered from all over the world all sank into the sea. Later generations called it Atlantis. The appearance of the world changed at that moment. From a flat land to Earth, the sun ship became a star, and the moon ship became Earth's satellite. The solar system was formed. At the same time, in the dark space infinitely far away from Earth, black hole Dany suddenly shone brightly, the endless light illuminating the entire universe white. The white light wrapped around a river, a surging river formed by stars, planets, and small black holes. It was a galaxy. Black hole Dany turned into a white hole, ejecting galaxies one after another. The physical world of the universe was completely set at that moment, and 99% of its mass came from Dany. She changed from Mother of Dragons to Mother of Milky Way. No! Mirko's weak wail came from the depths of the universe. He also became the dark energy of the universe at that moment. Of course, he did not die, but he changed into an invisible, untouchable, and undetectable existence. He became the ghost of the universe, the father of darkness. Amen, where Villa lived, also broke away from the physical world and became an independent small plane of a higher dimension. However, Welinor was not completely cut off from Earth. On the curved sea, there was a straight channel that only the elves could find that led to the world of the immortals. Chapter 1190. The Second Era did not end with the sinking of Númenor. The great demon King Sorin had yet to be defeated. The formation of Earth and the physical universe once again caused great changes to the landscape of Middle-earth. However, the residents of Middle-earth felt that the world had changed, and their lives were not affected at all. Not all of the Númenóreans were killed. It was very similar to the Valeglia in A Song of Ice and Fire. Or rather, the author of A Song of Ice and Fire had borrowed Númenor when creating the Valeglia and Targaryen. During the Great Destruction of Valeglia, the nobles of Valeglia, who stayed in colonial cities like Volantis, Lys, and Pentos survived. When Numenor sank to the bottom of the sea, the nobles of Numenor who stayed in the colonies of Middle-earth survived. Before the cataclysm of Valeglia, the Targaryens were under political pressure and left the capital of Valeglia in advance, thus preserving the descendants of the Dragon King. Before the cataclysm of Numenor, Prince Erendil, Aragorn's ancestor, a branch of the royal family, who was close to Villa, was pressured by the Emperor and the anti-Villa faction. He moved away from the west coast of Numenor. The west coast was near Emen, which was also the site of the cataclysm, and moved to the east coast near Middle-earth. When the cataclysm came, the descendants of the Emperor survived. Later, Aragorn's ancestor lost his royal power, and Whitetown, the capital of Gondor, was ruled by the Prime Minister. Later, Dany and Ryza's father was destroyed and lost the King's Landing, and the ministers ruled the country. Aragorn was born because a witch told his parents that the union of the two could give birth to the child of destiny. Dany was born because a forest witch told her grandparents that the union of the Mad King and Layla could give birth to the Savior. Aragorn had a broken sacred sword, and after fixing it, he became the king of men recognized by the people of Gondor. Dany had a petrified dragon egg, and when the dragon hatched, she became the queen of the Undulls, Numenor, and the First Folk. He had digressed. The Númenóreans in the colony and the human emperor's ancestors under Villa's protection had all survived the Númenórean cataclysm. In 100 years, Erendil's two sons each built a city at the gates of Mordor, forming a country, Gondor. Some of the Númenóreans in the colony repented and turned over a new leaf. They no longer dared to rebel against Villa and returned to the rule of the Gondor. Some of them continued to degenerate and became Sauron's lackeys. They became the Black Númenóreans. I've decided to attack Gondor. 100 years after the cataclysm, Sauron, who had recovered from his injuries, told Dany. Yes, Sauron was heavily injured during the cataclysm. He was the prime minister and advisor of the Númenórean emperor. When the emperor left for Emen, he was in charge of the Mirko Temple on Númenórean Island. It was a magnificent cylindrical building, 150 meters tall and 150 meters in diameter. The walls were 15 meters thick, and not only was there a statue of Mirko inside, Dany and some of the former Demon Kings were also there to protect Bosme. There was blood to be enjoyed during the 4 seasons and 8 festivals. To be honest, using a believer as a sacrifice was quite delicious. Of course, Sauron would not follow the Númenórean emperor to Welinur. He had purposely sent them to their deaths. However, even with Sauron's dark heart, he did not expect Iluvatar to be so ruthless as to destroy the entire Númenórean island. Not a single person was spared, not even the women and children. He was caught off guard. When Emperor Pharazôn sounded the war horn, he sat on a large black chair in the center of the dark temple and laughed. When the storm in the distance roared like thunder, he knew that Villa was angry and that the Númenóreans were doomed. He laughed a second time. When the invincible fleet approached Emen, the blood-red eye of Angorian covered the land. Sauron knew that everything was set in stone and laughed a third time. He laughed as he followed the temple and the island into the bottomless abyss. The smile on his face froze and was replaced by fear and disbelief. Iluvatar, you're ruthless, with a cry. Sauron was reduced to ashes. His physical body was completely destroyed. Not only was one of his clothes destroyed, he had also lost the ability to wear and change clothes. In theory, he could only exist in the form of a spirit or energy body from now on. This was not a big deal. To Maya and Villa, physical bodies were like clothes. Taking off their clothes would not affect their strength. The problem was that Dany had persuaded him to change the One Ring into an armor with underwear as the core. According to his original fate, when Sauron went to Númenórean as a captive, he left the One Ring in his hometown to prevent the Emperor from snatching it away as a spoil of war. But this time, he was wearing his underwear. The Númenóreans would never think of taking off someone else's underwear. This was also the reason why Dany had designed the One Ring as underwear. No one would think of it, and even if they did, they would not have the ability to take it off. If there really was someone who could forcefully pull off Sauron's pants, Then he wouldn't need the supreme demon pants anymore. He could just crush Sauron to death with his own strength, so as to avoid dirtying his hands and eyes. Such a perfect design with almost no flaws. But he did not expect to meet a Luvida who did not care about martial ethics. The supreme devil pants were indestructible only for mortals. Not to mention Aluvida, even Villa and Velinor could easily crush the One Ring or devil pants. King Soren, have you fixed your supreme devil pants? Dany asked, glancing at the ringwraith and devil spawn below the throne. Soren's ferocious face was filled with shame and anger. 80% of them were destroyed. I only managed to save some fragments. The mithril chainmail and the supreme devil armor were destroyed. The core of the pants became tight briefs. Dany pursed her lips and asked, You lost 80% of your strength as well. Not that much. When the devil pants shattered under the power of the cataclysm, the spirit and magic that leaked out were absorbed by me. Overall, I only lost 30% of my strength compared to when I was at my peak. But not only did the Númenóreans lose 90% of their population, they also lost their civilization and wisdom. They lost far more than I did, Soren said. How are the devil pants now? Dany asked. Soren's expression was awkward as he said in a low voice, The style has changed, but it can still be used. Its functions are intact. Then he showed Dany and the other devils the brand new ring armor, a pair of golden thighs, a helmet, a round shield. The ring armor had changed from the Roman armor to the armor of the 300 Spartan warriors without armor. Isn't this a little too revealing? Dany did not dare to look at it, afraid that the poison would blind her eyes. After losing the ability to transform into a human form, Sauron, like Mirko, used dark energy to construct the body of the demon lord. His skin was dark, could absorb light, and exuded the light of fear. His body was as powerful as Thanos, and his appearance was terrifying. But wearing a pair of golden thighs, it was why don't you give me some mithril and let me make a chainmail? Soren also felt that this outfit was too revealing. No, mithril is too rare. Also, I made an oath a long time ago. The dwarves' self-abandonment doesn't count, but I can't attack them, Dany said. Sigh, I can only use normal metal armor for a while. When I unify Middle-earth, I'll ask the dwarves to give me mithril. A year later, the Devil Lord Soren took down White City and burned the white tree that represented the destiny of the human king in the city. The Gondor people were defeated one by one. Under the matchmaking of the White Dao Association, the Gondor people, Middle-earth elves, and dwarves formed a great alliance. The Devil Lord is too strong. Normal people can't defeat him at all. We have to borrow his wisdom. In a meeting of the Alliance's leaders, Isildo took out a scroll of parchment with a serious expression. The words, Evil Warding Sword Manual, were written on it. He was the Lord of White City, the eldest son of a prince who had escaped from Númenor's calamity. The current Gondor kingdom was built by him and his younger brother, Anarion. TSK, this is the secret sorcery manual Soren passed down to his eunuch slaves? His father, Erindil, exclaimed. Gilgalad frowned. Wasn't Númenor's lesson enough? I thought you firmly believed in Villa. He was the supreme king of Nodo who had stayed in Middle-earth. He was the grandson of his second uncle, the king of Fun. He led a portion of Nodo who had not returned to Valinor, and the Sindar elves who had lost their home in the First Era. Isildo said, I respect Villa, but faith can't change the outcome of the war. We need power. Countless martial artists have proven that the darkness origin power absorbed by the secret sorcery manual can affect one's mind. But as long as one's mind is firm, they can refine an even stronger martial will. If you're really worried, after defeating Soren, you can cripple your inner strength and return to normal. The Elven King hesitated. You can try. No martial artist has ever degenerated into a demon. At most, they'll be a little extreme. After crippling their inner strength, they'll return to normal, Saruman said. You're a white-robed wizard, but you can't defeat Soren? The Elven King frowned. He knew Saruman's background. Like Soren, he was a Maya. Soren has the demonic pants. The white-robed wizard sighed. Everyone fell silent. After a while, Elinir said, You can learn the secret sorcery manual, but not this BCS sword manual. You can learn the dragon elephant art or the 9-sun divine art from the Emperor. They'll be more powerful and have more potential. But it'll take a long time. What we lack now is time, but the BCS sword manual can be learned quickly, Isildo said. But this is a secret manual for eunuchs, the old man said with difficulty. I'm more than 200 years old, and I have several sons. In the end, Aragon's ancestor became a eunuch. The two sides fought in Mordor for almost 10 years. The human and elven armies lost 70% of their forces, but they still managed to hold on until the end. In the final battle, Sauron left Barad Fortress wearing the demonic pants and joined the battle. He was unparalleled in the alliance. It was like a giant beating a human child. No one could stop him except for heroes with noble bloodlines. Even the human king Arendelle and the supreme king of the Noldor, Gil-galad, had died under his greatsword. Fortunately, Isildo, who had practiced the BCS sword manual for 10 years, turned the tide. He pretended to be a corpse. When King Sauron was laughing while holding his father's head, Isildo's sword came from the west and cut him in half. This was what he learned from the water god Yamu. The broken demonic pants couldn't protect the whole body. There was a fatal slit at the waist. No, Sauron wailed and turned into a shadow in the black smoke, floating toward the far east. The devil body he had left behind was like a piece of burnt coal. With just a squeeze, it was crushed into pieces. A breeze blew the pieces away, leaving only a golden pair of pants. Although it was a bit eye-catching, anyone who saw it couldn't help but be fascinated. The great hero Isildo picked up the demonic pants and took a deep breath. His eyes were full of intoxication and satisfaction. Me precious, the second era ended. Chapter 1191. The Númenóreans were the main characters of the Second Era, and the Númenórean kingdom was the starting point of the Second Era. However, the fall of the kingdom did not mark the end of the Second Era. She had waited for more than 100 years for Sauron to recover from his injuries during the Great Calamity, and for him to be defeated by the combined forces of the humans and elves. Only then did the Second Era officially end. Dany could not help but shudder. The end of every era was accompanied by the fall of a dark demon lord. Sauron had not completely fallen, but Dany could already foresee his final outcome. He would continue to be the demon lord in the new Third Era, and then be completely defeated at the end of the era. She was afraid, because after Sauron, only she could be the demon lord. Destiny was the mission given by the heavens. But there would be a day when the mission was completed, the demon lord's destiny ended, and the demon lord's life was at stake. 1,000 years after the start of the Third Era, in a temple of a barbaric kingdom in the Far East, the Dark Temple was empty and silent. There were no living people. Torches burned on the walls, and the sound of monks chanting could be heard outside the thick and tall iron door. Following the evil scriptures, strands of darkness surged in from the west, from the dome of the temple. There were human cries, curses, and cries of despair in the black smoke. The red flames of the torches floated in the darkness, like a drowning person trying to escape from a dark river. All the darkness gathered in the center of the temple, and an illusory shadow floated in it. After some time, the shadow gradually solidified, revealing a pale-faced and blood-red-eyed dark demon lord. Dany's figure appeared out of nowhere, but it was natural. She took a step forward and smiled. "Congratulations, King Sauron, on your return from darkness and evil. What happened to this world? It took me 1,000 years to accumulate enough dark and evil power of faith to create a new body. The humans in the Far East are still bloody and depraved, but they still worship me sincerely." Sauron complained. "Sigh, the world has changed. It's now the Third Era, and the universe is slowly maturing. Everything is becoming more balanced and stable. That Arda, overflowing with origin power, only exists in the memories of us old antiques." Dany sighed. To put it bluntly, the world was gradually approaching the end of the Dharma Age. Soren was silent for a long time before he asked, "Where are my supreme devil pants?" When a human sovereign snatched your demonic pants, he was deeply infatuated with them. He wasn't willing to hand them over to the White Tao Association for safekeeping. Instead, he announced that the supreme demonic pants were his spoils of war and should be the human sovereign's heirloom. Saruman and Lord Elrond were both furious and worried. However, the Doomsday Volcano has long been extinguished, and the Devil Pants cannot be destroyed for the time being. They also do not dare to say that the White Tao Association can guard the Devil Pants better. My magic pants have become Isildur's family heirloom. The demon lord angrily bellowed. A bone-chilling wind blew through the hall, and in a few moments, the stone floor and walls were covered in white frost. "Did that damn eunuch wear my devil pants?" After a while, he asked in a muffled voice. Of course he did. After he got his hands on the devil pants, he immediately took off his underwear and changed into the supreme devil pants. He wore them day and night. Under the hood, Danny's expression was filled with disgust and disgust. Because of the supreme devil pants' powerful demonic power, Isildur actually became a man again. Because of this, he treasured the pants even more. Wearing the supreme devil pants allows one to live forever. Could it be that he's still alive? Soren gritted his teeth. No. How could I allow a Dangdan person to wear the Demon Lord's pants and flaunt his prowess? Danny shook her head. Numenor was a country, while Dangdan was a nation formed by the descendants of the Edenians. Dangdan and Numenor were like Han and China. My demonic pants are on you. Soren looked at the hooded stranger's waist. Danny felt another wave of disgust. She shook her head. I won't touch your precious thing, even if you beat me to death. After the war, I picked a hero from the human kings who believed in darkness and trained him for 30 years. Finally, when Isildur was out hunting, I successfully assassinated him. At that time, Isildur was cut in half. He was still alive and asked in disbelief, "Why is your sword faster and lighter than mine?" The assassin took off his pants and laughed coldly. "Idiot, I'm cultivating the Sunflower Manual. I can't accept this. I didn't expect the Bishia sword to be incomplete." The human emperor wailed and breathed his last. After hearing about the assassination of the human emperor, Soren hurriedly asked, "Since you took back the demonic pants, where is it now?" "I don't know where Udo hid it." "Udo?" Soren thought for a moment and said in surprise, "Could it be Udo from the East in the First Era?" "The descendants of the people from the East," Danny said. "In the Battle of Tears, in the First Era, Udo and his 3 sons betrayed the alliance between humans and elves, allowing Mirko to win the war between humans and gods. After that, Mirko didn't give the East a rich land in the West. Instead, he locked them up in a cold place. Thousands of years later, their descendants were still tortured by the power of darkness. The Udo family is the same as the Edenians of Belem. They have the bloodline of ancient heroes and are more suitable for cultivating demonic arts. After that, Udo begged me with the demonic pants. He said that he didn't have any descendants and hoped that I would lend him the pants for a few years. I saw that he completed his mission beautifully, so I didn't object. You know, no one can resist the temptation of the supreme demonic pants. After he got his hands on it, he definitely wouldn't want to return it, Soren complained. I'm not stupid. I know about the supreme demonic pants. Danny regretted turning the one ring into a pair of demonic pants. It was too disgusting. He ate the poison I fed him. That's why he left in the supreme demonic pants. Without my antidote, he would die in 20 years, Danny said. Soren believed her. Angorian's poison even killed the 2 holy trees. A mere mortal wouldn't be able to resist it even if he wore the supreme demonic pants. As the owner of the pants, Soren himself might not be able to resist it. It seems like I didn't believe you, Soren sighed. Danny said, after 20 years, he never came to find me. 20 years later, I don't know where to find his body. Sigh. I told him clearly that the poison would start acting up after 19 years. It was more painful than any punishment in the world. Only I could help him. He had a year to struggle and hesitate. You're wrong. Losing the supreme demonic pants is the greatest pain in the world, Soren said. Under the hood, Danny's face twisted. I have something else to talk to you about today. I think it's time to choose the Demon King, she said. I just regained my body, and you're telling me this? Soren said unhappily. Sigh, it's because you regained your body that I'm saying this. Once you regain your ability to cause trouble, you'll unconsciously cause trouble. Even if you don't cause trouble, trouble will still come to you. You'll only cause trouble for yourself. Danny looked at him and said sincerely, King Soren, I think you only have one chance left. In every era, we might not be the main characters, but we're definitely the main character's enemies. If we don't defeat the Demon King, the era won't end. Boss Me survived the Ancient Era and the First Human Era. You survived the Second Era. Now 1,000 years have passed in the Third Era. The end of the Third Era will most likely be the same story as Boss Me. Every Demon King only has 2 chances. King Soren, your days are near. It's time to arrange your funeral, Danny said softly. Nonsense. King Sauron shuddered, his face pale with fright. That's just your imagination. It's all fake. He emphasized loudly, as if the louder he spoke, the more reasonable his words were. Soren, you know that during the era of the 2 holy trees, I've been studying the light of Emin and the dark light of the Demon King. After thousands of years, I've almost figured out part of the 4th theme of the Illuvida, the evolution of fate between good and evil. No matter how complicated the process is, in the end, good will triumph over evil. Impossible. You're just an ES god. It's impossible for you to decipher the 4th theme of the movement. Even King Mirko can't do it. Soren shook his head. Sigh, let's wait and see. Soren thought that Danny was just exaggerating. However, not long after he regained his human form, the White Dao Association sent 2 blue-robed wizards, also Maya, to the east. They disrupted the Demon King's allies while searching for the Demon King's whereabouts. Soren did not want to fall into the terrible fate that Angorian had created. He could only leave the east and disguise himself as a warlock, living in seclusion in a desolate mountain in the middle of the continent. After thousands of years of hard training in the city called Dugurdu, Soren finally mastered the dragon elephant art. Stranger, your theory is correct. I can really understand the song of law of the deceased Demon King. He was so excited that he immediately used a magic crystal to send a message to Danny. Have you been affected by the demon god's will? Danny asked. Yes, but I'm the Demon King. Lodo is afraid of me. How would he dare to interfere with my thoughts? Lodo was the original owner of the Dragon Elephant Arts, corresponding rule of law. He was a fallen Maya and Soren's former underling. If that's the case, the Demon King status has a miraculous effect on cultivating warlock scrolls. Danny pondered. Other than King Mirko, which Demon King isn't my underling? Soren laughed proudly. Give me 100,000 years. When I've mastered dozens of songs of law, even if they're all just choruses, who in the world will be my match? Stranger, you have to work hard. We once had more than 5,000 fallen Maya. You have to create at least 5,000 warlock scrolls. If I can master all the warlock and Demon King's laws, I'll be half an Illuvida. By then, it's not impossible to counterattack Valinor. Ha ha ha. The next day, Gandalf the Grey went to Dugurdu. Soren packed his things and fled in panic. Damn it. Why are there Maya from the White Dao Association everywhere? I just want to cultivate. It's been 2,000 years since the Third Era, and I've been wandering everywhere. I don't even have a home to return to. I've never done anything bad or started a war. Isn't it good for everyone to live in peace? Soren the King said angrily. Danny sighed and said nothing. Soren the King once again fled to the east. However, the east also had Maya, so he could only keep a low profile. 400 years later, in the year 2460 of the Third Era, Soren the King left the east again and fled to Dugurdu. Why do I feel like the whole Middle-earth is filled with Maya? He complained. Not many, just 5. Danny comforted him. Is it necessary? I'm all alone. Is it necessary to send 5 Maya to catch me? Plus, I've always been obedient. I even lost my supreme demon pants. Soren the king said sadly. Sigh, it can't be helped. It's been 2,500 years since the third era. I feel like it's coming to an end. Danny sighed. Soren the king shuddered and wailed in his mind. It can't be over. I still need to cultivate my sorcery. I haven't lived long enough. Stranger, you told me last time that you wanted to choose the Demon King. I've thought about it. Can we do it in one go? You have a high status, so you could be the Demon King. I'll give up my position and become your lieutenant, he said dryly. Why do you think I want to choose the Demon King? Danny glared at him and said angrily, I'm afraid that after you die, all the demon children, Villa, mortals, and destiny will think that I have a high status and subconsciously treat me as the Demon King. Chapter 1192. You don't want to be the Devil King? Soren asked. Don't you want to give up your position as well? Danny's tone was strange as well. The two looked at each other for a long time, then sighed and fell silent. After a while, Soren asked suspiciously, when you went to outer space to see King Mirko, you told him that he chose me to be the Devil King. You didn't fake the Imperial Edict, did you? Weren't you overjoyed, crying tears of joy? You even praised me loudly, saying that I was honest and reliable, and that I was the most trustworthy friend? Danny asked. If I knew this would happen, I wouldn't have done it. Soren King sighed. I'm not lying. The old king really did choose you. If you don't believe me, you can ask him yourself when you die, Danny said. Don't say die again. I haven't lived long enough. Soren King trembled. Why don't you choose a Devil King and see if you can give up your destiny? Danny suggested. Who have you taken a fancy to? Solon asked thoughtfully. Who else is more suitable than Maya? Maya. Soren was shocked. You mean the 5 Mayas who corrupted the White Tao Association? Danny nodded with a smile. I think Gandalf has a lot of potential. Gandalf is too righteous and tough. It's too troublesome to defeat him. Why don't we lure the white-robed wizard, Saruman? When the world was first created, he and I were both gods of arcane energy. We're old friends, Soren said. Gandalf is known as the wisest Maya. He can defeat Saruman, but Saruman is no match for him. If Saruman becomes the Devil King, Gandalf can defeat him alone. Then, why should the people of the world unite to fight against evil? Without a world war, how can we end the era? So we can only choose the strongest Devil King, Danny said. Are you sure Saruman can't defeat Gandalf? Saruman is the leader of the White Tao Association. Soren doubted. Danny smiled and shook her head. Combat strength is not equal to strength. Think about yourself. Your combat strength is not that great either. You can't even beat a mortal. Soren Wong Chon blushed. Heroes don't count as mortals. I've decided to choose Saruman. Sigh. Saruman is useless. If he fails, then Soren and Soren were both gods under Aoki. Until the fall of King Soren, Soren had always been the #1 Maya under Aoki. It was only after Soren joined Mirko that Saruman slowly rose to prominence. But even today, he was still not the most powerful man under Aoli. Gandalf, on the other hand, was too awesome. He was the #1 subordinate god of the God King Manwë. Although in the previous eras, Ianwe and Sauron appeared more often, and Gandalf barely had any lines, Ianwe was only Manwë's messenger, and Sauron the Great Eagle was his hired thug. What was Gandalf doing back then? He was also the #1 subordinate god of Crybaby Nina. He was helping Nina repair the earth and pacifying the undead in Mandahal. Nina was a main god on the same level as Aoki, Yavanna, and Valda. Danny felt that if Soren did not turn dark, he would not even be comparable to Gandalf. The Great World of the Seven Gods. Dragon Calendar, year 1800, spring. Snowy Mountain, Sky Dragon Temple. Great Ancestor, you must help me. The thief is vicious. My kingdom is about to fall. A silver-haired old man in his early 50s kowtowed and wailed on the ice crystal floor under the stone steps outside the temple. Stop wailing. This is not the Targaryen family's villa. Do you want to be laughed at by the great families of the world? Through the door, the dwarf's impatient voice could be heard clearly. Great Ancestor, I am about to become the first Targaryen to fall. The people of the world will laugh at me. What is there to be afraid of? The old man shouted. The mottled red wooden door creaked open. The dwarf walked out with a wretched expression. Beside him was a tall and mighty brown-haired woman. 200 years ago, your great ancestor had already made things clear. Flowers do not last 100 days. If you lose your kingdom, then so be it. The clan will ensure that you live a worry-free life. The dwarf sighed. Great ancestor, I am the three-headed red dragon Targaryen. The old man pointed at the clan crest on his chest. There were 4 major branches of the Targaryen family. Dany's newly created pentashade dragon Targaryen. Sansa and Aegon inherited the black sword, three-headed red dragon Targaryen from the mediocre King Aegon. Jon's ice blue, three-headed dragon Targaryen, and the dwarf's orthodox, three-headed red dragon Targaryen. Of course, to this day, Dany's descendants had produced hundreds of kings. Naturally, there were hundreds of Targaryen branches. Many of them had even changed their surnames. Generally speaking, this old man was a descendant of the dwarf, although he did not leave behind any descendants. Yes, Dany's descendants had inherited his fief. What's wrong with the Deer Cauldron Kingdom? Tyrion asked helplessly. Saladin Leo already had great power and authority. Now he wanted to forcefully marry my only daughter, intending to use marriage as a means to legally seize the throne of the Deer Cauldron Kingdom. I was prepared to find a son-in-law among the Targaryens and had already chosen him. But Saladin was too arrogant. He actually sent someone to assassinate him. The old man complained tearfully. Thunder God Saladin? The dwarf's expression was solemn. I remember that he already has several wives. The Leo family is a heretic that entered our world when the heavenly spheres converged. According to their customs, they can marry multiple wives. But we Targaryens are believers of the 7 gods. How can we marry a heretic and share a husband with several women? That's too much, the old man shouted. Sigh, there have been too many heretics recently. Even Westeros are in a mess because of them. The 7 gods are too merciful. The onlookers on the side sighed. Sakia, bring him to Sky Dragon Temple. I'll find someone to inquire about Saladin, Tyrion said to the Megalosaurus's wife. With that, he leaped and transformed into a 40-meter-long, 4-legged Megalosaurus, flying north at supersonic speed. At the gates of hell, Tyrion found old Yemot, who was emitting a holy white light. Old man, what did the Holy Mother say? Can I destroy Saladin's tribe? Old Yemot shook his head solemnly. You can't destroy him. Saladin has the mandate of heaven for the next few thousand years. The mandate of heaven? Tyrion shouted in shock. How is that possible? Without the great calamity of the era and the new era, where would the mandate of heaven come from? Saladin's bloodline talent is second only to the elves' ancient blood. His era is the new era. Old Yemot said. Isn't it just summoning lightning? Tyrion was puzzled. No, his Song of Lightning has the potential to evolve into the creation lightning. That is the first fire, divine lightning that can split heaven and earth apart in the Void Realm. Not to mention a Targaryen princess, the Holy Mother of Believers is willing to sacrifice all the girls in the Targaryen family for this possibility. It is not Dany. Of course, the benefits will be taken by Dany in the end, just like the ancient blood. The old man sighed. Tyrion's eyes flashed and asked, Can we take away his mandate of heaven? Ow! The old man frowned. Isn't he a stud horse? We Targaryens have never lacked women and children. It is only because of the strict rules of the family that they are unable to imitate their seniors and throw themselves into the passion garden. Now it is time for them to display their strengths and contribute to the family. Not only do we have to marry off our daughters, we also have to get those wives, mature women, old fairies, fake Lolas, and real scoundrels to the side. Without leaving a trace, without telling them anything, just let them gather together spontaneously. Then, let him sow seeds every day and have no time to cultivate. After a few hundred years, when a child with both the Targaryen bloodline and the divine lightning of creation grows up, will he still have a mandate of heaven? The dwarf said sinisterly. Old Yamant was dumbfounded. Tyrion, Tyrion. Suddenly, a familiar voice seemed to come from outside of time. It was illusory and hard to grasp. Dany. Old Yamant was shocked. You, Tyrion was stunned and said in surprise, "Is that Saladin so important that you have to come personally?" Saladin? Dany, who was outside of time, thought for a moment and said with a smile, "Don't mess around. Even if your honey trap succeeds, his son is not much different from him. I am determined to get the divine lightning of chaos. No matter what, the will of the world will let the song of the thunder god be sung. Jon and Jaime might even become true gods after him." Jaime can become a true god too? Tyrion was surprised and delighted. After 3,000 years, his Song of Nights will begin, and after about 50,000 years, it will be completed, Dany said. "Won't you affect the future if you tell us now?" Old Yamant asked worriedly. "Don't worry, you won't affect the future. Old Yamant doesn't appear in the mortal world, but Jaime and I will visit Old Man Tywin's grave every spring festival. After that, we will have a reunion dinner together," the dwarf said. "I'm afraid you won't be able to visit Tywin's grave for the next 3,000 years. "I have a mission for you," Dany said. "What mission?" "I've encountered a completely sealed high-level world in a high-level universe. Information and thoughts can only enter, but not leave. My clone is facing a great calamity, but she doesn't know anything about it and can't do anything about it. I want you to take on the calamity in her place," Dany said. The dwarf's expression became twisted. "Can't you find me when something good happens?" Old Yamant comforted him. "Dany definitely won't give you a mission that will definitely kill you. With her current realm, she can at least protect your life." "I really have to die this time," Dany said. Old Yamant was stupefied. She hurriedly added, "But old man, you're right. With my current realm, there's no difference between life and death. It's just a clone. Why do you want me to take the risk?" The dwarf helplessly asked. "That clone knows too many secrets of the high-level First Flame. Since the world is completely sealed, information can only enter but not leave. How do you know about the great calamity that even she doesn't know about?" the dwarf doubtfully asked. Dany was silent for a moment and sighed. "I'll tell you the secret now. In a while, I'll erase your memories from the source of time. In fact, before I send you in, your memories and humanity will be deleted or slightly adjusted. Not only you, but also my clone. She doesn't even know that her main body has the flame of creation. Do you understand what I mean?" Tyrion's expression was solemn. "You have competitors, and their realm in the First Flame is higher than yours? There are many experts in the upper universe, and I'm far from being the strongest." Dany first sighed heavily and then excitedly said, "But I have the initiative. The Earth I've been guarding can resonate with other Earths, and even the world origins related to Earth. Although I can't see my clone's memories, I can vaguely see the direction of fate, the fate of the world, and the role my clone plays in the fate of the world. When Soren decided to find Saruman, his fate of defeat was set. But in the 4th and 5th eras after him, who would become the Dark Demon Monarch? My clone thought that by hiding behind the scenes, she could escape the fate of becoming the Dark Demon Monarch and then being defeated. But in reality, the 4th and 5th eras will be modernized and even star-oriented societies. There won't be any great demon monarchs in a classical sense. A mastermind like her happens to be the correct way to become the Dark Demon Monarch of the new era." "You want me to be the mastermind behind the scenes?" Tyrion asked. "With your meager strength and shallow knowledge, how are you qualified to be the mastermind behind the scenes?" Dany said in disdain. Chapter 1193. "You just said that there was no classical demon lord in the 4th and 5th eras, and that the mastermind is more suitable," Tyrion said with a wooden face. "The mastermind is suitable, but not the only one. Of course, I have to make the choice that benefits me the most. But you have no choice, and you still have to let me block the disaster. What right do you have to compete with the creator of that world?" Tyrion said. "Not bad. You lack knowledge, but you don't lack wisdom. You quickly grasped the main point. Danny praised and smiled. That creator is called Ru, the only God. It knows everything in the world called Ru. It knows everything that I know. It knows what I am thinking, what I am doing, and even what I'm going to do in the future. I don't know what I'm doing or thinking, let alone my future, but I know that I act and think. I know what choice I will make when faced with a choice. More importantly, I have roughly figured out Iru's thinking and way of doing things through observation for several years. I gave you opportunity to choose to Iru and me and Iru. In this way, I achieved the goal of indirectly interfering with the cycle of Iru's era. Of course, I don't have much ambition. I don't want to control Iru. I only hope to ensure that Angorian can survive until the universe is destroyed. Her words were a bit confusing, but Tyrion immediately understood. You and Iru stood on the second floor. Iru stood on the third floor. You here stood on the fourth floor. Danny smiled bitterly and said, You think too highly of me. It's true that Iru stood on the third floor, but I'm definitely not on the fourth floor. I barely climbed onto the balcony on the third floor with 2 hands and tried my best to do pull-ups. The serious lack of information in Iru is a shortcoming that is difficult to make up for. Tyrion thought for a moment and asked, In order to maintain the split soul in Iru for a long time, your main consciousness must also be in the upper universe. Then where are you now? If it's a split soul, it shouldn't be able to exist for a long time through the upper and lower dimensional walls. I'm outside of time. If my main body is in the upper universe from 1600 to 10,000 years of the dragon calendar, then what about after 10,000 years? If I return after 10,000 years, can I return to the present? Of course, my current state is much more advanced than time travel. I am a me outside of time. I am the me from 1600 years ago, and also the me from 10,000 years or a million years later. I transcend time and stand above it. The world of the 7 gods is my territory, and I can easily do this. But in the upper universe, I'm just an ordinary Tao seeker. Therefore, my main body must head to the upper universe. Therefore, even though my true body went to the upper universe, I could still control the lower universe. Tyrion frowned. I don't quite understand. You don't have to understand. You just have to understand that I will never do anything that is detrimental to myself. Tyrion's mouth twitched. But I just want to know if you're doing something bad to me. Everyone is a loving family. If it's good for Danny, wouldn't it be good for you too? Yamant Sr. chuckled. When you were alive, although you were biased towards her, you would still say a few words of justice from time to time. But now, tell me, is this something a human should say? She's obviously asking me to block the tribulation. I'm going to die, the dwarf shouted. Sigh, don't blame me for being biased. You all grew up safely under her wings. As the umbrella holding up the sky, she had to take risks and roam the outside world, fighting with many powerful enemies for every tiny opportunity. How difficult and dangerous it is. Old Yamant Sr. said with a complicated expression. Danny was a little touched. The old man understood the hardships and helplessness of being the head of the family. After all, Tyrion sighed helplessly. That one god. Will he let me enter the first sub-god? Sagrador knows that I'm not Angorian, just as he knows. But I'm not sure about their plans in the first sub-god. Just like the highly evolved first flame, he knows how difficult it is to perfectly replace a person's life imprint. Therefore, he's sure that I'm definitely in existence at the level of a creator god. Just like when a sculptor sees a master-level sculpture, he'll definitely be able to confirm that the creator of the sculpture is also a master-level sculpture. Danny explained Sagrador and Angorian, then sneered. I've taken a liking to Iru and want to grasp the secret of the first flame's evolution from him. He also wants to scheme against me. He knows that I'm not as good as him, so he wants to devour me. If he devours me, he'll be able to grasp another path of evolution for the first flame. Unfortunately, as a half-completed first flame, I deeply understand how strong the evolved first flame is. When I entered the first sub-god, I cleared most of my memories. The me in the first sub-god is like a blank piece of paper. I have the goal of filling the paper with information. I don't even know that I've grasped the flame of creation and I don't even know that my path is the song of ice and fire, and not just simply allowing the first flame to evolve. It sounds so complicated and dangerous. It's even more terrifying than the power struggle in the imperial court. Old Yimant's face was pale as he muttered to himself. I thought that the powerful beings are all aloof from worldly affairs, indifferent, extraordinary, and unrestrained. Tyrion was also shocked. I didn't expect that even after becoming a creator god, there's still so much intrigue, deception, and swords. It's even more intense than the battles between mortals. The greater the power, the greater the desire. Desire is the source of evil. The greater the desire, the less morals one has. Hence, the powerful beings are all extremely evil. Dany sighed softly. Then, she continued solemnly, because of my caution, Eru hasn't been able to take advantage of me all this while. It needs a breakthrough point, and Sagrador's cross-realm summoning talent is one direction. I even suspect that Sagrador is the trump card that Eru prepared for me. In recent years, Sagrador's main body outside the first subgod has been searching for me in the dark dimension. I'm guessing that he wants to send a message to my main body from the first subgod to make me anxious and confused. Since that's the case, I'll purposely expose a flaw and send it to them. Tyrion felt a sense of familiarity. He pointed at his nose and muttered, "The flaw is me? You're my only brother, my biological brother. What would Eru think? You're clearly a dumb muggle. Now, you can cultivate, live forever, and become a great true god. I'll give you the Song of the 10 Laws later. It's all because of my careful care." What would Eru think if he knew? Dany smiled. Song of the 10 Laws. Tyrion wasn't wild with joy. Instead, he was trembling. How much would he gain from such a huge investment? The greater the reward, the greater the risk. Suddenly, Tyrion's expression changed. He shouted, "I remember now. This feeling. Isn't the time when you used me and Aegon as meat shields for Simba? Simba's brain isn't as agile as yours. If he falls, he'll really fall. After you fall, you'll understand your true nature and greatly improve your realm. Think about it carefully. Which of the missions I've arranged for you over the years didn't have great benefits?" Dany said. Tyrion subconsciously touched the 7-star crown on his forehead and asked, "Can you guarantee that I'll become a true god? Will you give me all the 10 laws after I complete the mission?" Dany shook her head and said, "The 10 laws are bait. It's proof that I love you, my only brother. In the end, I might not be able to keep all of them. Also, only the laws that you comprehend will truly belong to you. I'll help you comprehend more than one song of the laws." Tyrion was a little moved. His talent wasn't that great. In the past 2,000 years, he hadn't even touched the edge of the laws. Now that he was guaranteed to become a powerful true god with many laws, it seemed, "Where is your main body, and what are you doing? I want to know what are your chances of winning against Eru," he asked. Dany thought for a moment and said, "Over the years, I've been to many universes. In the Grim Reaper world, I was the Grim Reaper, materializing 4 megalosaurus dragon souls into 4 swords. Later, I was lucky enough to come across the broken investiture of the gods' world. I saw Taoist Heaven Span use the immortal slaying 4 swords at the end of the era, returning the world to its origin and turning it into a weak flame. I discussed the Tao with him in the chaos for 10 trillion years. He learned part of my flame of creation, and I learned his immortal slaying 4 swords and the creation polarity of destruction. So, you don't have to doubt my combat power. The result of falling out is just me and Eru stabbing each other in the chest. He may have a long HP bar, but I'm agile. I can travel through time and space without a trace. Well, I'm fast. Why can you discuss the Tao with Taoist Heaven Span, but you and Eru stabbing each other? Old Yimant asked worriedly. Sai, if I'm stronger than Taoist Heaven Span, I would have swallowed him directly. What's the point of discussing the Tao? 10 trillion years. Do I have time? If he's stronger than me, he would have swallowed me long ago. But Eru is stronger than me, much stronger. Dany sighed. Yimant's face contorted, and he said embarrassedly, "Isn't it good for everyone to be friendly?" Old man, you're already so old. How can you say such childish things? My level is too low. If he discussed the Tao with me as an equal, I would get much more than he gets from me. It was like a primary school student sharing knowledge with a college student. Who would benefit more? More importantly, there's only one Tao. I have my own Tao, and now I need Iru's knowledge even more. He doesn't need my knowledge as much. He's reached a bottleneck in the evolution of the first flame, and he's more eager to take over my Tao. If he knows that the Song of Ice and Fire can be merged and become the supreme law of the universe, Iru will most likely give up on Iru and enter the lower universe to take over the great world of 7 gods. The original name of this world is the world of ice and fire. Why did I change its name to the great world of 7 gods? I'm afraid that you'll reveal your origins when you're wandering in another world, and people will find out the secret of this world. What's the Song of Ice and Fire? Tyrion and Ymont were confused. Oh, it slipped out of my mouth. I forgot that I deleted this memory from everyone's mind when I was at the origin of time. Dany said strangely. Tyrion and his son were dumbfounded. How many memories did you change? Not much. I just made sure that my secret wasn't leaked. The dwarf sighed and finally asked, what a mortal slaying sword. What sword of destruction? They're all desperate moves. Don't you have a chance of winning? If the 2 gods of creation really fight, I'm afraid that not even ashes will be left if I'm caught in the crossfire. Of course there's a chance. My main body is currently a titled Doloa in the great world of Doloa. The laws of that world are very mysterious. If I can make good use of them, my potential won't lose to ours. What laws? Tyrion asked curiously. It can merge many songs of laws into one. It's not like mixing dough and stone. Instead, it's like mixing water and milk, and a qualitative change occurs. Dany said with a solemn expression. In our world, it's very difficult for 2 different laws to be linked. In other words, it's very difficult to achieve the effect of 1 + 1 greater than 2. However, in the Doloa world, 8 laws or even more can be merged into one, increasing one's strength by 10 times or even 100 times. Tyrion's heart skipped a beat. You want to merge the 4 elements into a world? That's right. Once you become a god of creation, you'll have the qualifications to fight with Iru. I've seen Iru's methods. If the realm of the 4 elements forming a world is on the 1st floor, then Iru is on the 3rd floor. So, I have to find another way. At this point, Dany laughed. You know that I'm proficient in spirit bestowment techniques. I bestow a spirit to the earth. The earth has a spirit, so it gives birth to an earth soul ring. I bestow a spirit to the sky. The sky has a spirit, so it gives birth to a soul ring. After that, there's also wind, rain, thunder, lightning, and other natural phenomena. What 10,000-year black soul ring, 100,000-year red soul ring? They're all trash in front of me, the white ringed. After that, I'll also bestow a spirit to the sun and a spirit to the black hole. Especially the black hole. My Angorian body is a black hole. As long as my understanding of black holes and the celestial universe surpasses Iru. Even if I'm inferior in other aspects, when Iru dies out, I'll be able to keep my achievements in Iru. The dwarf finally asked, what should I do? You don't have to do anything. Iru knows everything. I'll split you into 2, the kind Tyrion and the evil Tyrion. I'll only send in the angel Tyrion that I've specially customized and leave the rest to fate's natural evolution. Dany said with a sly smile. Chapter 1194. The Third Era, the year 2790. In a low wooden house by the lake, Tyrion was sweating profusely. The hammer in his hand and the sword on the anvil made a ping, 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 ping sound. In a blacksmith shop, dwarves were carrying buckets and charcoal to and fro. Outside the house, he could vaguely hear the sound of his elder brother negotiating with the human traders. Humans were treacherous, and human traders were even more treacherous. This kind of business with treacherous traders should be done by the clever second prince of Turin, But Tyrion really didn't want to face the question of how can a half-human have a dwarf for a father from strangers. Tyrion Turin, a half-human, the illegitimate son of the king under the mountain, therein too. When he lived in Lonely Mountain, the dwarves didn't treat him differently. Only the humans liked to make a fuss about nothing. Although his wife had an illegitimate son with his half-human cousin, therein too didn't abandon his wife and son. Later, he had another son and daughter with his wife. A dwarf who loves gems is a real dwarf. A half-human who can't control his second son is a real half-human. This was a popular proverb among the dwarves and half-humans. The dwarves were already used to the illegitimate son of a half-human. A half-human male and a half-human female dwarf gave birth to a half-human female dwarf, and a half-human female dwarf gave birth to a half-human male dwarf. It was very magical. Dwarves and half-humans were very distinct, but they were also very close. The two groups had always been living together. The days in Lonely Mountain were very happy, but didn't last long. Not long after, the evil dragon Smog came. Tyrion only hated that his soul was transmigrated, and he didn't bring the witchcraft of transforming into a demonic dragon. It was too tragic. At that time, the whole Lonely Mountain was like a burning furnace. Countless familiar relatives and friends were burned to ashes. His half-human father, dwarf grandmother, and dwarf mother, who were very good to him, all died in that catastrophe. He was young, only a teenager. His grandfather and father carried him out of the secret passage. But they escaped with their lives, and their family business was all gone. They could only wander around, forging ironware and selling it to human traders to make a living. 20 years passed in a flash. Oh no, oh no! The old king has been killed by the beastmen. Suddenly, the sorrowful cry of an old dwarf came from afar. Tyrion hurriedly put down his hammer and ran out with his deformed short legs. Well, his legs were deformed and short, but his feet were bigger and stronger than those of the hobbits. Running barefoot on the muddy ground seemed to be able to obtain an endless supply of energy from the depths of the earth. Running dozens of miles didn't seem to be tiring at all. According to the old dwarf, this was a blessing given by Arcane to the half-humans to make up for their deformed limbs. "What's the matter?" he cried as he ran. Outside the courtyard, there were already many dwarves in shabby clothes gathered together. The weapons merchant with a big belly had not left yet. He stood out from the crowd and was very conspicuous. Whoa! The female dwarves were crying, and the male dwarves were swearing. Tyrion squeezed through the crowd and saw his cheapskate father holding a white-haired head, his entire body trembling. His eldest brother, Soren, and his third brother, Frelin, had red eyes, their faces filled with grief and anger. His younger sister, Dice, was hugging her two nephews and crying softly. He walked closer and saw that it was his grandfather's head. There was even a name carved on the face. Azoga. Who is he? Tyrion clenched his fists and roared while suppressing his anger. The Beastman King of the Misty Mountains. The dwarf, Anar, who had brought back the head of the previous king, cried. This is a provocation. The eldest, Soren, gritted his teeth. No, this is not a provocation. This is a humiliation, a declaration of war. Tyrion walked to his cheapskate father. Father, we have no choice but to go to war. But we only have so few people left, and we definitely can't win if we fight head-on. We need allies. Send a letter to Iron Hill. Saran hugged her father's head and sobbed. Back then, Aoki created 7 dwarves, so there were 7 dwarven families in total. The royal family was the long-bearded dwarf Turin and his descendants. The dwarves lived in the mines of Moria in the Misty Mountains, the place where Gandalf met the Balrog in The Lord of the Rings for thousands of years. Because the mines were too deep, the Balrog that was hiding deep underground was awakened. The Balrog that could only be used as cannon fodder in the First Era became a top-level boss in the Third Era. It defeated the entire dwarven race with its own strength. After escaping from Moria, the royal family of Turin was divided into 2 brothers. One was the main branch and settled in Lonely Mountain, the place where The Hobbit took place. The younger brother led the other branch and moved to Iron Hill in the east, the dwarves who came to Sorin's aid in the War of the Five Armies. But in less than a few hundred years, there were too many treasures in Lonely Mountain, and it attracted smog. The royal family of Turin became refugees again, which was Tyrion and his group now. Even the prince had to work as a blacksmith to support his family. Originally, with 3 generations of ancestors and grandchildren still around, 3 generations living under the same roof, it could be considered a happy and harmonious life. But the old man's madness acted up, and he only brought one servant to Moria to reclaim the old capital. His head was chopped off by the orcs, and the name of the murderer was carved on his forehead. Tyrion glanced at the weapons merchants who were watching from the sidelines and whispered, "Dad, we can send a letter to Uncle, but we can't let the Iron Hill dwarves take the lead. This is a blood feud between us, the dwarves of Lonely Mountain." He was only a half-human, so he didn't feel awkward saying this. "But we only have these few people," Selene said bitterly. Smelling the stench of the corpse, Tyrion sighed and said, "Let's bury grandfather first. We can discuss the recruitment later." 3 days later, Selene, his 3 sons, and a number of relatives and officials in the Hobbit, the 12 dwarves who accompanied Thorin in reclaiming Lonely Mountain, were all side branches of the royal family of Turin, gathered by the well in the backyard, and held a family meeting about revenge and future national policy. "Father, there are many people in the Black Barbarian land, human tribes in the wilderness, wandering dwarves and hobbits. You are the king, and you should take the people as your subjects," Tyrion said first. The main characters of the Second Era were the Númenóreans, and the main characters of the Third Era were still the Dendane people. Currently, there are only 2 kingdoms that could be considered civilized in Middle-earth, the North and the South, Arnor in the North, and Gondor in the South. Arnor was founded by Eärendil, a side branch of the Dendane royal family who survived the Great Cataclysm. Gondor blocked the gates of Mordor, and was founded by Isildo and his brother. Eärendil was Isildo's father, so the 2 kingdoms shared a monarch for a long time. Arnor and Gondor, which originated from the Númenóreans, were naturally the center of human civilization. The other places were very barren. For example, the Black Barbarian land where the Tauren dwarves were wandering. Just from a name, one could tell how primitive the civilization was. But in reality, the Black Barbarian land was only a few hundred kilometers away from Rohan, the nomadic people in The Lord of the Rings, and Rohan was next to Gondor. If the Black Barbarian land was so barren, one could imagine how the other places were like. We can raise the flag of the Dwarven Emperor and recruit the dwarves as our direct subjects, expanding the base of the Tauren royal family. The hobbits are also very short and look like half-humans, so we can take them in as well. As for the humans, we can make them the vassals of the Dwarven Emperor and guard the borders of the Dwarven lands. Tyrion became more and more excited as he spoke, and his ugly face turned red. The dwarves beside him were confused. "We are Tauren dwarves, and the barbarian dwarves are not of the same race as us," Thorin said with a frown. "The hobbits are like half-humans, but they are not half-humans. Half-humans are the cousins of dwarves, but hobbits are not," Balin mumbled. His father, Thorlane, also shook his head and said, "Let's write to Uncle Grawl of the Iron Hill. My father is his brother, and he will not ignore this blood feud." Tyrion remembered that the dwarves were famous for their stubbornness, and he was afraid that he would not be able to persuade them. So he said, "How about this? Let's learn from Grandpa and Uncle Grawl and start splitting up now. My eldest brother will inherit the throne of the king under the mountain, and I will be the second son. Like Uncle Grawl, I will get a part of the family property and come out to work alone. I'm not dead yet. And how old are you? You're only in your early 40s. How can you go out on your own?" Thorlane glared at him. "I didn't want to split up before, but Grandpa was beheaded by a half-orc, so I have to gather all forces for revenge," Tyrion shouted. "Actually, it is not a bad idea to split up now. Tyrion has always been a restless person. If we split up, he will be less restrained, and you will also be less angry," Thorlane, Groin mumbled. He was one of the 12 dwarven warriors in The Hobbit and also the father of the dwarf Gimli of the Ring Protection Team in The Lord of the Rings. At the same time, he was also part of the royal family of Turin. The dwarf king, who had lost his kingdom, thought about it carefully and felt that his brother's words made sense. He nodded and said hesitantly, "But now we are poor and have no property to give to Tyrion. One Marilla, one lonely mountain. Brother, you pick first and leave the rest to me." Tyrion laughed. Soren frowned and said, "In the depths of Marilla, there is the Bane of Turin, the name given by the dwarves to the Balrog, and it is now occupied by the half-orcs. The lonely mountain has become Smaug's lair, and you will not get anything. I only want righteousness and hope. I will use righteousness to gather the people, and hope to arm the warriors. One day, I will make hope a reality, and righteousness will become the crown on my head." Tyrion said, "Good. You are indeed my son. You have ambition." The old dwarf king praised and clapped his hands. He turned to his eldest son and said, "Soren, you are the eldest son. You pick first. I was born in the Lonely Mountain, and I have never seen Marilla. I want to go home," Soren murmured. "All right, from today onwards, please call me King of Marilla," Tyrion said in high spirits. "What about me? Father, eldest brother, second brother. What will I get?" The third brother, Frelin, asked excitedly. "You?" Tyrion looked at his younger brother's youthful face and said, "I will be the king, and you will be the prince. Marilla is very big, and it runs through the Misty Mountains and connects the eastern and western continents. Each of us will guard one end." "Ha ha, thank you, second brother." Frelin grinned foolishly. At first, all the dwarves thought that Tyrion's title of King of Marilla was a joke, but as he used the title of King of Marilla to recruit the first batch of 200 wandering dwarves from the Dark Barbarian, his cheat father's expression became serious, and the Turin dwarves stopped laughing behind his back. When Tyrion incorporated the 200 wandering dwarves into his personal guards and arranged 10 Turin dwarves as team leaders and his younger brother Frelin as the commander, the other Turin dwarves began to look at the actions of this half-human dwarf king with cautious eyes. He asked Iron Hill's uncle to be the guarantor and borrowed a large sum of money from the human merchants. He then used the money to buy supplies and food and equipped 211 dwarven guards with goat mounts. After that, Tyrion personally led the royal guards to sweep through the Dark Barbarian on a large scale. At first, he only wanted the dwarves. 2 years later, a small kingdom of 3,000 dwarves was established at the border between the Dark Barbarian and the Misty Mountains. With 3,000 dwarves, Tyrion finally began to accept the barbarian tribes as his vassals. His method was very simple. He gave them iron tools and salt. No tribe could refuse iron tools, weapons, and salt as white as fine sand. 5 years later, King Marilla used the newly mined gold, silver, and gems to repay the loan from the human merchants, and tripled the amount. King Marilla's reputation for being generous, honest, and trustworthy gradually spread to the nearby kingdoms. Chapter 1195. In order to avenge his father, the dwarf king Selene ran around and contacted all the dwarf tribes. After 9 years, he finally formed an army of 500 dwarves. In addition, the dwarves of the Iron Hill also agreed to send 800 dwarves as support. Of course, they didn't just contact their dwarven allies. They also went along the Misty Mountains from the north to the south, clearing out the small orc strongholds one by one. When he brought his eldest son Soren back to the Dark Barbarian land excitedly and prepared to call on his son to join the final battle, he was shocked at the gate of the Dark Barbarian Dwarven Kingdom. A dense army was marching out of the city. There was an endless army of dwarf goat cavalry, rows and rows of human heavy infantrymen in shining armor, and squads of human cavalrymen holding all kinds of banners. "Father, brother, you're finally here." If you came a few days later, second brother would have cleared out all the orcs in Moria himself. Third brother Frelin saw his dusty father and brother from afar. They rode a strong and tall black goat and ran over. These years We've been hunting orcs from the south to the north. Now, the orc king and his subordinates have all gathered near the mines of Moria. Soren looked at OL-3's shining radiant armor and the powerful mountain goat he was sitting on. He then looked down at his old, dusty plate armor and the broken boots that revealed his feet. He felt very upset. These people, soldiers, where did they come from? What are they doing here? Old King Selene was confused. 1,500 goat knights were all the guards of the House of Turin. 3,000 heavy cavalry. They're also from the House of Turin. They're the army of the human vassals. The 2,000 light cavalry are also from the vassals' territories. There's also 3,000 Rohan hussars and 3,000 mercenaries from Gondor and other human kingdoms. This is already more than 10,000 people. Selene stuttered in disbelief. Even at the peak of the Turin dwarves, it was difficult to form an army of 10,000 dwarven warriors. Why are there so many vassals? Soren didn't understand. All the humans, hobbits in the dark barbarian land, and the wanderers near the misty mountains have been gathered by second brother to farm around the capital. There's a total of 18 earls and 24 lords, more than 100,000 people. Transferring 5,000 soldiers won't affect production too much, Frelin said proudly. Why are the humans willing to pledge their loyalty to Tyrion? Soren was confused. Because the House of Turin is famous, because the King of Moria was passed down from the First Era, because my second brother was a meritorious person who broke the monopoly of the noble bloodline. Seeing the confusion on his father's and brother's faces, the third son explained, working for Emperor Gondor will at most earn the Emperor's verbal praise and maintain an official position in the Empire for only one generation. If you work for us, you'll be rewarded. If you make a small contribution, you'll be rewarded with money. Second brother is even more generous than the Dangdan Emperor. If you make a big contribution, you'll be granted a title, hereditary title, and you'll be divorced from the country. Therefore, the humans are willing to serve the Dwarf King. But there are so many human nobles. Is this still the Dwarven Kingdom? Soren frowned. Anyway, humans like to live on the plains, and we dwarves live in caves. We don't interfere with each other, and it's a win-win situation if we work together, third brother said disapprovingly. Selene nodded and said, when we were in Lonely Mountain, we also got along well with the humans in Long Lake Town. We dwarves want mountains, while humans want plains. Why did the Rohan cavalry also come? Then he asked again. 2 years ago, second brother personally went to Rohan and had a good talk with the cavalry king. They formed an alliance to fight against the half-orcs. They can do that? Old Wong murmured. Not only Rohan, but also the large tribes and small kingdoms near the Misty Mountains were roped in by second brother. Everyone agreed on a time to encircle and suppress the half-orcs together. The half-orcs are not only the enemies of the dwarves, but also all humans. The enemy of an enemy is not necessarily a friend, but there's always the possibility of cooperation. Frelin, you've grown up. Old Wong stroked his long beard with relief. It's all second brother's teaching. Where's Tyrion? Old Wong turned his head and looked around. The task of commanding the troops was given to me in Balin. Second brother should still be practicing in the palace. Practicing? Old Wong's face suddenly changed, and he said sternly, why said in the past he ignored it? The Dark Demon King's sorcery is a demonic art, and it can't be practiced. Why didn't he listen? Why didn't you persuade him? Frelin said disapprovingly, Father, we have to face the Balrog, the nemesis of Turin. Normal power is useless. Even at the peak of the Turin dynasty, they still couldn't defend Marilla. Now, we can't even see the tail of the peak. If we don't find other ways, how can we succeed? Also, in the era when the Dark Demon King ruled the world, the great Emperor of Gondor, Isildo, could become the greatest hero because he practiced the sorcery sword manual? Soren thought, and he gradually agreed with the choice of his second brother and third brother. Without the sorcery sword manual, Isildo couldn't defend Gondor, and he couldn't end the Dark Demon King's rule. Without the sorcery sword manual, even if Tyrion could drive away the half-orcs, he couldn't defeat the nemesis of Turin. Without the sorcery sword manual, he He couldn't drive away Smog and take back his home in the lonely mountain. Second brother is practicing the sorcery sword manual. Did second brother cut off his penis? Selene exclaimed. No, the sorcery sword manual is the secret of the royal family of Gundor. Normal people can't see it. Also, second brother said that the sorcery sword manual is all about speed. The Dark Demon King's weakness is fleeting, so it needs to be fast. But the nemesis of Turin doesn't have any obvious weakness. We can't get close to it, and we can't break its defense. No matter how fast it is, it's useless. What kind of sorcery is Tyrion practicing? Soren asked. Frelin jumped down from the goat and whispered to his elder brother, Frost Axe. Soren looked at his father. You are very knowledgeable. Have you ever heard of this sorcery? It seems to be related to ice. It can counter the nemesis of Turin, and it can even counter the fire dragon. Where did he find such a high-level secret manual? Although it's easy to fall into darkness by practicing sorcery, each secret manual represents an ultimate power, and each ultimate power can only have one master. The more powerful the ultimate power, the more precious the secret manual is, and the less likely it is to be passed down. Selene frowned. Second brother bought it from a street stall. It's not a lost secret manual. Once the secret manual is passed down, there are too many people practicing it. Everyone is competing for the ultimate power. Shaking his head, Old Wong laughed. I'm thinking too much. Even if the secret manual is open for everyone to practice, not everyone has the right to master the ultimate power. Father, you keep talking about the ultimate power. What is it? Soren was confused. Frelin also looked at his father curiously. It was also his first time hearing about the ultimate power. The ultimate power is the upper limit of sorcery. It's a power that only gods can master. The power of gods. How strong is it? Soren was stunned. Then he complained. If we practiced sorcery since we were young, we might have the power to chase Smog away. It's been 30 years. We've abandoned our country for 30 years. Old Wong shook his head and sighed. The ultimate power is essentially the power of the Dark Demon King who died in battle. The deeper you practice sorcery, the easier it is to connect with the will of the Dark Demon King, and the easier it is for you to fall into darkness. If you lose your mind and your will is twisted, what's the use of having the strongest power? Also, the ultimate power is not invincible. In fact, in ancient times, there were often mortals who killed the Dark Demon King, who had the ultimate power. It's such a waste to lose your mind and humanity for a less powerful power. I heard that Turin's nemesis was very common in the ancient times. Salin asked blankly. Even in the ancient times, Turin's nemesis was at the level of a Dark Demon King, Selene said seriously. You said it yourself. Mortals often killed Dark Demon Kings. Are you saying that all of us dwarves combined can't compare to the mortals who often appeared in the ancient times? Salin said bitterly. It's not like that. Selene waved his hand and smiled bitterly. In the ancient times, we dwarves could also kill Turin's nemesis. Many dark demon dragons died in the hands of dwarves. Not to mention Smog, even the ancestor of the Megalosaurus, Glorung, Sai. Times have changed. The power of magic is getting weaker year by year. Even the elves who are supposed to live forever are dying like mortals. The elves are dying of old age? Salin and his brother exclaimed. Selene's eyes flashed and said in a low voice, Salin, you are my successor. I'm not sure if I can survive the battle with the orcs this time. There are some secrets that I should tell you. That's right. Since the beginning of the Third Era, the power of us and the elves has been greatly weakened. The elves can still live forever because they have the 3 elven rings. Magic ring? Salin's expression changed. Selene nodded slightly. The Third Era is coming to an end. I have a feeling that the Supreme Magic Pants will appear soon. If the pants are destroyed, all the rings of power will lose their magic power. By then, the elves will have to leave Middle-earth. Father, Salin said hesitantly, we Turin dwarves also have a ring of power, right? You can't use it. The Dark Demon King has already returned. Selene said sternly. Salin's face flashed with disappointment, and asked in a muffled voice, "Father, you know so many secrets. Are you also a member of the White Path Association? Can you ask the white-robed wizard Saruman to help us fight against the demon dragon and Turin's nemesis?" I'm not familiar with Saruman. During the era of Moria, the king of Turin dwarves was a temporary member of the White Path Association. After the Lonely Mountain fell, he even lost his status as an observer. The old dwarf king's expression was bleak, a king who can't even protect his own kingdom. Why does he have to protect Middle-earth? These secrets were all told to me by your grandfather. Our ancestors also knew about them. At that time, the Turin dwarves could decide the fate of the world. Father, I also want to learn the secret book of sorcery. I must take revenge on Smog. Soren gritted his teeth and said. Selene looked at the Need army and said with a determined gaze, "Let's put Smog aside first. This time, we must kill the Orc King Azig and take revenge for your grandfather." Tyrion spent 9 years to prepare an army of 11,000 dwarves and humans. What did it mean in Middle-earth? In the War of the Five Armies in The Hobbit, the total number of dwarves was only 500. The number of elves and humans in Long River Town was definitely less than 500. In the Lord of the Rings' famous Battle of Helm's Deep, Rohan's army was less than 300. The number of elves was also less than that. What looked like hundreds of thousands of orcs was actually only 10,000. After that, the Battle of Whitetown was the most magnificent battle in the Lord of the Rings. It looked like there were at least 100,000 of them. No, Whitetown's guards were about 2,000 to 3,000, and Rohan's cavalry was about 6,000. The orcs that covered the plains outside the city were massacred by 6,000 cavalry, which meant that there were less than 30,000 of them. It looked like there were a lot of people in the movie, but it was all an illusion. The Chinese director could make a battle of hundreds of thousands of people look like gangsters fighting, but the foreigners could make a battle of millions of people that decided the fate of the world. Therefore, even if Tyrion's army of 10,000 was placed in the final battle of the Lord of the Rings at the end of the era, it could still change the fate of the world. At that time, his army was almost invincible. King Tyrion, the ruler of Moria. When Tyrion chopped off Azig's head with his axe and stood on the stone steps in front of the gate of Moria, he raised the head high. The cheers of the dwarves and humans shook the sky and reverberated far away in the valley. Tyrion's army was armed to the teeth. Marilla's orcs were less than 4,000, and they were still lacking in armor and weapons. Serene's vengeful battle, which she had been prepared to die for, had turned out to be a crushing victory. Azig dared to humiliate the Turin dwarves, humiliate my grandfather. I will never forget this hatred. I will wrap his head in gold and use it as a chamber pot. I will put it in a public toilet so that all the dwarves can come and pee in it. Tyrion held the head in his left hand and the axe in his right as he roared at his subjects with a ferocious expression. Long live King Tyrion. The dwarves were getting more and more excited. Chapter 1196. Autumn, year 3001 of the Third Age. The greenery faded, and the golden color slowly crept into the peaceful Shire. The setting sun dyed the western sky red. Sam had just finished planting the new myrtle. When he stood up, he saw Pippin and Merry hurriedly running past the fence. As they ran, they excitedly shouted, "Elven singers!" Where did the elven singers come from? Sam could not help but ask. Life in the Shire was very monotonous. He had lived for more than 30 years and had only seen a few human singers, let alone an elven singer. Pippin slowed down his pace, but continued to pull Merry forward. As they ran, he quickly said, "Two wandering bards have come to the Green Dragon Tavern. Although their attire is strange, they are very knowledgeable. They can sing any song, tell any story, and sing very well. I think they are the best singers in the world." When the hooded woman sang Lucian's song, Merry and Rose both cried. I couldn't understand it, but I couldn't help but cry. "I don't believe you will cry," Merry said doubtfully. "It's true. They only sing a song for a gold coin. You won't hear it if you're late. If it weren't for this rare opportunity, I wouldn't have left the tavern to find you." Pippin's figure and voice gradually faded away. Sam wiped the sweat off his forehead and hurriedly carried his farming tools into the hole at the bottom of the sack. "Master Burbo, the myrtle has been planted. I'll go back now." Burbo answered casually. The door of the bedroom next door opened, and Frodo poked his head out. He asked curiously, "I heard Pippin say that 2 bards came to the Green Dragon Tavern." "Yes. Master Frodo, do you want to go and take a look?" "No elven singers have ever come to the Shire." Sam bowed respectfully. Hobbits were quiet, but it did not mean that they did not distinguish between rich and poor. Frodo was interested. "Uncle Burbo, an elven singer came to the Green Dragon Tavern. I haven't seen an elf before. Don't wait for me for dinner." The elven singer's story might not be as interesting as mine. Old Burbo muttered softly as he stared at an old map of the north in a daze. Meanwhile, Frodo and Sam had already run out of the outer courtyard. Although the stories of the ancient era's elves are marvelous, they are too distant from us. I want to hear the story of the Berserk Ice Axe. As soon as Sam opened the tavern door, he heard Redbeard Hank shouting. The tavern was full of hobbits, and they were all looking at the southwest corner. The 2 bards were very conspicuous among the hobbits. One of them was a mysterious man with a hood covering his face, and the other was a tall old elf with white hair and a face full of sorrow. "Ice Axe, could it be the king of the dwarves of Moria? Tyrion?" Frodo asked excitedly. Sam said uncertainly, "Maybe." The hobbits of the Shire rarely paid attention to the outside world, but the Dwarven King was too famous. He was the most famous, legendary, and greatest dwarven hero in the past 200 years. Well, although he was a half-human, especially since he was a half-human, it made him feel more like a hobbit. The Shire had many idols, such as Master Frodo. To be honest, when Sam was a child, he used to hold a wooden axe and growl in a low voice. "Azig, your head is only fit to be my chamber pot." Or, "Turin's nemesis, I swear to the gods that one day I'll be your nemesis." Or, "Haha, Turin's nemesis, the bloody light of the eye of Angorian that shrouds you will be my banner of victory." Or, "Smog, my axe is thirsty for blood." Or, "There are many stories about the king of the dwarves, Tyrion." Which one do you want to hear? The hooded woman's pleasant voice pulled Sam out of his memories. "I want to hear the story of the king of the dwarves fighting against Turin's nemesis." Did the king of the dwarves really use Azig's head as a chamber pot? Will you leak your urine? I want to hear about the Battle of the Dragon Slayer. The tavern immediately became noisy. Many fat hobbits who were less than 90 centimeters tall slammed the table, knocked on the wine glasses, and stomped their feet. "I'll tell the story to the one who pays," the hooded woman laughed. "1 gold coin is too expensive," the fat hobbits whined. Master Frodo was rich. He threw a gold coin from afar and shouted, "Is Turin's nemesis dead or not? Did Tyrion fulfill his promise?" I've heard many different stories, and the ending is different. Sam did not see what the hooded woman did, and the gold coin disappeared. Gondor's White Town was not built in a day, and Turin's nemesis was not defeated in a single battle. Starting from the Battle of Dark Creek Valley and killing Azig, Tyrion conquered Turin's nemesis 15 times in the next 150 years. 15 times. The hobbits all covered their mouths and exclaimed. Outside the east gate of Moria is the Dark Creek Valley of fertile land. Tyrion set his capital in the valley and found a small mountain nearby as a mining area for the dwarves. After 10 years of hard work, he led the fully armed dwarves into the depths of Moria and alerted the underground demons. Boom! The hooded woman waved her hand, and a cloud of colorful smoke exploded and filled the tavern hall. A picture appeared in front of the fat hobbits. Roar! The Balrog bellowed angrily. Ah! The hobbits screamed, and their faces turned pale. Run! The demons are coming! Fat Sam grabbed Master Frodo and was about to run out of the tavern. But when he turned, the Balrog also turned. It was still in front of him, roaring ferociously. Ah! Fat Sam fell to the ground. His sister Mary pulled him and whispered, "Don't run. This is the poem of the first poet." "What?" Sam was confused. "Look at Master Frodo." "Calm down and listen carefully," Mary said. Sam glanced at Frodo. Frodo's eyes were blank, but there was a shocked expression on his face. Gradually, after calming down, Sam heard the hooded poet's voice again. He had never heard such a melodious, mellow, and emotional song. It seemed that there were also many musical instruments mixed in. When he heard the music, his mind couldn't help but picture scrolls, as if he was in the real world. It was the first time he saw the real face of Taurin's nemesis. It was terrifying. It was the first time he saw the battle of the Frost Axe. It was terrifying. A 2-meter-tall half-human and an 8-meter-tall flame demon were moving back and forth on the narrow path. On both sides of them were bottomless cliffs. Sam's legs turned to jelly. Defeated. The Dwarven King's armor was shattered by the flame whip. The Frost Axe was broken. His body was charred black, and white smoke came out of his mouth. He was carried out of Moria by the defeated Dwarven warriors. "I swear I will be back." The Dwarven King's resolute eyes moved Sam. The song became lively, and the picture sped up. Sam saw how the Dwarven King trained hard for 10 years. The second expedition began. The third time, the fourth time. Unlike the heroes in the other stories, the Dwarven King kept fighting. He was never discouraged and never gave up. Even the most serious injuries could not shake his fighting spirit. When the Dwarven King and his brothers chopped off the flame demon's head for the 15th time, Sam's eyes were filled with tears. He felt satisfied and carefree. This is a real hero with blood and tears. Sam heard Frodo sobbing. "How is it? I was right, wasn't I?" Pippin said proudly, "She is indeed the best bard in the world. I have never seen anyone stronger than her," Mary said excitedly. "But it is a little expensive. I want to hear more." He touched the few copper coins in his pocket and looked at Frodo longingly. Frodo was indeed a master. He immediately threw out another gold coin. "I want to hear the story of the dragon slaying on the lonely mountain." Sam's eyes widened. He still could not see how the gold coin was taken away. Soon, the music started. He was subconsciously immersed in the story. Master Burbo." Sam saw his employer in the music that was as clear as the flowing water of an icy spring. Although he was not younger, the expression on his face and eyes were obviously more immature. He remembered. 60 years ago, old Bilbo had experienced an unexpected but fantastic journey. So he followed the dwarves to slay the dragon in the lonely mountain. "How brave!" Sam exclaimed. Moria was Tyrion's capital. Thorin's kingdom was in the lonely mountain. There was not a moment when he did not want to go back to his hometown, although Moria was the real ancestral land of the Tauren dwarves. But what his younger brother said made sense. If they could not even defeat Taurin's nemesis, how could they defeat the demon dragon Smaug? In fact, it was hard to tell who was stronger between the demon dragon and the flame demon without fighting. But for the dwarves, Smaug could fly. If they lost the battle, they could not even escape. Tyrion lost 14 battles against the flame demon, but every time, he could escape unscathed without losing too many soldiers. Because the flame demon did not dare to chase them out of the cave and would not even stray too far from the deep pit, the dwarves could easily set up traps and narrow escape routes. When Tyrion cold axe Turin chopped off the flame demon's head, the Tauren royal family officially started the Lonely Mountain strategy. Tyrion's initial idea was to use the blood witchcraft to extract the power of the flame demon's corpse and cultivate the fire elemental witchcraft secret book. While cultivating the divine fire technique, he would choose the dwarven divine craftsman to create a batch of dragon-slaying equipment. For example, the iron mask used by the ancient dwarves to fight against Glorung. Then, he would send messengers to Long River Town to form an alliance with the humans there and provide funds to arm the humans. Finally, the dwarves would send out their troops in autumn. After arriving at Long Lake Town, they would train the dragon-slaying formation with the humans while waiting for the day of heavy snow in winter, ambushing Smaug in the coldest weather. The right time, the right place, and the right people. Not only were Thorin, Celian, and the other Turin dwarves convinced. Even the visiting White Way Association member, Gandalf the Grey, was full of praise for the half-human king's wisdom. Well, Tyrion had just snatched Gandalf's monster, P.S. when Gandalf came over and invited the Dwarf King to once again be a temporary member of the White Way Association. Gandalf could not be blamed for being snobbish. The White Way Association was a public welfare organization. There was only effort and no return. Previously, the dwarves could not even take care of themselves, and were indeed unable to take out more resources to protect world peace. What kind of technique are you preparing to cultivate? Gandalf sized up the half-human on the throne with a scrutinizing gaze. Seeing that the face that was as ugly as the other half-humans did not show the usual ruthlessness and irritation of those who cultivated witchcraft, the wizard was slightly relieved. It had been 3,000 years since Sorin spread the witchcraft technique among the Dawn on a large scale. Witchcraft cultivation had become the norm among humans. Gandalf was already used to it. All witchcraft secret books are not divided into high and low levels, because the final power is almost equal. Therefore, I plan to cultivate the fiery palm that can be found on the streets, Tyrion said. Chapter 1197. The reason why the blazing palm is so widely spread is because it is related to the great enemy of the Dark Universe, Gandalf said meaningfully. Morgoth, the old dwarf king exclaimed. The wizard nodded lightly. The mysterious demon king in the shadows hopes that the former Morgoth will return to the world, so he distributed the secret books that represent him everywhere. The blazing palm, magic flame body, and other fire elemental spells with different names are essentially the same. They just have different names and different characteristics of fire. The ultimate achievement is to summon Morgoth's power and spirit into one's body. Not only fire elemental spells, but King Tyrion's Frosty Sky Axe is also one of Morgoth's powers. He's dead, Tyrion frowned, but his spirit lives on. I'm still far from the ultimate power, Tyrion said. I believe that. His Majesty is clear-headed and wise. There are no signs of him being shrouded by the magic shadow. I just want to remind you that the disadvantages of elemental spells outweigh the advantages. You must be very careful and not be blinded by power, Gandalf advised sincerely. Thank you for your advice. I'll remember it. Tyrion was very respectful because he knew that the other party was Maya and also the representative of Valinor. To be honest, he was even a little afraid of the old wizard. He was afraid that he would discover his identity as a transmigrator and that he would lose everything he had now. In the early years, he had hoped that his sister would come and find him or reveal some information. After all, she was the one who had sent him here, although that she was not her. But she never came. There were no traces of her existence in this world. Perhaps there were, but he did not discover it. Since he could not find his sister, he could only live his life in his current identity. Gradually, he didn't want her to disturb his happy life. He was living a good life now. He did not know if she had done something, but he did not feel isolated from this world and this identity at all. The affection between father, brother, and sister was very real. He was very touched and cherished it. On the other hand, his previous identities, Jaime and Cersei, his two fathers who were tortured in hell, had become blurry illusions. It was very unreal, like a dream from yesterday. Perhaps he didn't transmigrate, but was reincarnated. How long will it take to master the fire palm? Gandalf's voice brought Tyrion back to reality. The cultivation of martial arts is extremely slow. To achieve something, it would take at least 10 years. 30 years would be safer. Anyway, we have Marilla now. Such a big kingdom is enough for us brothers to live in. Lonely Mountain won't run away, so there's no rush. Tyrion said. Sorin, who was sitting beside him on the throne, wanted to say something but hesitated. Tyrion treated him well. Not only did he give him the title of Prince of Dark Creek Valley, but he also gave the three brothers their thrones in a row during court meetings. His father sat at the top, while the three brothers sat below. But for some reason, He missed Lonely Mountain and wanted to be the king himself. I'm afraid we'll have to hurry. Gandalf sighed and said slowly, in the past few hundred years, I've been tracking the Dark Demon King's whereabouts. Now I've confirmed that he intends to form a dark alliance with Smaug. He's in the south, and Smaug is in the north. They'll form a pincer attack on the kingdom of the good people of Middle-earth. Wasn't the Dark Demon King destroyed by Isildur at the end of the last era? When I was still an observer in the White Way Association, Serene, King Elrond, Queen Galadriel, and you all said so. Old King Selene was shocked. We were wrong. Gandalf said bitterly. About 2,000 years ago, traces of necromancers appeared in the Aramunk region. We thought it was a ringwraith or a necromancer who practiced sorcery. But after 1,000 years, that fortress called Dugurdu continued to spread death and darkness to the surrounding land, covering hundreds of miles. This is far from what an ordinary necromancer can do. So, when I rushed to investigate for the first time, the other party noticed and immediately fled. 500 years ago, the necromancer appeared in Dugurdu for the second time. I suggested that the White Way Association immediately take action to eliminate the necromancer. The necromancer fled for the second time. 300 years ago, when I discovered the necromancer returning to Dugurdu for the third time, I decided to take action quietly. In the end, I discovered the necromancer's true identity. It was the dark demon King Sorin. He had already recondensed his body from the darkness. Gandalf took out a pipe from his waist pocket and stuffed it full of Shire long-leaf tobacco. He took a few puffs before regaining his calm and sighed. Just 2 months ago, I finally convinced the White Way Association to attack Dugurdu with a few powerful beings and fought a great battle with Sorin. It was also this battle that made me understand what he had been doing for the past few thousand years. Doing what? Selene couldn't help but ask. Gandalf gave Tyrion a long look. Sorcery, he said in a low voice. Many powerful beings of the White Way Association took action together, including White-Robed Saruman and Queen Galadriel. That time, it should have been easy to take down Sorin, who had lost his supreme devil pants, who knew that he had already grasped 5 ultimate powers. Even with our combined sneak attack, he still managed to escape. His 5? Doesn't that surpass Morgoth? Thorin exclaimed. Did the Dark Demon King Sorin also practice Frost Sky Axe? Tyrion's expression was solemn. Gandalf thought for a moment. You touched the edge of ultimate power, but were blocked by an unknown barrier and couldn't break through? Tyrion nodded lightly. 80 years ago, my realm reached its limit. Selene sighed. I've already said that every ultimate power can only have one master. The secret manuals that can be found everywhere on the streets probably already have a master. It's actually a good thing that someone else grasped the power of ice ahead of time. You can avoid the danger of being tempted by Morgoth, Gandalf said. Then he solemnly said, Sorin grasped 5 ultimate powers and still wasn't our match. However, this made him feel a sense of danger and began to look for allies. The strongest fire dragon Smaug in the Middlelands? Tyrion frowned. He now more or less understood why the Grey Cloak Wizard looked for the dwarves. Before the Dark Alliance was formed, they had to destroy Sorin's potential allies one by one. Smaug was the #1 target. Gandalf nodded lightly and said, Smaug has rejected Sorin now, but you all know how powerful the Dark Demon King is when it comes to tempting people. Think about the ringwraiths. The demonic dragon is evil. It's only a matter of time before he is lured into the darkness. That's why we have to act immediately. According to the original plan, it would take more than 10 years for the dwarves to be fully prepared. By then, the Lonely Mountain would have already become a stinky fortress for the orcs. If the demonic dragon and the orcs work together, your chances will be even slimmer. The wizard is right. Tyrion looked at the old dwarf and his 2 brothers. Then let's fight. The third brother, Frelin, shouted. Of course we have to fight. The problem is, how are we going to kill the demonic dragon? Thorin said helplessly. The old dwarf king looked at Gandalf and said in a low voice, 170 years ago, The Turin dwarves tried, but even the sharpest swords and arrows couldn't hurt the demonic dragon. Now, although my 3 sons are brave, they're still mortal. Does the great wizard have a plan? I saw the omen of the demonic dragon's death. Gandalf said mysteriously. 60 years later, in the Green Dragon Tavern, the story of dragons slaying in the Lonely Mountain was still ongoing. Gandalf, that old wizard, is crazy. He actually asked us to hire a hobbit as a burglar. Frodo was angry and embarrassed when he saw the dwarves mocking his uncle in the hole at the bottom of the bag. He was angry because of the rude dwarves and embarrassed because of his uncle's weakness and lack of resistance. Only when Uncle Bilbo's bravery and loyalty was recognized by Prince Thorin did Frodo's solemn expression fade away and became relaxed and happy again. So the Dark Demon King had already discovered Gandalf's plan. He even reminded Smaug to destroy his weakness as soon as possible, a black arrow that could kill the demonic dragon and the missing scale on its left chest. Even though Frodo already knew the result, he still couldn't help but worry for his uncle and the dwarves when he saw Smaug raiding the River Cove town and stealing the black arrow from the Archerbard. He then threw it into the dwarves' furnace and burned it. He even found the mithril chainmail of the Turin dwarves in the treasure vault and used it to cover the missing scale. Bilbo is so agile. He's so fast that I can't even see his shadow. Suddenly, Frodo shouted in surprise. The burglar had stealthily passed by Smaug and came to the corner of the treasure vault. He then took the melted black iron ingot and put it into his pocket. Even when the demonic dragon woke up and flew into a rage, it didn't notice the burglar that was close to it. Wow, Master Bilbo is so good at hiding. He's so good at hiding. Sam was shocked. Master Bilbo's face mask is so disgusting. Pippin murmured. That water towel is a little strange. Hey, Big Strider, why are you here? Mary found herself suddenly covered by a thick and tall shadow. She turned around and saw a human man with shoulder-length black hair and an unshaven beard. He was a human who lived near Bree. She didn't know when he came here. Because he was so big, the hobbits in the Shire called him Big Strider. At this moment, Big Strider was no longer lazy and dispirited. The fierce expression on his face made the little hobbit a little scared. What's wrong? Mary asked in a low voice. Big Strider lowered his head and looked at her. His expression softened a little, but his eyes were still as sharp as a sword. He stared at the hooded singer who had become agitated. With the help of Gandalf the Grey, the dwarves reforged the black iron that had the magic power to kill the dragon. This time, it wasn't a black arrow, but a black sword. It was a thick black two-handed sword. The black arrow was originally more than 2 meters long. Long live Tirion! Long live Thorin! Long live Bilbo! The hobbits cheered excitedly. Thorin risked his life to lift Smaug's mithril chainmail. Tirion flew up and stabbed the dragon's left chest with his black sword. Wonderful! In the tavern, the hobbits were more satisfied than ever. When we go back, I'm going to ask my mother to sew me a water towel like Bilbo's. I want it to be golden too, Pippin said excitedly. I want one too, Sam murmured. Who are you? How do you know so much about it? Sam looked up and saw Big Strider striding in front of the hooded singer. His expression was cold, and his right hand was even on the hilt of his sword. The dull elf holding the harp saw Big Strider's right hand, and a glimmer of light seemed to appear in her indifferent eyes. The Ring of Farragon. Big Strider frowned and said, You know it? Who are you? I'm the world's #1 singer. The one beside me is the #2 singer and also my servant. If you want to know who he is, it's simple. Take out a gold coin and order the song, The World's #2 Singer. Chapter 1198. Big Strider threw a gold coin to the hooded man. Then, sad music started playing. Everyone was immersed in the sad song of Prince Nodo. It's an ancient elf. Big Strider was shocked. Is there still a Prince Nodo in the Middle Land? When the song ended, the hooded man said faintly, Is it the most honorable and powerful elf queen, an ancient elf princess? Even your servant is a prince of the Norder elves. Who are you? Big Man Boo asked with a serious expression. I'm the mysterious man, the observer and singer of stories in the human world. Big Strider, the hooded man smiled and said, we are fated to meet. Oh no, I'm fated to meet the owner of Balahan's ring. I've met him more than 10 times. Big Strider looked down at the ring on his finger and asked, how many of my ancestors have you met? I can sing Balahan's ring for you, the mysterious man said. So, Big Strider took out another gold coin. Ah, so many of Turin's nemesis. What kind of war is this? The scene played in everyone's mind with the music was just a small part of the Battle of Sudden Fire. Balahan led his people to form a human wall in front of Morgoth's army to cover the retreat of the king of Nargothr. But even though it was just a battle, there were more than 1 or 2 fire demons. However, the nemesis of Turin was blocked by hundreds of humans. Is it the nemesis of Turin that got stronger or the humans that got weaker? The Hobbit was confused. I didn't know that Balahan's ring had such a glorious history. Big Strider was shocked when he saw the Elf King give the ring to Balahan. Then, he saw Balahan use the ring to ask Balahan to fulfill his oath. In the end, the Elf King died on Demon Wolf Island. He only got a few words about the ring of Balahan from Lord Elrond, because there were many details that even Elrond did not know. Elrond was Baron's great-grandson. When music stopped, the hobbits started to sob. They were touched by the bravery of Balahan and Balahan, but they also felt sorry for the brave Balahan. Seeing Balin crying over Ferrigan's body, they could not help but shed tears as well. Big Strider went back and asked the bartender for a glass of ale. He lit his pipe and, like the other hobbits, let himself wander in the singer's story and the ancient and true emotions brought by it. At midnight, the hobbits were tired and hungry. Most importantly, their pockets were empty and they had no money to buy songs. Only then did they reluctantly leave. Mysterious number 1 singer. Will you still be here tomorrow? I'll bring more money tomorrow. Frodo kept looking back as he walked. The hooded man smiled, but said nothing. After the crowd dispersed, the tavern owner came over to ask if he wanted to book a room and generously said that he would give the next day's breakfast for free. Big Boo pushed the fat hobbit aside and said in a deep voice, recently, there have been many spies of the Dark Demon King approaching the Shire. The hooded man glanced out the window and vaguely saw Chong Chong's figure flash by. Sigh, every Demon Lord spy near Charles has been eliminated. Even a fool would understand that there's a problem here. Danny sighed. Well, the bard was Danny with the second son of the Fëanor family. The third era was coming to an end, and this era's calamity was different from the previous ones. Elves and magic had completely retired from the stage of history, and the world would undergo an unobservable but very intense change. Danny felt that the first, second, and third eras could be combined into one era. At such an important moment, she could not bear the loneliness and went to the Shire to wander. Are you also here to inquire about the news? Big Strider looked serious. Do you think I still need to inquire? Big Strider was silent for a while and sighed. You know everything, so you don't need to inquire or test. But why are you here? For you. Me? Big Strider was confused. You have also heard the song of Balin and Lucian before. How do you feel? Big Boo was stunned for a while before he mumbled. It's very delicate, very real, and very touching. It's even better than Lucian's song that I've heard before. Why is it so good? Danny asked again. Because. Big Strider frowned. Because it's delicate, because it's real, and because it touches people's hearts. Because I watched your 2 ancestors go through life and death together, hand in hand, and the lovers finally get married. I even interviewed them. So, my poems are delicate, real, and touching. Other singers rely on other people's words and their own imagination. They can't compare to me at all. Now, the third union between humans and elves is about to happen. I don't want to miss such a good story. Danny laughed in a low and creepy voice. You know Arwen and I. Ah, you still want to interview me? Big Strider realized what was going on and was dumbfounded. Sigh, today's story is like yesterday's repeat, but I want to see how different you are. Aragorn and Arwen, Balin and Lucian, the human hero and the elven princess, the elven king's father-in-law, who broke up the couple, and the extravagant betrothal gifts that made ordinary people flinch. Dany suddenly understood why Aravita was willing to accept Tyrion and given the destiny of being the son of an era. Indeed, this world lacked variables, especially variables that could lead to better outcomes. Big Strider secretly made a gesture, and the Dindan shadow guards outside the Green Dragon and quietly retreated. Yes, ever since the Supreme Demon Pants were obtained by the Hobbit, Seal had been protected by the human Emperor's shadow guards for the past 60 years. Big Strider was Aragorn, the leader of the Dindan tribe, and the legal successor of Gondor and Arnor. Seal and the Baggins family had always been under his and Gandalf's protection. Looking at the movies The Lord of the Rings and The Hobbit, one would feel that the characters in the movies were very realistic and the story was like a fairy tale. In fact, the story behind the story was rarely shown in the movies. If one transmigrated to The Lord of the Rings and wanted to chat with Seal and Bilbo, or simply replace him and join Thorin and Gandalf's unexpected journey, or give the ring to Frodo. These were all crazy actions. Bilbo and Frodo's position in The Lord of the Rings was similar to Tang Sanzang's position in The Journey to the West. If one said that one was stronger than Tang Sanzang and wanted to replace him to go to the West to retrieve the Buddhist scriptures, would Tathagata agree? Today was Bilbo's 111th birthday. Seal held a grand birthday party, and even his old friend Gandalf rushed over to congratulate him. However, the old man grabbed the golden saliva towel around his neck and was a little unhappy. "Old man, you don't seem happy. Could it be that you can't bear to leave Seal and Frodo?" Gandalf blew a big smoke ring into the sky and asked leisurely. Look, the old burglar pointed at the hobbit children running around on the lawn of the party. Every child was wearing the same golden saliva towel as him. They even covered their faces and shouted, "I'm Seal Bilbo, the strongest burglar in the world. Smaug, I'm here to steal your treasure." You finally became the hero of the hobbits," the gray-robed wizard said vaguely as he bit on his pipe. Bilbo clenched the saliva towel hanging on his chest tightly and said excitedly, "That bard knows. She knows my secret. I haven't been able to sleep well these few days. I'm afraid that she'll steal my treasure." Gandalf rolled his eyes and blew out a donut smoke. "Don't worry. Even if you give your treasure to her with both hands, she won't even look at it." "Nonsense. Who can refuse my treasure?" Old Bilbo straightened his neck and said, "She's gone. She left Seal with Big Strider. I think she's hiding somewhere and spying on me." The old burglar looked around nervously. "Today is your birthday. It's also Frodo's coming-of-age ceremony when he's 33 years old. You've decided to leave everything to him. Why are you still worried that the bard will miss your treasure?" Gandalf said softly. Bilbo was stunned. "Yes, my story is over, although it seems like it happened yesterday," the old hobbit said sadly. "You can start a new journey. Last year when I passed by Moria, old Tyrion was still muttering about coming to Seal to visit you." "Oh, will Tyrion and the rest come?" Bilbo asked excitedly. Gandalf shook his head. "I told him that the reputation of the Axe King was too great. If he went to Seal, he would attract the attention of the Magic Shadow. Only then did he give up the idea." "I see. I haven't seen them for 60 years. Bilbo said sadly. "They can't come, but you can go." Bilbo's eyes lit up. "Yes." That night, after Bilbo finished his speech at the banquet, he pulled up the saliva towel around his neck and covered his face in full view of the crowd. He laughed and disappeared in front of the crowd. This is the real #1 burglar in the world who comes and goes without a trace. The old burglar left Seal that night. Before he left, he went back home and reluctantly left the saliva towel behind. The first ring bearer retired and the second ring bearer took over. Until 19 years later, when Lord Frodo was over 50 years old, more and more spies of the Magic Lord entered Seal. There were even terrifying Black Knights. The ring bearer mode could no longer be maintained. Gandalf decided to reopen the White Way to decide the ownership of the Magic Pants. Well, before the ring bearer entered Seal to look for Baggins, Gandalf did not want to destroy the One Ring. He only wanted to rely on the Hobbit's talent of high moral integrity to secretly protect the One Ring from generation to generation. The decision to destroy the One Ring was made by many kings after Elrond held the Valley Hero Assembly. Winter 3018 of the Third Era, Mordor bared her fortress at the end of the Ashes Mountains. I feel uneasy. What happened recently? Sigh. Saruman is really useless. Not only did he not persuade Gandalf to surrender, he even let him escape, Big Eye said sullenly. 100 years ago, the White Way ambushed Mordor. The King of Sorin gave up his body and became the Eye of Mordor. One Gandalf is not enough to affect the overall situation, Dany said perfunctorily. She was thousands of miles away, and the Big Eye communicated with her through its will projection. This was the beauty of turning into the Big Eye. It could control the Dark Army from a distance, observe the whole world, and even cast magic from a long distance. Especially the bewitching and depravity magic that penetrated the mind. The effect was very strong. Since it could not defeat a mortal hero, even if it turned into a human, it might as well give up on the idea of close combat and stay at the back as a brain monster. Not only Gandalf, my supreme magic pants have reappeared in the world. I am looking forward to it, but also afraid. The Doomsday volcano that I drained of its earth fire also erupted 50 years ago. It just had to happen at this time, at the end of the Third Era. The Big Eye flashed fiercely, showing that the King of Sorin was not calm. Chapter 1199. 3,000 years after the Third Era, the appearance of the Supreme Demon Pants, the eruption of Mount Doom, the White Dao Association holding a meeting about the pants, and even a human sovereign's sword being reforged. What does all of this mean? The large eyeball muttered. How about, Sorin, you just go to Valino and surrender to Manwë? Dany said, what kind of rotten idea is that? Rather than being locked up in Manda's prison, I'd rather fight a good battle. Since you're so determined, why do you still have to complain to me? Dany sighed. In this time of danger, I hope you can play a bigger role. Give me advice and help me gather information. It'd be best if you can get the Supreme Demon Pants back. You also know that after turning into Mordor's Eye, I can't move freely like before. But there are some things that the foolish half-beastmen and cunning humans can't do. The demon Sorin sighed. What is it that the 3,000 Sunflower Warriors can't do? How did you lose the Supreme Demon Pants? The Sunflower Warriors are strong and loyal to me. But once they see the Supreme Demon Pants, their rationality and loyalty will be overshadowed by greed. But you won't. I believe you won't be greedy for my pants, the demon Eye said. Dany pursed her lips and rejected. Even you can't sense the location of the pants. How can I find them? Help me lead the Sunflower Warriors. Once someone puts on my pants, I'll be able to determine their approximate location. Then, you can lead the Sunflower Warriors to search for them, the demon Eye said. Dany thought for a moment and said, how about this? You can choose another Sunflower Commander, and I'll help you secretly keep an eye on him. That works too. Then, the demon Eye said, I plan to drain the Earth's fire energy again, and then summon ice to turn Mordor into a kingdom of ice. What do you think? Sorin King, you've already broken the dimensional wall and forced the author to change the ending. Dany praised. I just want to live. The King of Sorin sighed. Dany's heart skipped a beat. She whispered, since we've guessed that the White Way will send the demonic pants into the volcano to be destroyed, why don't we make a fake Mount Doom and wait for them? I'm afraid I can't fool Eru. Of course it won't be fooled, but if it personally interferes with the fate of mortals, it will be slapping itself in the face. Dany sneered. After a long silence, King Sorin said, I have a perfect plan in mind, but I can't tell you. Go to the Lightless Canyon in the south and bring Sagrado here. Sagrado? Dany's expression changed. What are you doing? Sorin said in a sinister voice. The essence of the demonic arts is to steal the songs of laws from other demonic gods. I'm very interested in Sagrador's law of summoning. when things reached the point of no return. Oof. Danny was overjoyed. Finally, someone wanted to touch the hot potato. Don't play with fire. Eru can tolerate the drastic changes in fate, but it won't allow you to betray others. She was both shocked and scared, as if she couldn't accept the king of Soren's idea. I have a plan, Soren insisted. The year 3019 was a year of drastic changes in the world. The Demonic Pants Guard team set off this year. There were still 9 members, corresponding to 9 ring wraiths. This year, Serene attacked Rohan. The Eastern Barbarians attacked the Lonely Mountain in the north, and Soren's half-orcs and Southern Barbarians attacked Gundor. For a time, the whole world was engulfed in the flames of war. Thorin Oakenshield, who survived the War of the 5 Armies, died in the hands of the Eastern Barbarians. Not only did the king under the mountain die, but even the king of the valley, a small kingdom built by the dragon-slaying warrior bard in The Hobbit, was sacrificed. The severity of the war in the north was no less than the war in the south between Helm's Deep and White City. The Eastern Barbarians were the Eastern human kingdom under the Demon King. Since Morgoth bribed the Eastern Barbarians to betray Nodo in the First Era, the Eastern Barbarians have been one of the Demon King's bases. However, the Northern Human and Dwarf Alliance still blocked the Eastern Barbarians' army, which greatly reduced the pressure on Gundor's main battlefield in the south. After knowing that his brother of hundreds of years died in battle, Tyrion, the Axe King, was furious. He swore to the gods that he would break through Barad and blind the culprit. The Lonely Mountain was a little far from the underground kingdom of Moria. At that time, Rohan was besieged by Saruman's half-orcs. Even the crown prince of Rohan died in battle. According to the ancient treaty, King Tyrion had to lead the dwarves to support. Because of his support, the originally tragic defense of Helm's Deep did not happen. Both sides set up battle formations on the grassland of Rohan. The old dwarf king held 2 axes, 1 ice and 1 fire. He was unparalleled among the half-orcs. Pippin and Merry were stunned. As expected of the legendary axe king Tyrion, he's too strong. The Hobbit was shocked. The dwarf king's brother died in battle at the Lonely Mountain. He can only vent his hatred and pain on the half-orcs in front of him. Gandalf sighed. After defeating the half-orcs, besieging Isengard, and arresting the culprit, Saruman, King Tyrion was ready to go back home. I'm going to the Lonely Mountain immediately to see if I can find a few Eastern barbarians. Even if they retreat, I'll cut off 10 barbarian kings' heads to pay tribute to Thorin, he said. But Gundor needs you, Gandalf said anxiously. We're too far away from Gundor. We've never signed a treaty. Old man, you're not that stupid, are you? If Gundor is finished, will the Demon King let go of the dwarves and the half-orcs? Or, if you retreat now, the Rohan cavalry will go to Gundor. If they lose the battle, you'll come back to Rohan for a second time? I understand what you're saying, but the people of Gundor, the old Tyrion, whose beard had turned white, sighed. I went to Gundor in the early years to discuss an alliance with their prime minister, but those dang-damn people were too arrogant. They humiliated me with the most contemptuous tone and attitude. If I go there now, won't I be ashamed? Gandalf glanced at Aragorn, who had a serious expression on his face, and said in a low voice, The ruler of Gundor is not the prime minister, but the king of the human race. Now that the king has appeared and fought side by side with you, when you go to Gundor, you'll only be greeted with flowers and applause. Aragorn immediately stepped forward, bowed, and said sincerely, King Tyrion, I'd like to apologize to you for what happened in White City, and I hereby swear that I'm willing to represent the humans and the dwarves in an eternal alliance. Tyrion looked at the king in silence. The king did not avoid his gaze and looked back at him. After a long time, Tyrion sighed. I believe you, but I also believe that you won't rebel against Denisur. Forget it. When I cut off Soren's head, I'll have all the face. Denisur was this generation's prime minister of Gundor. Thank you. Aragorn looked at the half-orcs with more respect and gratitude. Even with the help of the dwarves, Aragorn still went to the path of kings. The battle to defend White City was fought beautifully. The allied forces of the half-orcs, the eastern barbarians, and the southern barbarians were completely destroyed, but the dwarven and human alliance did not suffer much. But this was not the end. In Mordor, Sauron's nest, there were more than 100,000 half-orcs, and the even more terrifying 3,000 sunflower warriors. In order to make Mordor an empty city so that Frodo could enter the volcano, Aragorn immediately led the rest of the allied forces to attack Mordor after the siege of White City was lifted. Aragorn's tactical goal was achieved. The half-orcs and the fallen humans came out to fight Gondor's allied forces, and Mordor was empty. But at the crucial moment, Manwë's eagles came, dozens of them, spread their wings, and covered the sky. Not only did they help the humans to stop the ringwraiths, but their leader, Solander, also brought a terrible news to Gandalf. Mount Doom was Sauron's trap. The real volcano's fire had already been extinguished, and the glowing magma was Sauron's magic creation. The magic pants were made from the fire of Mount Doom, which meant that the magic pants had the same level of energy as the fire. To destroy the magic pants, the power level of the magic pants had to be greater than or equal to the fire of the volcano. The problem was that Mount Doom was not an ordinary volcano. It was a super furnace summoned by Mirko in the First Era, and the fire that it spewed out was the residue of the first fire. It was easy to understand. What use would ordinary magma be to boss me? So, unless Villa helped, the only way to destroy the magic pants was to rely on Mount Doom itself. But the volcano was extinguished, and the magma inside was Sauron's magic camouflage, so its energy level must be much lower than the residue of the first fire. The Devil King is so cunning. Tirion was shocked. The Pants Protection Team has become the Pants Delivery Team. The hobbits are not destroying the magic pants. They are delivering the magic pants to the Devil King. All heroes of the humans and dwarves, get on the eagles. We will go to Mount Doom and fight the Devil King to the death. Gandalf was furious. He jumped on the back of Manwë Eagle and asked Tirion to get on as well. "How do you call yourself a hero?" Tirion asked. Gandalf gritted his teeth and said, "Those who practice sorcery and are close to ultimate power, get on. I practice the art of the dragon and elephant." Kimpa of the Ring Protection Team shouted, "I don't practice sorcery, but my archery skills are extraordinary. I can support from afar." The Elven Prince did not want to be left behind. "I'll go too." Aragorn also jumped on the back of the eagle. "You don't practice sorcery, so stay and command the army," Tirion kindly suggested. "With Eomer, the new king of Rohan, and Faramir, the new prime minister of Gondor, it's enough. Besides, I practiced the complete version of the Sunflower Manual," Aragorn said. "What?" The heroes who had jumped on the eagle almost fell. "Is it worth it? The human kingdom and the elven princess are waiting for you," Tirion said in disbelief. "Don't get me wrong. I practiced the complete version of the Sunflower Manual. I don't need to cripple my body," Aragorn hurriedly explained. "The complete version of the manual. What's the extra content?" Tirion asked curiously. Aragorn said strangely, "There's an extra sentence: as long as you endure the pain, you can succeed without castration." Fuck, there were curses. "Who gave you the complete version?" Felix the dwarf asked. He was Tyrion's nephew. "A mysterious bard said it was a reward for me," Aragorn said in a complicated tone. "Huh, my magic pants are finally back. No, it shouldn't be like this." The Devil King's laughter and Frodo's desperate cry could be heard from afar. "Sauron die." Zorando the giant eagle first spat out a bolt of lightning at the giant eyeball. Then Tirion raised both of his hands. One of the two giant axes was covered in frost, while the other was covered in flames. They were like a pair of flaming wheels spinning towards Sauron. "Devil King die." The elven prince continuously shot arrows. Every arrow was enchanted with a special spell by Gandalf. "Sauron, your end is here." Gandalf raised his wand. The bright white light was like a divine sword, fiercely striking the Devil King's eye. Sauron. One attack after another landed on the giant eyeball. "No!" Sauron cried. "This is not fair." Manwë cheated for you. I don't accept this. No one cared whether he accepted it or not. They just wanted to kill him. After everyone had destroyed the giant eyeball, Gandalf did not fail this time. He immediately caught Sorin's soul and handed it to Zorando, the giant eagle. Not long after, news came from Valinor that Villa had personally judged Sorin and sentenced him to eternal exile. His fate was the same as Mirko's. He was sealed in a large planet and thrown into outer space. His strength and soul slowly turned into the dark energy of the universe. After that, the elves collectively moved away from the Middle Lands. The dwarves hid in the giant caves, and the humans ushered in unprecedented glory. The third era ended, and the fourth era began. Chapter 1200. Fourth Era, Year 119, Spring. Gundor's capital, White City, the back garden of the palace. The pink dendrobium flowers shone brightly under the sun. The old man's gaze moved away from the colorful butterflies. "You're here?" The two people suddenly appeared at the corner of the flower garden and in front of him. The palace guards did not react at all. However, he was no longer the same person as before. He was not shocked or confused. Instead, he revealed an undetectable joy. "I'm here to send you off, just like how I sang this song of Balin for your ancestor, Balin. Then, I'll ask him if there's anything he needs to correct," said the hooded woman with a smile. "Sai, go ahead and sing." Old Wong found a stone step that could bathe in the sun. He sat there and squinted his eyes, waiting for the song that described his life to appear. "You forgot. 1 gold coin," said Danny. "Oh." Old Wong searched around his body and finally tossed over a silver pin from his chest. "Will this work?" "Very. After 2,000 years, I can sell it to your descendants." Old Wong's mouth twitched. He could not help but think of the teapot made by Lucian in the study room and the big black pearl that Balin found in the river. These were all treasures that he had exchanged with the mysterious person in the early years. The music was sometimes mellow, sometimes passionate, sometimes tragic, sometimes cheerful. In her song, Old Wong saw his old friends again. He wanted to immerse himself in the song forever, be with them forever, and stay in that era forever. The song ended. Old Wong was in a daze. There was a smile on his face, but there were tears on his face. "Why did it stop? Where's my ending?" he asked. "The crucial moment has arrived," said Danny faintly. "The human heart can't be controlled. I'm not sure what your ending will be either. I'm about to die, probably next year. Why can't the conclusion be made?" Old Wong was puzzled. "In the past 120 years, you worked hard to rule the country. You were wise and brave, upright and forthright. You brought the human kingdom to an unprecedented height, a peaceful and prosperous era that will be remembered by future generations. But are you satisfied? Your friends died one by one. You also reached the end of your life. Your kingdom, your wife, everything that you have and are familiar with will disappear. Are you willing?" But Frodo and Bilbo went to the Holy Land of the West with their old friend Gandalf. Even Sam, Frodo's gardener, went to the land of everlasting bliss when he grew old. Soon, when you are gone, your last two friends, Legolas the elf and Gimli the dwarf, will go west. They will reunite in the land of eternity and rekindle the joy and friendship of the past, while you can only lie in the stone coffin, not knowing where to go. Your elven princess wife will also die of a broken heart not long after your death. Do you have any resentment, hatred, or unwillingness in your heart?" Old Wong smiled. "First of all, I'm not alone. Pippin and Merry's graves are right next to mine. You said it yourself. Arwen will come to accompany me soon. My descendants and the people will always remember me. My glory is fixed at the moment of my death, never withering away. What's there to be unhappy about with such a beautiful future? As for Gimli, Legolas, Gandalf, Frodo, and Sam, I'm very happy. Really, knowing that they can live happily forever and reunite again. This is the best news I've heard in the past few years." The hooded person stared at him for a long time. He was sincere and did not force himself to say it. She sighed. "Darkness will only be defeated and will never disappear from the human world. After your death, the demon shadow will reappear, and the suffering and calamity in the future will be even greater than when Soren was alive. After hearing this news, will you be depressed? Will you feel that the sacrifices you made were not worth it? The smile on old Wang's face disappeared, and his expression became serious. Demon Shadow, it's you? I'm going to be the Demon King, who will write the biographies of heroes like you. Soren has disappeared, Mordor has been turned into farmland, and the half-beastmen are hiding in a corner of the world, waiting to die out. My people even treat the half-beastmen as a legend. Old Wang stood up and walked to the railing. He looked down at the shining white city in the distance and roared. Where did the demon shadow come from in such a prosperous time? He, the demon shadow, is here, in the hearts of your people who treat the half-beastmen as a legend. The so-called prosperous dynasty was a joke in front of the Numenor kingdom of the past. Why don't I sing Numenor's Westport Nocturne for you to see how prosperous your ancestors' empire was? Danny chuckled. Old Wang was silent. He looked at the beautiful scenery below and sighed after a long time. I've completed the mission of my generation. Even if the kingdom will fall from prosperity and be invaded by the demon shadow, I believe that my descendants and the descendants of my people will be like their ancestors. They will stand up, straighten their backs, and face all evil and darkness with the firmest faith and the greatest courage. Oh, your answer is similar to your ancestor Balance. Danny was a little disappointed. Is that so? Old Wang turned back, and a look of joy appeared on his face. You asked him the same question back then? Facts have proven that we didn't let him down. Humans didn't let him down. All right, I've already written your ending. Let's meet again. Danny prepared to leave. How can there be a chance to meet again? Old Wang shook his head. There should be. When the universe ends, all of Aluvida's children will join the final movement. You will definitely have an important place in the movement. Old Wang was deep in thought. Seeing the hooded man's figure gradually fade away, he quivered and called out, Wait, I have a few questions too. Can you tell me? Since you've provided me with so much material, go ahead. What exactly is the demon shadow? Where did it come from? Old Wang asked with a serious expression. The desire in a person's heart is the greatest evil. Think about it carefully. How many humans and dwarves are there in Soren's demon army? There are even black Numenorians who are loyal to him. You think Soren is your enemy, but in reality, he's just a symbol, a symbol. Your enemy has always been yourselves. Uncontrollable desire will give birth to evil, but it's not evil itself, Old Wang said with a serious expression. You can say whatever you want, but evil and desire will never be separated. What exactly is it? Old Wang insisted. You're about to be buried, and you still want to leave something behind for your descendants? Danny laughed. I'm not buried yet. One day, I wear the crown. Another day, I'm the human emperor. Old Wang said solemnly. Danny secretly laughed and said with a serious expression, Immortality and extreme power are the greatest desires of humans, and the demon arts can help them realize their desires. The magic power in Middle-earth is fading, and the elves have fled overseas. Is the world weakening? No. On the contrary, the world only started to mature in the Fourth Era. The more mature the universe is, the easier it is to sense the power of darkness. Next, there will be a new era where the demon arts will flourish and the demon shadow will be born. Danny was very proud. The dark demon arts era was her era, the era that she had created. And she was certain that unless the universe was destroyed, the demon arts era would never completely disappear. Year 119 of the Fourth Era, summer. The human emperor Aragon found the Axe King, Tyrion, who had not appeared for a long time. For the future of Middle-earth, they discussed for a long time and finally made a decision. At the beginning of the new year 120, the human emperor issued a martial prohibition order. Burn all secret demonic arts manuals and summon all those who practice demonic arts in front of him, making them swear in their lifetime they would never pass on their martial arts to others. In the autumn of the year 120, the human emperor Aragon handed over his scepter and crown and said goodbye to his wife and children. He entered the royal tomb, lay in his coffin, and breathed his last. In the same year, after attending the funeral of his old friend, the elf prince Legolas built a small boat and prepared to sail west. Seeing this, the dwarf Jinja also boarded the boat, and the two of them disappeared from Middle-earth forever. In the spring of the year 121, Queen Arwen passed away silently. Her children buried her with the late king. In the spring of the year 150, the martial prohibition order reached its peak. Many demon arts practitioners fled the human emperor's kingdom and entered the mountains and forests to protect themselves. In the spring of the year 170, Gundor established the first demon arts sect in Middle-earth, the Mountain Assembly, at the border of Middle-earth. Yes, it was a sect that practiced strength arts. It was rumored that the sect master could lift mountains and move seas. In the spring of the year 175, the human emperor Eldarion, Aragon's son, killed the sect master of the Mountain Assembly with a hammer. The first demon arts sect was destroyed, but there were already many sects in Middle-earth. In the spring of the year 200, on the day of the New Year celebration, the sect masters of 36 demon arts sects joined forces to assassinate the human emperor. The human emperor was chopped into minced meat. The crown prince was furious and swore to avenge his father. In the autumn of the same year, the crown prince was assassinated again. The queen and the crown prince's wife took care of the crown prince's orphan. The martial prohibition order had not been lifted, but it was only in name. In the spring of the year 201, the Axe King Tyrion came out of seclusion and learned about the tragedy that happened to the human emperor's family. Without saying a word, he left Moria alone with his two axes. In the spring of the year 202, the 36 strongest demon arts sects were massacred. The whole world was shocked. Among the humans, there was a saying that the dwarves are killing humans. We must take revenge and completely destroy the other races. In the spring of the year 210, Rohan was forced to dissolve the Holy Alliance with the Turin dwarves. In the spring of the year 220, with the help of many demon arts sects, the human kingdoms in the northeast of Middle-earth joined forces to attack the underground kingdom of Moria. The human emperor Gundor led his troops to help, but they were ambushed halfway. The human emperor Dangdan, who did not practice any arts, died in battle at the age of 25. He did not leave behind any descendants. Since then, the throne of the human emperor was inherited by the descendants of Aragon's grandson. The war broke out. Both the humans and the dwarves suffered heavy losses. Blood flowed like a river in front of the gate of Moria. The Axe King was besieged by 80 martial arts sects. He killed 63 of them and was seriously injured. His nephew Philip was cut into 8 pieces in order to save him. Since then, the dwarves rarely appeared in the human world. In the spring of the year 221, Tyrion, the Axe King, recovered from his injuries. He sat alone in the dark for a long time. He put on his hood and went to Grey Harbor by the West Sea. The Elf King Sedan received him. Sedan was the leader of the Teleri elves who had been searching for Elvery, who had been seduced by Melian. He had lived since the era of the twin holy trees. Sedan wanted to send the white-haired Axe King to Valinor for retirement. The Axe King, who cared about the world, smiled and refused. The Axe King said, "Aragon and I knew this day would come. We prepared for it." He then told him about the plan he had discussed with Aragon and the purpose of his trip to seek help from Valinor. Sedan thought for a long time and said, "I don't think this plan is reliable. You don't believe me?" The Axe King's face turned cold. "I believe you now, but if you Sedan could not continue when he saw the Axe King's determined and clear eyes. Forget it. I'll help you send a message to Valinor," he said helplessly. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.